PMITV Audiobook. Eugene traveled for nearly 15 days before finally arriving at the Winsland County. "There's a village if we head straight this way. Let's stay there today," Eugene said. "Yes," Master Luke immediately answered. Luke's appearance was similar to a knight's aide instead of a slave. After Luke contributed greatly in the matters involving the Carlsbaggins Peninsula, Eugene decided to make a massive investment in Luke. Partik and his group were able to repair or replace their equipment with the large sum they earned since they had signed an official contract with Eugene. However, Luke had only earned a few silver coins because he was a slave, which was why Eugene had to invest his own money in him. As a result, Luke was wearing a plate coat over full-body mail and was armed with a long, pentagonal shield and a short sword. As a native of Branchia, Luke possessed a good physique and a strong demeanor. With the addition of new equipment, he appeared quite fearsome. It was to the point where regular mercenaries would avoid eye contact with him. Slave number 1 is becoming quite useful. If we raise him well, he could become as skilled as the big bear before we transform him into a vampire, Myrian pointed out. Eugene agreed with Myrian's sharp predictions. Luke had an excellent physique and skills, as well as a good head. He would likely grow into an outstanding knight. But I can't believe there's someone who's even less talkative than the old man-child. Unbelievable, Myrian added. Luke was indeed very quiet, even more so than Felid. Felid was rather naive, so his emotions would surface on his expression from time to time. In contrast, Luke's expression rarely changed. It was probably due to the thorough training he received ever since he was young. Like master like man, or in this case, like owner like slave. In fact, there was a time when Eugene and Luke remained completely silent for almost half a day, quietly riding their horses. What Eugene had said regarding the village was the first word that had been spoken in nearly 2 hours. "Sir, even though he's your slave, you need to be very careful. He must have more than 10 vipers slithering in his heart. One day, just like those bastards who were sucking and licking each other in my pond, he might pounce on you and..." Keek. The spirit's head recessed into her body after suffering a light blow on the top of her head for the first in a long time. "How could ye?" Myrian shouted sorrowfully. She was forcibly transformed into liquid that was then stuffed into the pocket. Eugene made sure to firmly place the flap over the pocket. Eugene laid his eyes on Luke for a moment. The slave was quietly riding his horse in front of him. Eugene called out, "Luke." "Yes," Master Luke answered. "Aren't you curious as to why I brought only you?" Eugene asked. "I am curious," he answered. "Then why won't you ask?" Eugene said. "I think you brought me with you for a reason. And that reason would as always be justified." Luke answered without a change in expression, even though he was essentially praising Eugene. But Luke sincerely meant every word. *****. Recently, Luke found his everyday life enjoyable and thrilling. He thought that his life was over when he was captured in battle 1 year ago. However, he regained his hopes and expectations after meeting his second master in an unfamiliar, foreign nation. Unbelievable skills, grace as boundless as the sea, and an incomprehensible level of luck that could only be attributed to God's grace. Luke firmly believed that he could go beyond his goals if he continued to follow his young master. He could not understand where Eugene's limits lay. The Night King. Master Eugene is the reincarnation of the Night King. The Night King was a legendary hero of the island nation of Branchia. Anyone walking the path of a night knew of the Night King. Luke had also developed his dreams after hearing the epic stories of the Night King when was just a child. His dream had faded after losing the battle and being captured as a slave, but the master he encountered in a foreign nation allowed Luke to dream once again in a different direction. There were 8 knights who served the Night King with the wisdom of eagles and the bravery of lions. Sir Lalavan, one of the 8 knights and Luke's second favorite figure in the story of the Night King, started as a prisoner of the king and eventually became a knight after serving as an aide. He was a figure who existed for hundreds of years and carved out a path that was incredibly similar to Luke's. Master will definitely become the Night King. And one day. It was only known to himself, for now, but Luke was completely certain about it. As long as the flame of my soul burns, I will follow you, Master. I will never have any questions regarding Master's decisions. Luke said. It was a very cool declaration, but on the other hand, it was slightly creepy. For a moment, Eugene thought that Luke was more like his vassal than Galfredic. *****. Eugene rested in the village and organized his equipment and things. Then, he rode his horse without break for 2 days and arrived in Winsland, the main village of the county. The villages or areas housing the main castle of some nobles had the same name as the family name of the nobles. This was the case for the Winsland county. Winsland was protected by high walls, and it was a very large, bustling place, as was expected of the main village belonging to one of the most prominent nobles in the kingdom. It wasn't as large or spectacular as Meran or Morfern, but it was incomparably better than all the villages Eugene had seen so far. So this is what I should expect from a noble considered as one of the 3 best ones in the kingdom. His territory is very different. Welcome to Winsland, Sir Knight. Are you here to participate in the competition? A guard asked Eugene. As if to prove the prestige of the county, even the regular guards wore a hauberk, too, and circular helmets. Ki-yeek. And that's just an ordinary soldier. Then what about the knights? I think we found ourselves a real tycoon here, Myrian exclaimed. Eugene responded while inwardly empathizing with Myrian's admiration. That's right. I am Jan of the Eugene family. All right. Will you be signing personally? If you have a seal, you can stamp it instead, the guard said. There were many knights who were unable to read and write. It appeared that the Winsland county had been quite considerate. I will do both, Eugene said. There weren't many opportunities for Eugene to use the seal, so he wrote his name before pressing the ring seal detailed with the sophisticated symbol of a black dragon. The seal was quite nice, but his writing was rather cute. Thank you for your cooperation, Sir Eugene, the guard said with an even more polite attitude. There weren't many knights who were able to write and carried personal seals with them. You could go straight to the castle or stay in the village. However, please refrain from fighting with your weapons in the village until the end of the competition. There must have been quite a few accidents, Eugene responded. Honorable, chivalrous sirs would not cause such accidents. However, some people have too much confidence in their blades and sometimes cause disgraceful mistakes. Eugene was rather surprised. It wasn't because there were knights who dared to cause trouble right in Count Winsland's front yard. Rather, it was because of the guard's elegant and confident way of speaking. Then, Sir Eugene, I wish you the best of luck in the competition. Thank you. By the way, can you tell me your name? Eugene asked. This was quite unusual from Eugene, but he'd asked because he had taken a liking to the guard and since he knew nobody in this place. Are you talking to me? The guard asked. That's right. Eugene nodded. The guard took on a strange expression for a moment before responding with a large grin. Drac. It's Lanslow Drac. You can just call me Lanslow. Seeing as he had a family name, it appeared that the guard stemmed from a noble family. It appeared that the rumors were true, that great nobles like Winsland had nobles serving as mere soldiers. Eugene nodded while having such thoughts. All right then, Lanslow. I will see you again. Yes, until next time. Lanslow wiped the smile off his face and saluted. Leaving him behind, Eugene entered the village of Winsland. *****. Amazing. Eugene was impressed after seeing Winsland Castle standing proud at the end of the long, wide bridge. Even the road was wide enough to fit 2 carriages at once. Kiyaik. Yes, sir. Please forget everything that this foolish spirit has said so far. Now that's a real castle. As the future demon king, you need a castle as grand as that. Keek. Keek. It was to the extent that Eugene could almost sympathize with the spirit's unfiltered desires. The biggest, grandest castle he had seen until now was the main castle of the Archivold family. But Winselan Castle appeared twice as large as the Archivold family's castle. Eugene's castle, which was being built in the village of Varan by the people from the Moffern guilds, couldn't even be compared to a quarter of the castle that lay before him. As expected, titles aren't everything. Being strong and powerful was the way to go. In terms of status, Baron Bommel was inferior to Viscount Fairkild. However, everything was meaningless in face of one's power. That was why Eugene had been able to meet with Essandra even though he was a mere knight. Sir. If it's such a beautiful castle, even if it's for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years, I could, Keugh. Myrian started shouting excitedly before being stuffed back into the pocket. She was proving to be exceptionally distracting today. Eugene narrowed his eyes. Home. Master, over there, Luke whispered after stepping up. He noticed what Eugene saw. There are knights near the middle of the bridge, Luke continued. I see them as well, Eugene answered. Clop. Clop. The 2 horses slowly started crossing the bridge. The sturdy stone bridge, which was decorated with elaborate sculptures, only reached the middle of the river. The other half of the distance was occupied by the drawbridge of the castle. It seemed to have been designed in preparation for a possible siege. There were 4 knights standing at the boundary of the bridge and drawbridge. The villagers and castle residents crossed the bridge casually without any hitch, although they appeared to be a little wary of the knights. But when Eugene and Luke tried to cross the boundary, 2 of the 4 knights stopped them on their way. Stop, one of the knights said in a harsh tone. He was dressed in a cylindrical plate armor and was equipped with 2 short swords on either side of his belt. Who are you, and where are you from? The knight continued. Jan from the Eugene family, Eugene answered. Never heard of it. Are you here to participate in the knight competition? The knight asked. That's right, Eugene responded. Then get off your horse. You must pass a test to cross, the knight declared. A test. Eugene narrowed his eyes. The other knights stepped forward as well. There are far too many nobodies wanting to participate in the competition because of the prize awarded to the victor. So we decided to only let participants in after they passed the test, so one of the other knights explained. Decided? Who did? Did Count Winselan make the decision? Eugene asked. No, we did, one of the knights responded. We. Eugene said. The knight in the cylindrical armor raised his voice after snorting disdainfully. It appears you lack comprehension. Or are you trying to play with words because you're scared? Step down from your horse and participate in the test. I'll tell you in advance. It's a mistake to think that we will respect you just because you possess expensive armor. Who knows? Maybe you stole it or cheated it from someone. Eugene finally came to a complete understanding of the situation and slowly dismounted from Cillian. So, you are saying that since there are many knights who arrived early and settled in the castle, there aren't very many spots left. You're doing this to get a place in the castle and to get rid of competitors who arrive later. Am I right? He said. Eugene wasn't wrong, but the knight's gaze gleamed coldly due to Eugene's direct words. The latter's straightforwardness was rather unpleasant for them. But the guard said it's forbidden to fight with weapons in the village. Are you saying we should fight with our fists? Eugene asked. The knight in the cylindrical armor pulled out his short swords before speaking with a grin. Sir, are you an idiot? This isn't the village. Technically, we are standing on a bridge located above a river between the village and the castle. Count Winselan didn't say much about this either. I understand, Eugene responded. Count Winslan was a nobleman who was incredibly fond of outstanding knights. He was known to support knights without wanting much in return. In other words, there was a high possibility that he hated knights who were incompetent and unskilled. It was the only explanation for him to tolerate such a forced test. You will have to beat me. Think of this as the competition. You will have to risk your life, the knight in cylindrical armor said. So all of you sirs are my competitors. Eugene responded. Huh. Now you finally understand, the knight spoke with a grin while cracking his neck. The three knights were looking at Eugene as if they found the situation entertaining. Eugene calmly looked around at the three before continuing. Then would it not be better for more competitors to disappear? Huh. The knight responded. It seems like you are the one who lacks comprehension, Eugene said before raising his hands above his shoulder. The knights belatedly realized the meaning of Eugene's words. Their eyes filled with shock. Whoosh! Luke quickly threw 2 battle axes after catching Eugene's cue. As the weapons settled in Eugene's hands, he charged at the knights without delay. Koreans usually use snakes to represent a cunning and vicious person. 2 chainmail covering their thighs. Boom! Wah! The knight in the cylindrical armor was knocked back after being tackled by Eugene. He fell in the water without even getting a chance to swing his sword. Sir Valzac! The other knights shouted. They quickly unsheathed their own swords and shields after watching Valzac drop to the water. Shing! The battle axe was a heavy weapon intended to be used with both hands. But Eugene held one in each hand and swung with a tremendous force. Boom! Clang! Ugh! A single blow was sufficient to completely shatter a shield, and a knight was forced back with a broken arm. The knight standing next to him attempted to deflect Eugene's blow with his own sword, but failed and lost his blade in the face of the monstrous force. Yet after all these, Eugene did not stop. He continued forward while rotating his body. Eugene's cloak fluttered in the wind as the sharp edges of the axes whistled eerily while cutting through the air. It was like the descent of a black tornado. Shoo-whack! Boom! As one of Eugene's battle axes struck the thick chest plate of one of the knights, he let go of the handle. Kiwu! Thanks to the thick armor, the blade did not penetrate the body, but the knight was flung back several meters after receiving a blow that contained unimaginable power. Boom! There was only one knight remaining. He stood with his jaws agape, remaining motionless with shock and fear. In just a few seconds, 3 knights had been defeated without even getting a chance to retaliate. Moreover, they had been propelled backward regardless of whether they had blocked the axes or not. Eugene glanced at the remaining knight while loosely holding the remaining battle axe in his hand. Help! The knight gasped and flinched involuntarily. Are you coming? Eugene said. The knight shook his head madly. Sir Valzac! Sir Valzac! Sir Valzac fell into the water. Soon, the people of the castle began rushing over. Let's go, Eugene muttered. Yes, master. Luke answered as Eugene once again climbed on Cillian's saddle. The 2 men started to leisurely cross the bridge. Was it a hallucination? Eugene blinked hard several times and even rubbed his eyes before narrowing his eyes and staring with disbelief. Among a group of troops armed with chainmail, there were 3 knights with silver plate armors and blue surcoats. One of the knights was descending from a dazzling white horse, and his face was one that Eugene would never forget. Jung Dut. The arrogant face of the holy knight fully occupied Eugene's line of sight. It was him, the one who had been responsible for Eugene's death in his previous life. Suddenly, a strong wind blew down the river and over the bridge. Eugene's eyes glowed a strong crimson as his black hair fluttered in the wind. The memories of his past life were running rampant in his head. He could vividly recall the feeling of the silver sword digging into his flesh. Eugene's breathing quickened as he recalled the holy knight mockingly laughing at him when he had been desperately crying out. Should I kill him? The unfathomable anger and killing intent imprinted on his soul began to surface, but Eugene quickly caught his breath and put his murderous will to rest. Eugene had known that he would one day face the Holy Knight, but his emotions had almost gotten the best of him after seeing the knight's face in person. Sadly, he could not kill Jung Dirt in Count Winslan's castle. Unlike in his previous life, Jung Dirt had no idea who Eugene was, and if he openly killed a young, acclaimed Holy Knight, he would face harsh backlash, especially since Jung Dirt was adored by the high-ranking members of the church. But this didn't mean that Eugene wouldn't do anything. The fact remained that Dirt had killed him in his previous life. Eugene had no intentions of showing any mercy just because the two weren't acquainted in this life. Eugene had no reason to do so. It didn't matter if Jung Dirt would feel unjustified. I will definitely get the chance. Eugene wasn't only stronger compared to his previous life. Discipline and patience. Having learned these two important virtues, Eugene managed to control his anger and turned back from the bridge. Let's go back, Eugene said. The spirit of desire became furious and started running wild. Keek. Why aren't you going into the castle? Sir. Although Myrian had traveled to many places after signing a contract with Eugene, it was the first time she had seen such a large, magnificent castle. She was strongly convinced that Eugene needed a castle just as big and magnificent as this when he became the Demon King. Or we can take it away by force. Kikik. She had been having such exciting, insidious imaginations after seeing the castle, but what was happening? Let's go. Please. Home. Don't you have to take the recommendation and meet the Count? Myrian begged. However, Eugene remained silent as he crossed the bridge back to the village. Keek. Myrian started to beg again, then she suddenly squeaked with trembling wings. Eugene's eyes were gleaming coldly, and his lips were tightly closed. This is a very serious situation. I need to stay quiet at times like these. The spirit had gained the ability to gauge Eugene's condition after several incidents, which involved her getting battered after failing to acknowledge the atmosphere. She quietly folded her wings and entered the leather pocket voluntarily. Master. With all due respect, could I ask you a question? Luke said carefully. All right, Eugene answered. The articles who were at the castle gate earlier. I don't know if I am mistaken, but the symbol on their surcoats, Luke said. You weren't mistaken. They were indeed holy knights. Eugene answered. Ah. I see. Luke nodded. He had also seen paladins, who were associated with various monasteries, but this was the first time he actually witnessed holy knights, those who were known as the Constellation of Blood, Entagon or Stat. They represented the Central Church's force. Even others who walked the path of the blade could feel the difference and distance between themselves and the holy knights. Moreover, as a man born in Branchia, Luke hated the holy knights. As expected, Master is a man of true faith. I'm certain that he felt disgusted by those holy knights, those mindless pawns for the rotten cardinals and the bishops who declare their faiths only on the surface. The cardinals and bishops of the continent's church declared the lords of Branchia as pagans, which resulted in an invasion that turned Luke into a slave. As such, since those bishops and cardinals caused Luke to be enslaved, his loyalty toward Eugene grew more intense as a result of their conversation, albeit for slightly wrong reasons. Eugene's reaction to seeing Jung Dirt also led to an unexpected chain of reactions from others. ****. Eugene. Have you heard of it? Never. Is it a family based in one of those shabby villages? The name sounds like it should be based off the Empire. Knights conversed with each other while wiping off their sweat. They had just finished their training. So, one died and two were defeated. Who died? It was Sir Valzac, Master. And who was that? Ah, the country boy with the beer barrel for armor. Ha 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 ha. The knights burst into laughter while recalling Valzak's cylindrical armor. However, the only witness of the confrontation, an aide, could not join in. Sir Valzak flew about 5 meters into the air and drowned in the river. The aide reported solemnly. The sounds of the laughter immediately trailed off. The knight had been blown away several meters even though he had been equipped in heavy armor. There were 3 more, sirs, and one of them suffered a broken arm and his shield was smashed. One of the others had the blade of his longsword broken into 2 and an axe was embedded into his chest. The impact also cracked his ribs. The aide continued. It seems he possesses formidable strength, but it's not very difficult to deal with 1 or 2 country bumpkin knights, is it? One of the knights muttered. That's right. They were loitering around the bridge because there weren't any spots in the castle anyway. They were merely free knights who were dime for a dozen. They were even worse than some of the mercenary captains out there. Another knight responded. Although they were slightly surprised, the knights appeared quite calm and leisurely. Sirs. Sir Eugene dealt with all 3 knights simultaneously, the aide carefully said. The knights flinched. Even though all of them were quite confident in their skills, dealing with 3 knights simultaneously was not an easy task by any means. How long did it take? He must have traded more than 10 blows with each knight, right? The knight named Eugene must have suffered quite a few injuries as well. He may have the skills, but he is quite narrow-minded and short-tempered. To think he would let himself become injured with only 2 days left until the competition. The knights responded. It took less than 10 seconds, the aide said. What? Is that true? The knights took on shocked expressions after hearing the response. Yes, it's true. Sir Eugene wasn't injured at all. There wasn't even a single scratch on his armor, the aide continued. A heavy silence befell the knights. After a while, one of the knights said to the aide with a stiff expression. So, where is this Sir Eugene now? The outer castle. The annex. Not the main castle, right? No way. How could that be? I've never even heard of his family before. Many of the knights entering Windslan Castle were taken in on a first-come, first-served basis, but the knight without any connections took their residence in the outer castle. Those gathered here, in the annex, were quite famous in their respective regions or were knights serving lords with titles. Those who could stay in the main castle were knights who were also real nobles. Those residing in the main castle were quite diverse in nature as well. Most of them were titled nobles, and there were even rumors that holy knights were participating as well. I should build up a relationship with him once he arrives at the annex. Good idea. Everyone will be competing with each other in the swordsmanship and the jousting competitions, but it will be better to have even one additional strong knight in the mock battle. What if those from Antinori snatch him away first? Where did you say Sir Eugene came from? The knights started to ask a variety of questions. The aide took on an awkward expression and answered with an expression of disbelief. Well, he simply returned. What? They responded. I'm not entirely certain, but it appeared as if he was returning to the campground outside the castle walls where the free knights were assigned. The aide said. A surprising rumor began to spread throughout the castle that a knight strong enough to cause a huge commotion did not enter the castle but instead chose to reside outside the walls. Naturally, it also entered the ears of Count Windslan, the owner of the castle. *****. Eugene set up a temporary residence in a remote place located outside the castle walls in the campground. It was a place established by the free knights who came to participate in the knight competition. He set up a tent with the leather he purchased from the village, and he placed a chair and 2 small beds inside. It was quite decent in Eugene's eyes. But since he couldn't leave Cillian, a pedigree horse, unattended, he brought Cillian and Luke's horse into the tent as well. I feel sorry about that time as well. Nay. Cillian whined as if pleased with Eugene's touch. However, There's nothing I can do about it if we encounter a similar situation. Yes, good boy. Eugene laughed coldly, recalling the time when he used Cillian as bait to lure the griffins. He felt as if Cillian had trembled momentarily, but he brushed it off as an illusion. Kitty, you should have headed into the castle and disregarded those holy knights. It doesn't make sense for your precious self to stay in such a shabby place. This is absurd, Myrian said. Something seemed rather strange about the greedy spirit's expression, but Eugene completely ignored her. In the first place, Eugene didn't like being served by maids and servants in a spacious, large space. As such, he didn't feel inconvenienced at all. In addition, Luke was quick-witted and did his best to make Eugene stay much more comfortable. Should I take Luke as an aide? Eugene contemplated the thought. There was no law that stated that a knight could only take in a single aide. However, unlike Felid, Luke would be accompanying him for a long time. Eugene's identity as a vampire could be exposed if he made Luke an official aide. Then I would have to kill him. Although Luke was quite useful, he was different from Galfredic or Romerai. It was still early to entrust him with the truth, and as such, killing him would be the best choice if he were to ever find out the truth. However, Eugene didn't want to kill Luke. It was because he was quite fond of the slave. I'll have to wait and see. Suddenly, the outside became rather noisy. I will check it out, Master Luke said before hurriedly exiting the tent. A short sword was hanging from his belt. In less than 10 seconds, Luke came rushing back in and spoke. Master, I think you should come out. What is it? Eugene answered. You have a guest. It's, Luke answered with urgency. It was rather uncommon for Luke to become flustered. As such, Eugene frowned before exiting the tent. Isn't that Count Winslan's knight? That's true. But why is he here? Did he come to see that man? I caught a glimpse of him earlier. His armor and equipment looked very expensive. But other than that, he didn't look all that special. Eugene stood still and gazed at a knight slowly walking towards him while listening to the murmurs of the free knights. The newcomer had his helmet pressed down low. Upon recognizing the identity of the approaching knight, Eugene's eyes filled with astonishment. The knight took off his helmet and spoke with a smile after seeing Eugene's expression. You have very good eyes, Sir Eugene. The knight spoke with a refreshing smile. It was the guard that Eugene met early at the gate, Lanslow Drac. Keek. Such a precious figure is greeting us in such a shabby place. Myrian said excitedly, correcting her words from before. Did His Excellency send him home to take Sir Eugene to the castle? Please say yes. Oh, handsome knight, please. Myrian pleaded while buzzing around Lanslow, even though she knew he could not hear her. Eugene glared at her and gestured. Keek. Myrian cried out with shock and quickly recognized Eugene's hidden instructions, hurriedly making her way into the tent. Naturally, Lanslow wasn't able to see Myrian's reaction, and he took his seat in a chair cleaned by Luke. Then I will be outside. Please call me if you need anything, Master Luke said. Right, Eugene answered. Luke bowed deeply before saluting to Lanslow as well. Then, he left the tent. Your aide is quite quick-witted. He possesses a good physique, and judging from the way he walks, he must have been faithful to his training as well, Lanslow said. He's a slave, not an aide. He was a gift from Viscount Fairkild, Count Winslan's son-in-law, Eugene responded. Lanslow looked surprising after hearing Eugene's answer. You bought your slave a sword, armor, and a horse? Lanslow asked. As you saw, he's quite competent, Eugene answered. As I heard, you're not an ordinary person. You surprised me in many ways, Sir Eugene, Lanslow commented with a good-natured smile. Eugene responded calmly, I could say the same for you. Are you truly a knight of Count Winslan? Why were you pretending to be a god before? Ha ha. I wasn't pretending. Rather, it was my assigned task. I could not disobey the request of the one who presented me with my sword, armor, and horse, Lancelot answered. Count Winslan? Eugene asked. Yes. Eugene felt rather confused. Even if Count Winslan was a great noble possessing a knight order, how could he use a knight as a mere god? No, rather, Eugene had a hard time understanding how could a proud knight willingly obey an order to work as a god. No, wait a minute. He said it was a request from Count Winslan, right? Eugene intuitively sensed that the relationship between Count Winslan and Lancelot was different from the typical relationship between a lord and his knight. However, he decided to keep the information to himself for now. By the way, what is your purpose for coming? Eugene asked. Once again, it was a request from the Count. He asked me to meet with you, Sir Eugene, Lancelot answered. Although those knights who were acting impudently towards you on the drawbridge were free knights, their skills were quite decent. You defeated all three of them, Sir Lancelot continued. So what? Eugene asked. The Count became very interested in you, sir. Naturally, he expected you to enter the castle for you to give your greetings, but since you established your residence outside the walls, this happened. Even though he didn't explicitly say it, I'm certain he was quite disappointed. Lancelot smiled meaningfully with a shrug. Is that all? Eugene asked. As expected, you're quite extraordinary, Sir Eugene, Lancelot answered. Count Winslan was the host of the competition and a great noble. To hear that he was disappointed would come as a great shock for anyone. However, Eugene was far from being shocked. In fact, he didn't even bat an eyelid. The main purpose of this visit is that the Count wants Sir Eugene to join me in the mock battle, Lancelot said. Mock battle? Eugene asked. Galfredic had spoken to Eugene about the knight competition in great detail. The competition consisted of three major parts: the jousting competition, the swordsmanship competition, and the mock battle. The jousting competition was the most popular among the spectators, but the nobles and the lords regarded the mock battle as most important. Knights were considered indispensable in large-scale battles, and that was why nobles and lords always wanted competent, strong knights under their commands. And why should I do that? Wouldn't you have any complaints about fighting with me, sir? Eugene asked. Complaints? No way. I wonder if there are any knights who would refuse to fight alongside the man who assisted Lord Essandra in ending the chaos in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula, Lancelot answered. You know about that? Eugene said with surprise. As I expected. I apologize, I was merely confirming my suspicions, Lancelot answered with an awkward grin. Eugene felt dumbfounded. He had felt it at the gate as well, but it became clear that Lancelot was no ordinary knight by any means. Since there are so many knights that gather from all over to participate in the competition, there are as many accompanying rumors as well. I happened to hear an interesting story regarding the Carlsbaggins Peninsula, and after meeting you today, I deduced that you might be the protagonist of the story, Lancelot explained. Let's say that's true. That still doesn't answer why I should fight alongside you in the mock battle, Sir Eugene replied. In the upcoming competition, 30 points are awarded for the jousting competition, 30 points for the swordsmanship competition, and 40 points for the mock battle. As such, one must win the mock battle and contribute greatly in the fight if they want to become the winner, Lancelot answered. That still doesn't answer my question, Eugene said. Ha ha. You are truly sharp, Sir Eugene. Any other knight would have accepted the proposal already, then declared their intention to become the captain of the group, Lancelot responded with a smile. I tend to be cautious. So, why do I have to fight alongside you, sir? Eugene asked once again. Lancelot wiped the smile off his face and answered with a serious expression. You must team up with me if you want to win. I'm a little, or rather, I'm very strong. Eugene stared at Lancelot with a dumbfounded expression. Then, he responded in a cold voice, "Stop spouting nonsense and tell me the real reason." "Oh, I was being completely honest just now. I really am quite strong and I can fight well," Lancelot answered. "I thought you heard the rumors regarding what I accomplished on the Carlsbagens Peninsula," Eugene said. "Yes. But the mock battle," Lancelot started to respond. "Did you also hear about how I subjugated the Archivold family's dungeon by myself?" Eugene asked. "I guess that must have slipped your ears. That was why you could spout such nonsense with such confidence," Eugene said. Lancelot could not hide his surprise after hearing Eugene's words. After a moment, he spoke with a sigh. "Phew, Tilda, I guess this requires a change of plans. No, rather, I guess the standard had been incorrect in the first place. I was basing your skills off the rumor that Sir Eugene had hunted a wyvern in an evil land. Then, I will be frank with you," Lancelot spoke in a quieter voice. "The sudden participation of the Holy Knights in the competition has caused quite a bit of trouble. Many participants are already hoping to be in the same group as the Holy Knights, and in order to defeat them, quite a few members of the Golden Moon Knights will need to participate, which would expose the strength of the county. That is what the Count is worried about," Lancelot explained. "You should have said that from the beginning," Eugene replied. Lancelot leaned back on the chair with an awkward smile before responding. "I apologize. However, it's hard to believe and recognize all of Sir Eugene's accomplishments and skills from the Count's point of view. In the first place, it would be strange to fully trust a knight from the first meeting even if he did bring a letter of recommendation." "Well, that's true," Eugene nodded. Eugene would have done the same if he were Count Winslan. Anyways, so Count Winslan would like other participants, instead of the Holy Knights, to win the mock battle, and he wants me to join. Is that correct?" Eugene asked. "Exactly. If you accept, we will support," Lancelot began. "I accept," Eugene said curtly. Lancelot was truly shocked. He had judged Eugene to be a shrewd, calculating person since he kept on baiting him. But he had never imagined that Eugene would accept the proposal without hesitation as soon as the truth was revealed. He is truly a magnanimous knight. Lancelot was overcome with admiration and awe. "Even though I haven't met him in person yet, I often heard that Count Winslan is a man who knows true chivalry and honor. Since he is facing a difficult situation, it would be wrong for me to simply watch from the sidelines. I would be ashamed to call myself a knight," Eugene said. How long had it been since Lancelot had met such a man? Eugene was a tiger among men, a knight among knights. How shameful. "I cannot believe that I was trying to trick a true knight." Lancelot repented amidst the admiration he felt. "Sir Eugene, I swear on my honor. If you lead the troops to victory in the mock battle, I will grant you a request, apart from the prize money and the award from the Count," Lancelot exclaimed. "As you wish," Eugene responded nonchalantly. Although Eugene was pleasantly surprised, he made sure to hide his true thoughts. There was a simple reason why he accepted Lancelot's proposal without hesitation. There are supposed to be a lot of casualties in the competition, right? Since the Count personally sent a knight to ask for my help, I should be fine even if I kill a few. Since one of the deaths was bound to be junk dirt, Eugene was inwardly grateful for the sudden stroke of luck. But Lancelot was unaware of Eugene's thoughts. He simply stared at the brilliant, true knight with sparkling eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Lancelot returned to the castle, Eugene left the tent with Luke. He headed to a pub located in Winslan Village. "Welcome, Sir Knight. Drinks, food, women. What would you like?" a young boy said politely after greeting Eugene. Even though the pub was quite busy due to the competition, the boy had instantly noticed Eugene's plate armor. "Is the owner here?" Eugene asked. "Yes. Please wait a moment," the boy responded politely. It was rather common for high-profile knights to ask for the owner, so the boy quickly returned with the owner. "You were looking for me, Sir Knight," the pub owner spoke while groveling. Eugene stretched out his hand while speaking. "Can you prepare wine and ale, as well as food for 100 people? Let me know if this isn't enough money." The owner's mouth stretched into a huge grin when he saw 3 gold coins falling into his palm. "Of course. I can do that. I will get that prepared for you right away. Then bring it to the campground located outside the castle gate as soon as everything is ready. You know where that is, right?" Eugene asked. "Of course. I will bring it there on a cart," the owner answered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a couple of hours, several carts entered the campground. The sun was nearly set. "What's going on?" "Home. I smell something delicious." The knights residing in the campground began exiting their tents one by one, some of them accompanied by their aides. Most of them were rather young and unaccomplished. Luke, who had been waiting for the arrival of the carts at the entrance of the campground, raised his voice after accompanying the carts inside. "My master, Sir Eugene, would like to treat the brave, honorable sirs to food and drinks. I would appreciate it if you could accept his small favor. It's not much, but I hope everyone can enjoy themselves. I, Jan Eugene, plan to treat everyone here to food and drinks until the competition is over. But I still want to ask for your permission," Eugene said with a small salute toward the knights, his hand resting on the handle of his short sword. He was standing next to Luke. "Aho!" The knight's exclamations spread like a wave. "Kya!" After hearing that Count Winslan's knight came to visit personally from the main castle, I thought he would be an arrogant knight, but it seems I was greatly mistaken. Of course. It's my first time seeing him, but he is a knight of true honor and chivalry. "Thank you for the meal, Sir Eugene." "Sir. Thank you very much. I am from the Betarak. I pay respect to your magnanimity. I am from the Pylon family." The attitudes of the knights changed completely from when Lancelot had come to visit Eugene. Free knights were always poor, and it cost them a fortune to feed their horses and aides. Knights with sufficient wealth made their residence at the inns inside the village, and as such, those staying in the campground outside the walls were truly the poorest among the knights. Perhaps it was only natural for the knights to be moved since Eugene declared he would continue to serve them food and alcohol until the end of the competition. But of course, Eugene wasn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart or because he had spare money lying around. Those beggar bastards. They're truly, they are fighting for their lives over a single silver coin. The knight in the tent next to ours was beating the crap out of his aide because he misplaced a single pair of underwear. "This is a shithole. A shitey hole." Eugene ordered Myrian to get a grasp of the general atmosphere when Lancelot came. Even though she was rather mischievous and playful, Myrian was competent as well. After getting an accurate grasp of the campground's general atmosphere, she had reported back to Eugene. That was when Eugene decided. There are going to be a lot of knights on the side of the Holy Knights in the mock battle. But more than half of the knights participating in the competition are in the campground. He could win over the knights by spending money. In turn, the grateful knights would serve as a powerful sword and shield for Eugene when he destroyed the Holy Knights and killed Jung Dirt. The knight didn't enter the castle. Yeah. Apparently, he has established a residence in the campground with the free knights outside the castle walls. Jung Dirt frowned upon hearing the response, and his colleague shrugged. Is there really a reason to care about it? He's going to participate in the competition anyway, right? Whether it's the jousting or the swordsmanship competition, we just need to take care of him when we have the opportunity. Dirt fell into contemplation after hearing the words of his two colleagues. Dirt. The problem is that you are too cautious. Frankly, it's quite absurd that we had to come all this way just because of a single night from the countryside, one of his colleagues said. TSK. What on earth is the cardinal thinking? There's nothing to be gained by the church even if we win the competition here, right? It would be much better to continue our original mission and track down that black wizard, another colleague added. That's not true, Dirt responded in a cold voice before continuing. The prestige of the church will increase if we win the competition. Moreover, it gives us the opportunity to teach lessons to those who aren't respectful towards the church and us holy knights. Think about it. What happened to the attitudes of the nobles of Carlsbagen's Peninsula toward the church ever since Bishop Nordic returned? Moreover, what about those cities with Meren at its forefront? They are trying to break the influence of the central church by bribing priests with gold and silver, Dirt continued. How sacrilegious! Those corrupt cities deserve divine punishment. The holy knights responded with anger. Dirt spoke softly. It's just as you sirs said. We have been too focused on hunting monsters so far because we wanted to convey God's mercy and holy words. Sometimes it is necessary to display the church's status according to worldly standards. This night competition will provide us the perfect opportunity to do so. So, we should win the jousting competition, the swordsmanship competition, and the mock battle, correct? One of his colleagues asked. Exactly, Dirt responded. If the Holy Knights could win all three competitions, they could firmly imprint the status and dignity of the church, as well as the power of the Holy Knights, throughout the entire kingdom. In addition, we need to condemn the unholy, arrogant, country bumpkin knight for daring to disrespect the church. He has convinced himself that he's unrivaled just because of a small accomplishment he made in the countryside, Dirt added. The other holy knights took on bleak expressions after hearing Dirt's words. HMPH. I hope he gets placed with me in the jousting competition. I will break his head on behalf of God. Sir, you should go easy on him and give me the chance. Would it not be better for me to cut off his hands and feet in the swordsmanship competition? Whatever the case, let's teach that bumpkin a proper lesson. But before that, we must find out why he chose not to enter the castle. Maybe he's already planning his escape after hearing about us. From what I hear, he came with a letter of recommendation from Count Winslan's son-in-law. If that's the case, he wouldn't possibly run, right? It would cripple his honor and dignity. Dirt nodded after hearing the speculation of a fairly sharp colleague. That's true. However, it bothers me that he took residence in the campground instead of the village. Lloyd, Laurent, go find out whatever you can, Dirt instructed. Yes, sir, the aides answered confidently. But one of them asked carefully afterward. But sir, what if we have to face that night? Dirt stroked his chin while observing the aides. Both of them were in their mid to late teens, and although they were still young, they had received thorough training ever since they were 7 or 8. If the cheeky, country knight was as good as it said in the letter they received from Meren's royalists, it would provide the perfect opportunity to test the skills of the two aides. Fine. However, you cannot provide him with the justification. You understand what I'm talking about, right? Dirt said. Of course. The two aides responded before sharing a meaningful gaze. They left the room joyfully, mistakenly thinking that they could suppress an ignorant, arrogant, unskilled knight from the countryside with ease. After all, how could they possibly lose, when they had received the most intensive, high-quality training since they were young? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's this smell? Even a pig's pen couldn't smell worse than this. Even Polymer's slums are better than this. Lloyd and Laurent, the aides of the Holy Knights, frowned and covered their noses and mouths as soon as they entered the campground. The two were born into a noble family and had grown up in a clean, pristine church their entire lives. As such, it was natural for them to feel averse to the atmosphere and odor of the campground, which was both dirty and messy. How could honorable knights stay in such a place? It's obviously because they're ignorant and uncultured. Lloyd and Laurent walked through the campground without bothering to hide their disgust. Some of the free knights and aides, who were standing outside their tents, stole glances at the two. Some knights didn't even hide their glares. Even though the two aides were covering their faces and bodies with a brown hood, the clothes embroidered with the church's symbol was revealed with their every step. Those punks are purposely revealing it. Why do you even bother wearing a robe? TSK, just what did I expect from the church bastards? It was only natural for the two of them to attract the glares of the knights since they were acting so impudently even though they were only aides. However, Lloyd and Laurent mistook the gazes of the knights as envy and proudly roamed the area. The two aides walked up to the person with the softest appearance and spoke. "Oi, do you know where Sir Eugene is residing?" The man stared back with an uninterested expression. Lloyd spoke with a frown. "Are you deaf? I'm asking where Sir Eugene is staying." "Home." "He must not know, since there are so many knights here," Laurent chimed in. Lloyd smacked his lips together before nodding. "That makes sense since he's a nobody with a reputation as big as the rat droppings in the countryside." "What did you just say?" The man in front of them suddenly took on a fierce expression. "I guess you aren't deaf after all. I asked you where the knight named Sir Eugene is staying," Lloyd said. "No, not that. What you said about the countryside." "Say it again," the man spoke. He spoke in the kingdom's language, but he possessed a unique accent. "What?" Lloyd responded with contempt, then straightened his shoulders before speaking clearly. "I said, you might not know him because he's a nobody from the countryside with a reputation as big as rat droppings." "Why?" "Whoosh. Thuck. Kugh." Lloyd fell backward after being struck in the jaw with a lightning-fast fist. His clothes became covered with dirt and mud. "Ha ha ha ha." The onlookers burst into laughter and shouted. "Good work, Luke. You punk. You've got quite a fist. You might just make them cry. You should be gentle with these soft, sheltered ladies." Lloyd immediately jumped up as the knights openly jeered. Both Lloyd and Laurent's faces were as red as a beet. As aides of noble, elegant holy knights, they had refined their minds and bodies through faith and manners. Experiencing such an embarrassing situation for the first time in their lives was enough to completely shatter their state of mind. "Xiang. Reveal your name and your master's name. You dishonorable man. I will bring the crime of ambushing me in such a cowardly way to your master." A clear, metallic sound resonated as Lloyd and Laurent unsheathed their long swords. The surroundings, which had been filled with laughter, immediately fell into silence. Many of them had led rough, simple lives like mercenaries after wandering for a long time, but they were still free knights with their aides. Everyone knew the significance of unsheathing one's blade and disrespecting the opponent's honor. Moreover, the action weighed even heavier if the opponent's master was a knight who was humble, honorable, and respectful despite his incredible reputation. These crazy bastards. They dare to draw their swords here. It's clear that they're still rookies serving as aides. They must have lost their minds. Lloyd and Laurent finally realized their mistake once the murmurs rang in their ears. To think I would make such a mistake. However, the two were more resentful and angrier towards their opponent for causing this situation rather than being remorseful about their mistake. "Speak. Who is your master? Why is it so loud?" The tent's flap was lifted, and a figure came out wearing only their outer garments. Master Luke quickly bowed his head. Lloyd spoke up angrily. "Sir, are you the master of this impudent fellow?" "What if I am?" Eugene responded. "That dishonorable man punched me." "The aide is a reflection of the knight. Only improper education of the..." Lloyd started to retort. "He's not my aide. He's my slave," Eugene interrupted. "Slave?" Lloyd muttered with a dazed expression. His face distorted and he turned his head before shouting with an even louder voice. How dare a mere slave punch me? I will have your head. A slave was considered a tool rather than a human being. Still, one could not treat other people's slaves recklessly. However, nobles could simply give compensation even if they killed slaves belonging to others. As such, Lloyd immediately responded by swinging his long sword towards Luke when he heard of his identity. Clang! But Luke's hand had been resting on the pommel of his weapon. He reacted immediately by unsheathing his short sword and blocking Lloyd's attack. Lloyd's eyes filled with disbelief. Even though he was furious, he had been trained for a long time as the aide of a holy knight, and he could not believe that his attack had been blocked by a mere slave. Luke didn't miss the chance. Luke bent his wrist and pulled the opponent's blade inward while taking a large step and digging into Lloyd's space. Lloyd flinched before retreating. He attempted to retrieve his sword, but Luke's sword bounced towards him like a spring. Crack! Kiwu. The pommel of Luke's sword struck Lloyd's forehead with great force, and Lloyd was flung backward while bleeding from his forehead. Luke continued forward like an enraged beast with a dagger in his hand. Lloyd! Laurent screamed and attempted to intervene, but a grey shadow flitted by him. Clang! Luke's dagger was blocked by Eugene's gauntlet. Did you see that? Did you see Sir Eugene's movement? I barely caught it. Wow. He's too fast. Just what I would expect from Sir Eugene. The Free Knights expressed their awe. Eugene spoke, regardless of the circumstance, it won't do to just kill them carelessly. They appear to be aides of the Holy Knights, so what you were about to do could cause quite a bit of trouble in the future. I apologize, Master. I overstepped my boundaries. Luke quickly retracted his weapon and bowed deeply while calming himself down. And Eugene's cold gaze passed Luke and stayed on Laurent. Eugene's left hand was holding the end of Laurent's long sword, which had been directed towards Luke. Who taught you to act so dishonorably? Did the Holy Knights teach you to stab someone in the back while they are engaged in a one-on-one battle? Eugene took a step forward while maintaining his grip on the blade. Laurent attempted to pull back his sword. But Eugene's sturdy gloves were made of monster leather, and the blade lay unmoving from Eugene's iron grip. In the end, Laurent struggled to pull out his sword without any results, finding himself unable to overcome the strength of Eugene's one hand. Then, Laurent came to face the most humiliating event that could happen to those dreaming of becoming knights. Whoosh! Eugene took away Laurent's sword in a series of fluid motions, and the spectators once again expressed their wonder. Laurent's face filled with devastating shock and shame. Eugene spoke after placing the stolen sword on his shoulder. If you want it back, go bring your master. Hyup. The aide is a reflection of the knight, right? I would like to ask him how he trained and educated you, considering your cowardly actions of attempting to backstab an opponent. Eugene continued. I only. Laurent started to retort, but Eugene simply ignored him and looked around the surroundings. Stop embarrassing yourself and close your mouth. Look around, everyone around you is a witness. Is that not right, sirs? Naturally. We're witnesses. Bring your master. Bring your glorified, holy master. Woo-oh-oh. Dozens of free knights shouted enthusiastically. As expected, you can't beat silver coins. It's the best. So exciting and thrilling. Eugene fully agreed with Myrian's passionate words. What did you say? I apologize, master. I have defiled the honor of the holy knights. I have defiled the noble faith. Kugh. Laurent bowed his head while shedding tears. The holy knight Deimos gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The most shameful thing for a knight was to have their weapon taken away by the enemy. The sword of a holy knight represented not only an individual knight's honor but the status and the faith of the church as well. But even though they knew of this fact, the opponent still took Laurent's weapon away. That blasphemous man truly harbors hatred for the church. The letter we received from Meron's royalists was really true. I won't let him off. Deimos shouted before banging on the table and standing up. Sir Deimos, I will be coming with you. Another holy knight, Iad, stepped up in a flurry. Deimos had already lost his reasoning after witnessing his favorite aide returning on a stretcher with head injuries. Wait a minute, sirs. We must maintain our cool, especially at times like these. Dirt interrupted. What are you talking about, Dirt? My aide was humiliated like this, but you expect us to stay still? The two holy knights shouted in anger. Dirt responded in a low, cold voice, then what will you do once you get there? Are you going to ask him for a duel? And what next? Are you going to cut him down? Do you think the free knights of the campground will praise you for your actions? The two knights flinched, and Dirt spoke in a slightly softer voice. I understand that you are furious, sirs. If I could, I would send that heretic back into the arms of the Lord right now. But we must endure it for now. We will be participating in the competition soon, right? We will have our chance to condemn that man during the competition. Nothing good will come out of confronting him right now, Dirt continued. That may be true, but what about the honor of the church? They are simple and ignorant, no different from thugs who roam the back alleys. Would they truly know of honor? Dirt responded. Sirs, honor is a responsibility given to those who are noble and possess pure blood. Right now, only those who are in the main castle possess the purest of blood. They are the judges of honor. What about those knights staying at the annex or the village inns? Moreover, what about those who couldn't even afford to enter the village and have made their residence in shabby tents outside the castle? Is it necessary to pay attention to the mumblings of those weak, simple creatures? Dirt continued. The two holy knights nodded with somber expressions. All of them were direct descendants of high-ranking noble families. They were born different from those shabby, unknown knights without names. The purest and most noble blood flowed through their veins. And honor was a right they possessed. Sirs, let us not fall for the provocations of those who are beneath us. Our honor isn't so cheap, is it? Dirt said. Phew. I would have made a huge mistake today if it weren't for Sir Dirt. I also realized that I am still lacking in training. I have put on a shameful appearance today in front of the Lord. The two knights were quite religious and deep in their faith. As such, they quickly calmed down and expressed their gratitude. Laurent Deimos called out. Yes, Master Laurent answered. His face was full of tear marks. You will have your sword returned to you in 3 days, at the jousting competition, Deimos said solemnly. Master. Shing. Deimos unsheathed his longsword and straightened it right in front of his chest. The weapon was Evil Destroyer, a blade only bequeathed to official holy knights. Wait until then. I swear on my honor and my faith. On that day, the blood of the wicked unbeliever will spill under my blade, Deimos declared. *****. More people gathered in Winslin in these 2 days, including various lords, nobles, merchants, knights, mercenaries, musical bands, minstrels, bards, and jesters. Winslin overflowed with vitality and energy as it eagerly awaited the beginning of the competition. Fights were commonplace, and more than 10 knights had already perished in duels even though the competition had yet to begin. Winslin's atmosphere was fiery and was engulfed in a strange madness. During the next couple of days, Eugene continued to stay in the campground and focused all his efforts on building up a relationship with the free knights. He was equally polite to all knights, and he did not spare any money and effort in treating everyone as if they were a guest in his territory. Eugene's incredible generosity even caused some knights who were staying in the inns at the village to move their residence to the campground. They heard that a feast happened every day in the campground. Damn it! I've already spent more than 200 silver coins. Of course, he still had plenty of money left, but Eugene could not help but feel regret at wasting so much money. But I will gain so much more. He was certain that he would benefit if he won the competition. The prize money was enormous in itself, and Eugene would be satisfied if the equipment bestowed to the winner was similar to wolf slaughter in value. And if I annihilate the opposing troops in the mock battle, he would surely allow me to participate in a subjugation, right? He would surely come across a red mana stone among the 3 evil lands located in the county. If he was lucky, he might even come across 2 or more red mana stones. Sir Eugene, let's get going. The free knights shouted while flocking towards him. Let us go, Eugene responded. They had decided to travel together to the venue of the night competition. As such, Eugene climbed onto Cillian's back before moving with the other knights. Will Sir Eugene be participating in the jousting competition? Naturally. What about all of you? Eugene responded. I've given up. I only have 1 set of armor, and if I lose, I do not have enough money to pay my ransom. Same with me. TSK. It seems everyone's in the same boat. The jousting competition was the most popular event in the night competition, and it attracted the most spectators. The charm of the jousting competition lay in the fact that 2 heavily armed knights would clash headfirst while galloping on their horses. The excitement of jousting was unparalleled. It was said that knights battled each other with maces and longswords in the past. But only wooden lances were allowed in competitions, due to the dangers of using real weapons. Still, the jousting competition was dangerous, and quite a few knights had been injured and killed during each competition. But this wasn't the only problem either. The loser of each of the events had to pay ransom to the victors. However, the losers of the swordsmanship competition only had to pay about 50 silver coins, while the losers of the jousting competition had to bear the costs related to their horses as well as the victors' horses. As such, it was incredibly rare for poor free knights to participate in jousting competitions. Many nobles would be willing to hire those who display their skills at the swordsmanship competition. Isn't it the same with the mock battles? The lords pay more attention to mock battles than the jousting competition. That's right. The losers have to pay their ransom for all the events, but there's still a possibility that an ally will come to your rescue in the mock battle. The free knights stemmed from shabby, lesser families, and they had traveled from place to place while living frugally. They were practically betting their entire lives on the swordsmanship competition and the mock battle. Am I the only one who will participate in the jousting competition here? Eugene said. The knights responded with enthusiastic expressions. Don't lose to those rich, snobby people, Sir Eugene. Don't lose heart, even if they may be from a barony or a viscounty. Technically, you also have your own territory in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula, right? Show them the spirit of the campground, Sir Eugene. Over the past few days, the free knights came to regard Eugene as an object of admiration. But they also felt a strange sense of kinship towards him as well. He was their role model, a knight who had carved his path with a single blade. In addition, he was also a generous person who knew the difficulties of being a wanderer and took care of free knights like themselves. Therefore, the free knights sincerely hoped for Eugene to defeat the rich knights who came from high-ranking noble families and win the competition. Since they could not participate anyways, they wanted to feel vicarious satisfaction through Eugene's victory. Well, since all of you are cheering me on, I must perform well. And if, Eugene paused before looking around at the dozens of free knights around him, then raised his voice. If I do not suffer any major injuries and have a chance to participate in the mock battle, I would like to fight honorably by all of your sides. All of us here have practiced true chivalry while wandering in the wilderness, so wouldn't you agree that we are peers to share comradeship with? Woo-ah! The free knights responded with a fierce cheer. Although Eugene's ability to be a leader was still developing, his generosity had drawn enthusiastic responses from the knights. Clotilde, you're even good at speaking now, sir. Where did you learn such cool words? Myrian asked. Where else could he have learned it apart from Galfredic? But Eugene remained silent as he continued on his journey. Soon, a large, oval-shaped stadium came into view. Oh! The knights are here. The spectators shouted excitedly when they saw Eugene and the Free Knights. They had been sitting around since early in the morning, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the knights. The other knights from the village and the castle hadn't arrived just yet, so the appearance of these shabby Free Knights was enough to arouse the crowd. Wow! Look at that black knight. It's plate armor. He couldn't be a Free Knight, right? Ah! He's taking off his helmet. Where are at? A timely gust of wind gently scattered Eugene's black hair. His pale skin and perfectly proportioned features were more than enough to garner the people's attention. Moreover, Kia, it's time for me to work my magic. Myrian shouted with an evil laugh before taking her place near Eugene's face. Once she shook her body, Eugene's skin became moist and his beauty became even more noticeable. Kia, this is the glow-up effect of water. Myrian shouted. But her arrogant voice was buried by the shouts of the spectators. Isn't he too handsome? Is he a half-elf by chance? Kidioarak. Sir. Over here. Please look over here. Most of the cheers were for Eugene. The other Free Knights had consumed nutritious meals for the past few days thanks to Eugene, and perhaps due to the glow-up they received some attention as well. Aim. Now. Move aside. The knights are coming through. The knights and aides walked proudly with their heads held high. Someone called out from afar with a brilliant smile while coming towards Eugene. Sir Eugene. It was Lancelot Drac. You arrived early, Eugene said. Ha ha. You're early as well, Sir Eugene, Lancelot responded. Did you come alone? What about the other knights? Eugene asked. They will be escorting the Count. Anyways, Lancelot said before looking around. Then, he inched closer to Eugene before whispering. I heard. You taught a harsh lesson to the aides of the Holy Knights. That wasn't me. It was my slave, Eugene replied. Who? Lancelot turned his eyes to Luke with an inquisitive expression. Luke was well armed in a high-end plate coat crafted by inserting a thin iron plate inside monster leather. He bowed towards Lancelot. Sir Drac. It's nice to see you again. Yes. So you were responsible for pummeling Sir Damo's aide? Lancelot asked. Yes. I only fulfilled my responsibility as a slave after he insulted my master, Luke responded. Ha ha ha. That's right. A slave should not stand still and let their master be insulted, Lancelot said in agreement. In principle, it was true. Slaves were properties of their owners, and they were required to move according to their owner's will. There were even cases when slaves would die to maintain their master's dignity when the latter lost an unexpected duel. But slaves would seldomly start a fight against the aid of other knights. Of course, there were very few slaves who were skilled enough to do so in the first place. You must have been trained as a knight, Lancelot said. Yes, sir. It has not been very long since you learned our language, has it? Judging from your accent. Branchia. Lancelot said. Ah, that's correct, Luke responded. Both Luke and Eugene were surprised by Lancelot's perceptiveness. Although Lancelot appeared quite young and seemed to be in his mid-20s, he seemed to possess a plethora of experience. It makes sense that you were able to pummel the aide of a holy knight. You must have participated in the crusade, right? Lancelot asked. Crusade. Luke responded while tilting his head. Lancelot answered with a smile. Well, you would have responded to your lord's call without knowing the details. Anyways, Sir Eugene, the master of the 8 whom your slave pummeled, Sir Deimos, will participate in the jousting competition. I'm sure he'll target you, so be careful, Lancelot warned. That will be beneficial for me, Eugene responded. What? Lancelot asked. The Holy Knights will organize an army in the mock battle, right? Wouldn't it be beneficial if I can reduce their numbers before the mock battle? Eugene answered. Lancelot could not hide his surprise. Eugene had casually declared that he would defeat one of the Holy Knights, those who were known as the Sword of the Church and the Constellations of Blood. His Excellency the Count of Winslin. Veep. The horn trumpet sounded a long note. A middle-aged man dressed in a royal purple robe decorated with golden threads entered the grounds while riding a white stallion under the escort of numerous nobles and knights. As soon as he made his appearance, everyone in the stadium paid their respects by taking off their hats and bowing their heads. I greet the Count. Count Winslin climbed to the seats reserved for the high-ranking nobles and made his way to the very top while receiving the greetings of many nobles. Eugene observed Count Winslin from afar. Wow! Look at how rich he looks. Look at that robe. Is it made of high-quality silk? I remember my seniors talking about such precious materials. Geek. How many rings does he have? Myrian exclaimed in a voice literally dripping with greed. Eugene paid no attention to her ramblings as he calmly observed the Count and his company with keen eyes. Although they were quite far away, Eugene could easily count the number of spots on their faces with his heightened sense of sight. Are those all of his children? There are quite a few of them. Some of them were only teenagers while others were in their mid to late 20s, but they all had arrogant expressions. All 3 sons and 2 daughters were dressed luxuriously, and they exuded a similar atmosphere to Count Winslin. Moreover, all of their eyes were directed at the knights who had been assigned to stay at the main castle. Some of the nobles and lords had already established relationships with the Holy Knights or knights from high-ranking families. In fact, that was one of the reasons why reputable knights were given residences in the main castle, Lancelot said nonchalantly after noticing where Eugene's gaze was headed. I see. Then why are you here? Your comrades are there, right? Eugene said while gesturing to a gathering of knights who were from the county's vassal families. Strictly speaking, we aren't comrades. The Golden Moon Knights and the Territorial Knights don't get along very well, Lancelot answered. Is that so? Eugene asked. Yes. Those knights over there are from the vassals of the county. As such, they possess various relationships with His Excellency's children. However, the Golden Moon Knights are under the Count's direct control, and we only receive the Count's direct orders. Well, I guess request might be a better term than order, Lancelot explained. It appeared to be a very unique system. Then, are you the only member of the Golden Moon Knights who will participate in the competition? Eugene asked. That's correct. 3 or 4 of us would have participated if it weren't for the Holy Knights, but because of them, it was decided that only I would participate in the mock battles, Lancelot answered. They must be quite dissatisfied, Eugene replied. Indeed, they are quite angry. They were forced to give up a chance to display their skills and make a name for themselves because of the uninvited guests. And what about you, sir? Do you want to participate in the jousting competition or the swordsmanship competition? Eugene asked. I don't like to show off my skills in front of others, Lancelot answered. Eugene was slightly surprised. From his experience, knights were hell-bent on gaining fame and spreading their name. It was only natural for knights to chase such values. I prefer real battles. To be honest, I believe that both the jousting and the swordsmanship competition are no different from gesturing around, Lancelot continued. Well, I agree with you as well. However, I will participate this time around because it's essential, Eugene answered. Of course. I knew that Sir Eugene would understand, Lancelot answered with a smile. Myrian could not hide her admiration after seeing his smile. Wow. He's not as handsome as you, but he's quite the looker as well. Eugene silently agreed since he couldn't converse with the spirit in front of Lancelot. However, to their surprise, Lancelot spoke with an intrigued smile. I've always wanted to ask this question, but where did you get that talkative spirit, Sir Eugene? Geek. Neither Myrian nor Eugene could hide their shock. But Lancelot continued with his gaze fixated on Eugene's shoulder. And Undine. How strange. You can see her? Eugene asked. Ha ha ha. I would have been disappointed if you tried to lie about it. Yes, I can see the spirit. Lancelot answered. Geek. Kiek. Myrian screamed intensely before quickly hiding behind Eugene. Ah, you don't have to think it strange. My grandfather is an elf, so I can see spirits as well, Lancelot explained. Ah, I see. It was understandable. In fact, Lancelot was the most handsome out of all the knights Eugene had met thus far. It was one of the reasons why I thought that Sir Eugene was not an ordinary knight from the beginning. As you know, it's uncommon for humans to become contracted with spirits, Lancelot added. I see. Ha ha. Lancelot could not help but chuckle after seeing Eugene's response. It was only natural for anyone to become wary after having an important secret revealed, but Eugene appeared mostly unaffected. Really, you truly are a man of great depth. Lancelot was once again impressed by Eugene. He continued after removing his gaze from Myrian. It should be starting soon. I wish you the best of luck, Sir Eugene. Clack. Eugene raised his visor and grabbed Cillian's reins before taking a step forward. I'll only be gesturing around anyways, but I will do my best, Eugene said. Ha ha ha. Lancelot's clear laugh rang behind his back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The jousting competition was fierce. 2 knights had already been seriously injured out of the 5 matches that had been held so far. To make things even worse, the 2 injured knights had been poor free knights who had made the decision to participate in the jousting competition despite their circumstances. Since victors could ask the loser for a ransom including the price of their own armor and horse, those without money would lose everything they possessed. Polsen. Polsen. Sir Mitren. Over here. Over here. You're the best, Baylor. However, the crowd was uninterested in the sobbing, pathetic losers, and instead only poured out praise and cheers for the winners. It was a harsh reality, but such an outcome was only natural in a competition that attempted to simulate an actual war. Veep. The next match. A trumpet horn echoed a long note, and the host of the jousting competition raised his voice with exaggerated movements. The shining holy knight of Borsia. Sir Cetrang of the Deimos family. Woo-era-wa-wa. The cheers of the crowd pierced the sky at the appearance of a holy knight. This was the first appearance of a member of the rumored group. It was extremely hard for ordinary people to see holy knights in person. Deimos made his appearance on horseback. He wore an extra layer of armor on top of his plate armor for the jousting competition, and a black feather representing the holy knights was attached to his helmet. Deimos looked proud and confident, befitting his reputation as a holy knight. And Sir Deimos' opponent is. The gazes of spectators headed to the other side of the stadium at the host's cry. But after seeing Eugene's appearance, their eyes were quickly filled with shock. Unlike Deimos, Eugene wasn't wearing any extra armor or even a breastplate according to the standards for jousting competitions. Instead, he was simply equipped in a black armor. Huh. The armor looks quite luxurious, but is that going to be enough? TSK. It seems like an ignorant rookie is blindly chasing after fame. He's going to lose his armor if he loses. Deimos smiled coldly while listening to the voices of the crowd. So you're the one, heretic. I will cripple you in the name of God. And I will dedicate your armor and horse to the church, Deimos muttered. His colleagues were also carefully scrutinizing Eugene at the same time. From how he looks, I can't feel anything special from him. But I can see that his armor is very expensive and luxurious, Ayat remarked while greedily looking over Eugene's armor. Dirt slowly nodded. I see. But sometimes, there are knights who possess incredible techniques that are unbeknownst to the world in these types of competitions. I only hope that it's not the case with that knight. Ha ha. Don't you know that Sir Deimos is one of the strongest knights in our branch of brothers? Moreover, his skill with the spear is within the top 3. As long as that heretic's armor isn't coated with magic, Sir Deimos' victory is inevitable, Ayad posited. Although Dirt nodded as if agreeing with Ayad, a fierce light remained in his eyes as he stared at Eugene. Boom! 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 A large drum resounded 3 times, and the horses of the 2 knights kicked off the ground. The distance between the two was about 50 meters. Normally, the distance between 2 competitors in a jousting match should be about 30 meters, but it had been purposely expanded to enhance the thrill and excitement of the match. Do. What? Ayat and Dirch could not hide their astonishment, and the same was true for the other knights who were watching the match. Eugene's steed, Cillian, was far too swift compared to Deimos' horse. Do. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. The distance narrowed in an instant, and the wooden lances of the 2 knights were about to collide as the distance further shortened to about 2.5 meters. Ni3. What? Deimos' horse suddenly reared on its hind legs, and the tip of his lance was rerouted in an instant. The cause of the sudden event was the momentary exudation of Eugene's fear, but unfortunately, no one could ever know the truth except Deimos and his horse. Thuck! Eugene's wooden lance accurately struck the bottom part of Deimos' helmet, and the weapon shattered into a million pieces upon impact. The weapons had been designed in such a way to minimize shock upon impact. Ooh! The crowd exclaimed, and Deimos fell from his saddle, or rather, was thrown several meters back before crashing on the ground. Boom! Deimos lay unmoving after falling with a loud thud. Hurry up! Quickly! Servants quickly rushed to Deimos' side. After a while, the referee shook his head with a solemn expression and crossed his arms into the shape of an X. That means. The nobles were shocked after seeing the referee's gesture. This was the first time that the gesture was used today, and it represented the death of a participant. The winner is Sir Jan of the Eugene family. A huge roar engulfed the entire stadium like a storm. Clop, clop, clop. Eugene pulled on Cillian's reins before taking off his helmet. Sir Eugene. You're the best. Wow. Sir Eugene. Eugene's gaze skirted past the cheering crowd and came to a stop at the 2 holy knights. They were standing frozen with devastated expressions. Even though the holy knights were located quite far from Eugene, Dirt immediately noticed that Eugene was looking his way. His eyes widened with shock after reading Eugene's lips. You're next. Eugene had mouthed the words before once again pulling on Cillian's rein. Clop, clop, clop. I'll kill you. You bastard, I will gut you. Eugene could hear the other holy knight shouting amid the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd, but he simply dismissed it. None of the holy knights were destined to leave the Windslan County alive anyway. Asterisk. That was a great match, Sir Eugene Count Windslan commented. He was a noble with a very solemn face, befitting his status as a great noble. I am embarrassed that you have complimented me for my meager talents. I am satisfied knowing that you enjoyed watching my bout, Eugene answered. What a humble knight you are. Present Sir Eugene with the coronet, Count Windslan instructed. Yes. The youngest-looking girl of Count Windslan's children stood up and shyly hung a coronet on Eugene's wooden lance. Geek. This little wench. Even though she's so young, she dares to look at Sir Eugene with such lewd eyes. Scram. Shoo. Myrian fussed. However, it wasn't only Ida. All of Count Winslown's children were observing Eugene with passionate eyes. A knight strong enough to defeat a holy knight in a single blow was extremely rare, and nobles couldn't help but covet such a gem. It seems there was a reason why the letter of recommendation was so thunderous. "You are definitely as good as it said," Count Winslow declared. "You flatter me, Your Excellency. I lacked the skills to prevent the unfortunate accident. I apologize for that." Eugene bowed his head while acting remorseful for killing Deimos, even though he felt not a drop of guilt. "Don't worry too much about Sir Deimos' departure to God's side in the unfortunate accident," Count Winslow assured Eugene. "What?" Eugene carefully raised his head. Count Winslow continued with a stern expression. "It is unprecedented for holy knights to participate in knight competitions. As such, they signed memorandums promising not to hold my family or the opposing knights responsible in case they suffered serious injuries or died." "Oh, I see." Eugene felt great joy, but he didn't show it. Wasn't this essentially a free pass that would allow him to kill Dirt and the other holy knight without any penalties? Judging by the Count's expression, such measures must have been prepared beforehand. Just as it was with Essandra, it seems that all great nobles have a few slithering snakes in them. "Then, I must prepare for my next match, so please excuse me," Eugene said. Of course, the Count answered politely before clapping, and the rest of the nobles in the honored seats followed suit. "Luke, go get those things," Eugene said. "Yes, master." Luke answered in an excited voice before running to the people who were moving Deimos' body. Luke was thrilled. Soon, he returned with a disappointed expression after seemingly arguing with the opponents. "The other holy knight stated that he could not give us the armor and the sword. Instead, he gave me this," Luke stated. Eugene confirmed the contents of the leather pocket given to him by Luke with regret. 300 silver coins isn't bad either," Eugene said. He coveted the armaments of the Holy Knight, which contained divine power, but there was no helping it. Moreover, the one who dies last won't be able to pay with coins anyways. Eugene's eyes sank coldly as he met the gaze of the Holy Knights. They were glaring at him with furious, threatening eyes. But the hunt had just begun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After winning his first match, Eugene only participated in one more match before advancing to the finals. All of his opponents had forfeited after witnessing Eugene's 2 matches. Considering that knights valued reputation and victory greatly, this was an extremely unusual situation. However, on the other hand, it was only natural. Sir Lucius, who had been considered as one of the strongest candidates for the competition, had been defeated in a single exchange during Eugene's second match. After having his horse and armor robbed by Eugene, Sir Lucius was left lying unconscious on the ground for nearly 30 minutes wearing nothing but his underwear. His appearance was more than sufficient for Eugene's next opponents to give up. In the end, Eugene came to face a mercenary captain after advancing to the finals by fighting only 2 matches. "Ha ha ha ha. Sir. It seems you made it all the way here due to luck. However, I, Palacios, can shatter even luck with my spear." Before the match began, the mercenary captain shouted with an arrogant attitude. But he was thrown off his horse after only 1 exchange and was unfortunately killed on the spot when his own horse stomped on his throat. The champion of the jousting competition is Sir Jan Eugene. The loud shout of the host caused the crowd to explode into a loud cheer. Following the customs of the competition, Eugene slowly circled around the stadium as dozens of wreaths landed around him, although some were lucky enough to get caught on Eugene's lance. Eugene recalled Galfredic's advice and nodded at those who were throwing the flowery crowns at him. Ah. Oh my. To put it nicely, most knights were manly, which meant that they possessed rather burly, hideous appearances. As such, Eugene's beautiful, refined face was sufficient to drain the souls of all the women, regardless of their status or age. Geek. Keek. Back. Get away, you wenches. Stop flirting with him. He's mine. He's mine. Myrian shouted angrily. It appeared as if she had devolved from the spirit of desire to the spirit of jealousy. Eugene simply ignored her and directed Cillian to the seats of honor, where Count Winslan and the other nobles were seated. What an excellent match, champion. Count Winslan praised Eugene with excitement in his voice. His heart rate is completely normal. If this had been an acting competition, Eugene was certain that Count Winslan would have taken home the championship. As such, he inwardly dismissed the meaningless praise. The Count's speech lasted for a while, and afterward, Lancelot slowly crept up to Eugene's side. Geek. Myrian screamed with fear and voluntarily dived into Eugene's leather pocket. Great work today, Sir Eugene. Thanks to you, I was able to witness something amusing, Lancelot said. Something amusing? Eugene asked. Yes. I have never seen such angry holy knights before. Lancelot answered. According to his words, Jung Dirt and his colleague had returned to the castle earlier after recovering Damo's body. I heard them say that they would kill you, probably more than 20 times. They will surely be determined to do so tomorrow, Lancelot continued. I see, Eugene answered calmly. Lancelot grinned after seeing Eugene's reaction. It seems that there is no reason for me to worry. By the way, what about tomorrow? Lancelot asked. His question contained a plethora of meanings. Eugene passed by him, just as he had done in the morning, while answering quietly. I have a feeling that there will be quite a few unfortunate accidents during the competition this time around. Well, I guess it could only be considered fortunate events for those holy knights, since they had always wanted to depart to the side of God. Q ha ha. Lancelot laughed without realizing it. The more he interacted with Eugene, the more he found the man to be strangely charming. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'll kill him. That heretic. I had shouted in fury while breaking all the furniture and ornaments in his room. The servants and aides were stricken with fear, and they did not dare to enter the room. Dirt became lost in his thoughts while watching his colleague. After a while, he muttered while stroking his chin. Something's weird. You think so as well, right? Ayad jerked his head while huffing. That man must have used evil magic. There should have been no reason for Damo's horse to have been scared like that, right? Ayad continued. That should be the case. Specifically, that feeling, Dirt recalled the moment before Damo's clashed with Eugene. Just before Damo's horse had reared, Dirt had felt something eerie. It had been a strange feeling, something different from the monsters of the evil lands, something that could only be detected by holy knights who had trained and developed their divine powers for a long time. Sir Ayad. Jan Eugene. That man may not be human, Dirt stated. What? Is that true? Ayad asked. Jung Dirt was famous among the younger holy knights for his deep-rooted faith. Moreover, he possessed a very good intuition and was often responsible for detecting monsters or undead even without utilizing his divine power. I think it will be better for us to use our evil destroyers when we face off against him during tomorrow's swordsmanship competition, just in case, Dirt said. If you say so, then I'll do as such, Ayad answered with a nod. He grabbed a longsword that stood tall along with the rest of his luggage on one side of the residence. With this, we will know for certain even if he suffers a small wound. Ayad declared. The evil destroyer had a circular pommel engraved with a radial pattern, and its silver blade was etched with lines of prayer. It was a special weapon used by holy knights when dealing with monsters or undead. If an undead creature or a monster that possessed a mana stone was injured by the blade, their identity would be revealed. Yes. And if he is indeed an evil creature, we could use it to pressure Count Winslan as well. We can get revenge for Deimos and make a great contribution at the same time. Dirt declared. Good. Ayad responded. Shing. Ayad's reflection could be seen on the glistening blade of the holy sword. But his eyes were filled with eerie, ghastly energy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Clang. Thunk. Kugh. A metallic ring was followed by a dull thud and a groan. What a mess. Who were the knights that instructed you? Did they go easy on you because you were a girl? Or because of your father? Galfredic said. Not at all. Kugh. Selena shouted while dangling in the air with her collar held in Galfredic's hand. The burly knight clicked her tongue before letting her go. Of course, he wasn't gentle in placing her down. Selena groaned after being tossed to the ground like a sack of potatoes. She stood back up while massaging her neck. And you thought you could become Master's aide with that much skill? No, rather, you thought he was rather lacking, didn't you? Galfredic said. That's. Even slave number 1 is much stronger than you. Moreover, he has a lot of experience even though he is only 3 or 4 years older than you. So, someone like you would dare. Galfredic said. Selena's face turned red once again. Before, it had been due to a lack of air, but it was due to shame this time around. Although she was never actually stripped naked, Galfredic's words were as fierce as his excellent swordsmanship. It was to the point where she had cried more times because of his harsh criticism rather than the pain from being beaten up during her training. It was even more upsetting that she couldn't refute his words since all he said were the truth. Do you think that the monsters in evil lands or enemies on the battlefield will treat you like the knights from your family? Oh, little Missy Knight Tilda, you must be so tired. Why don't we take a little break, Tilda? Oh, what? You were injured, Tilda. Why don't you consume a mana stone before we continue, Tilda? Is that what you're expecting? Galfredic scolded. Is the training too tough? What you're receiving now is what I went through when I was 12. Are you trying to indirectly confess that you're worse than a 12-year-old? Have you never taken care of your equipment? What kind of an aide can't even take care of their master's armor? What are you good at then, knitting? What? You can't even do that. I will give you a choice. If you want to be a knight, stay, and if you want to be a lady, go back to your aunt's castle right now. You can continue learning swordsmanship as a hobby, just as you did so until now. Selena was about to go insane. It felt as if each of the savage knight's words were stabbing her lungs. She finally came to realize that the knights at her castle had gone easy on her during training. I was but a frog in a well. Galfredic alone seemed to be stronger than most of the knights at her castle, but he hadn't even been sworn in yet. She had mistakenly thought that she could be sworn in within a year or two, even though she couldn't even receive a single blow from Galfredic. She wanted to hide in a hole somewhere. But despite the embarrassment, Selena felt somewhat relieved. It was difficult at first, but after acknowledging her shortcomings, it felt as if her eyes had been opened. Anyways, how strong is Sir Eugene then? Selena had a sudden thought. As such, she carefully asked Galfredic. Master. Sir Eugene is incredibly strong, right? Very strong, Galfredic answered. How strong is he exactly? Do you perhaps know of Sir Taylor? How strong is Sir Eugene compared to Sir Taylor? Selena asked. Sir Taylor was one of Selena's favorite knights and a famed knight of the previous generation. He was famous as the Ogre Slayer. There were many legendary tales regarding Sir Taylor, and his stories were a regular repertoire of minstrels and bards. Taylor? Who is that? Galfredic asked. Why, you know. Don't you know the legend of Wolf Slaughter? He's the one who defeated an ogre with it. Selena quietly trailed off. She was somewhat disappointed that Galfredic didn't know about her idol. Wolf Slaughter. That's Master's sword. Galfredic stated. What? What? Selena exclaimed with shock. Galfredic shrugged. It's the sword that Master uses. He was satisfied that it was a very good sword. I don't know who that is, but this Sir Taylor, he must have been quite strong. Galfredic said. Selena could not believe that Sir Eugene owned the sword of her favorite knight. She stood frozen in place, her mouth wide agape in shock. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That's. On the second day of the competition, both the vassals of the county and the direct descendants of the family were dumbstruck. Eugene's short sword, which was easily slicing through chainmail as if it was a freshly baked bread, was a sword they knew very well. W. Wolf Slaughter. Why is Sir Taylor's famed sword in the hands of that knight? Is he Lord Fairkild's knight? The nobles of the county could not hide their astonishment after witnessing the return of a famed blade to its home after more than 20 years. A satisfactory smile appeared on Count Winslown's face after seeing the noble's reactions. He had married off his daughter due to a relationship from the past, even though he had not been particularly fond of his son-in-law. But now, it seemed as though he needed to re-evaluate his son-in-law. After getting married to his daughter, Viscount Fairkild had not been in touch with him for a while. So when he suddenly sent a letter recommending a knight from the countryside, Count Winslow had been befuddled. But when he found out that there were quite a few unusual rumors surrounding the knight, he sent someone to invite the knight to participate in the knight competition. Now, it appeared as though he had netted a bigger fish than he expected. My son-in-law has an eye for talent. Count Winslow nodded with satisfaction as Wolf Slaughter sliced the opposing knight's blade into 2 pieces. Eugene weaved past the opponent's guard in a ghastly fashion, then placed his blade against the small gap between the knight's helmet and armor. Doo-hoo. The Count forgot his dignity and jumped up with a shout after witnessing the amazing sight. Eugene's incredible performance was a combination of an amazing sword technique, power, and the famed blade. Incredible. This is incredible. That is a knight who is worthy of Wolf Slaughter and Sir Taylor's honor. You could even call him Sir Taylor's reincarnation. Ha ha ha. The Count exclaimed in a bout of rare praise, and the nobles became wide-eyed with surprise. Simultaneously, their intuition alerted them if the Black Knight played a decisive role in the upcoming mock battle in 2 days, they might be able to see the birth of a directly appointed vassal after a long time. After winning his first match using Wolf Slaughter, Eugene chose to utilize his battle axe and mace to win the following battles. Although Wolf Slaughter was a great sword, it wasn't all too effective against opponents armed in plate armor. Naturally, there were some knights who chose to stick with their longsword or short sword, but those who had received proper training considered such an act to be foolish. It was the basics of battle to choose weapons according to the situation and their opponents. As such, although it was called a swordsmanship competition, blunt weapons capable of smashing through heavy armor appeared more frequently as the competition continued. Rather than a swordsmanship competition, it was more appropriate to call it a series of duels. Since Eugene acquired all of Galfredic's skills after taking him in as a vassal, he was able to show off overwhelming skills in the confrontations. However, the matches were vastly different from yesterday's events. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kugh. Firmino, a free knight, stumbled backward after receiving a powerful blow to the shield held in his right hand. Eugene took the opportunity and narrowed the distance, then swung his mace without missing a beat. Firmino reflexively stepped forward with his short sword. Clang. However, Eugene's gauntlet blocked Firmino's frantic blow, and Eugene's mace struck his helmet. Kugh. Firmino staggered with a scream. Shuik. He attempted to regain his balance, but the mace was falling toward his head again. It was an unavoidable blow. Ugh. Firmino screamed with his eyes closed. But the expected blow never came. Firmino slowly opened his eyes. The mace, which had been falling towards him with an unstoppable force, remained unmoving right in front of his eyes. Firmino trembled while biting his lips, Then he spoke with a bow. I lost. The winner is Sir Jan Eugene. Awawa. The crowd once again erupted into thunderous shouts and applause when the officiate announced the results of the battle. However, Eugene did not return the passionate cheers of the crowd and instead stretched out his hand towards Firmino. That was impressive swordsmanship, Sir Eugene said respectfully. Firmino's eyes filled with shock. He soon breathed a long sigh and took Eugene's hand. How cool. You're the best, Sir Eugene. A knight who knows honor. You both fought great. The crowd's enthusiasm only grew at the sight. The beautiful scene was akin to a moment from a romance story, where the winner consoled the loser as a fellow knight. Moreover, it helped greatly that the winner was the champion of the jousting competition from the day before. Sir, about the ransom, Firmino started. There is no need. I am satisfied to have crossed blades with you, Sir Eugene interrupted. Firmino expressed his surprise. However, Eugene gave a light bow before leaving without hesitation. Keek. Again. Are you really doing this? We have to save every coin we could save to build ourselves a castle suitable for the future demon Lord Myrian spoke with regret, but Eugene didn't respond as he headed to the shade on the sidelines. Master, please have some water. Luke hurried to Eugene's side and held out a wooden cup with an excited face. I will get you the best water. Sir, wait a minute. Myrian shouted excitedly before darting into her leather pocket to literally excrete some of her best water, but Eugene quickly placed the cap over the pocket. Keek. Keek. He could feel her thrashing around, but Eugene didn't care. This is the third one, right? That's amazing. I can't believe he defeated 3 knights in a row without taking a break. But no one's dead, right? I thought he was a cold-blooded knight without any mercy. It's unexpected. In addition, he doesn't ask for the ransom from his opponents. As I expected, he is a man of true honor. The other knights whispered while stealing gazes at Eugene. Although the swordsmanship competition wasn't as dangerous as the jousting competition, it still had its risks. In fact, there had already been several fatalities during the swordsmanship competition. But unlike yesterday's jousting competition, none of Eugene's opponents had died, and Eugene also hadn't exercised his right to ask for a ransom from his opponent as the victor. His actions were sufficient to change the attitudes of the knights who were jealous of Eugene or had looked at him unfavorably. It's a good thing that I chose not to kill them. Congratulations, Sir Eugene. This is already your 3rd victory, Lancelot whispered. It seemed the knight had once again snuck up after witnessing Eugene's match. Eugene answered after turning his head, even if you aren't close with them, shouldn't you be over there? It's fine. No one cares about what I do anyway, Lancelot answered while looking at the group of knights with a smile. He continued. By the way, are you intentionally not asking your opponents to pay the ransom? Everyone is poor. They are different from the knights who made their residence in the castle, Eugene answered. Most of the participants in yesterday's jousting competition had been high-profile knights with residence in Windslan Castle. Plate armor and equipment for the jousting competition were extremely expensive, and it was extremely rare for free knights to possess such valuable items. However, one could participate in the swordsmanship competition with just chainmail or a plaid coat. Of course, the loser had to pay their ransom, but many free knights participated in the matches because everyone's ransom was fixed at 50 silver coins. As I expected. Thanks to your actions, it seems as if those who were staying at the inns are re-evaluating your character, not to mention those who were with you at the campground. They understand that you are an honorable knight who knows chivalry, Lancelot said. He looked at Eugene in a new light. But Eugene wasn't acting in pursuit of chivalry and honor. Then, they might consider joining the group I'll form during the mock battle, Eugene stated. I don't know about the knights from the castle, but maybe those who were staying in the village. Don't tell me. Lancelot exclaimed as if he suddenly understood. Eugene responded in a quiet voice, "It's better to have more knights, right?" Eugene's plan was to recruit not only the knights from the campground but all those who were staying in the village as well. As such, he did not demand ransom from the losers of his matches, unlike in the jousting competition. "If I could have it my way, I would rob them of everything they have, but I must endure it for the greater good." Eugene hid his innermost thoughts while continuing. "I heard that the Holy Knights and those from the main castle have already formed a group to participate in the mock battle. Is that true?" "Yes. There's the matter with their statuses as well, and it's common for knights of similar levels to gather and form a unit," Lancelot answered. Then they will have about 40 people. I guess they are planning to fill the rest of the ranks with hired mercenaries, right? They are practically overflowing with money. In addition, they look down on free knights. They truly believe that they are the only true, honorable knights, Lancelot replied. Although Lancelot spoke in a soft tone, Eugene felt as if he was mocking them. But Lancelot was correct. Noble knights were born into wealthy, affluent families where they received a thorough education, and were essentially plastered with expensive equipment. As such, they avoided mingling with free knights. This was because noble knights only considered themselves to be true knights who knew honor and dignity. For them, free knights were simply arrogant, stubborn beggars who couldn't differentiate sticks from stones. On the other hand, holy knights were famous even amongst knights, and this was why many noble knights were desperate to join the ranks of the holy knights. Including their aides and the mercenaries, the actual number of troops must be quite large, Eugene stated. That's right. Moreover, it's human instinct to align oneself with the advantageous side. In the end, no matter how merciful you are during the competition, it's still unknown how many of them will actually join your side, Lancelot said. You have a point. However, quite a few of them will change their minds after the final match of the swordsmanship competition, Eugene remarked. What? Lancelot asked. He already knew that Eugene was strong, and there was a high chance that he would win the swordsmanship competition as well. But what did that have to do with choosing sides in the upcoming mock battle? Master, your next opponent has been decided. The match will start in 30 minutes. Luke reported after rushing over. Eugene nodded before responding. Good. Who is my opponent? The Lord of Colben, Baron Eindolf, Luke answered. Baron Eindolf. Is he in the main castle? Eugene asked after turning his gaze towards Lancelot. Yes, Lancelot answered. Then he should be in the same group as the Holy Knights during the mock battle, right? Eugene asked. Well, most likely, Lancelot replied. Good, Eugene stated. Good. What is he talking about? Lancelot's curiosity was resolved 30 minutes later. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Boom. Baron Eindolf was knocked far away with a battle axe embedded in his chest plate. Kugh. Well, he managed to keep his life thanks to the expensive armor, but his cough was mixed with blood due to his broken ribs. Master. My lord. Baron Eindolf's aide and servants hurried to his side and loaded his body onto a stretcher. The winner is Sir Jan Eugene. The officiate declared, and Eugene left behind the loud cheers and approached Baron Eindolf. The Baron's aides paused, believing that the Honorable Black Knight would offer a word of comfort to their master, just as he had done until now. But what Eugene said after taking off his helmet caught them by surprise. You need to pay the ransom. He has a title, land, and I heard he even hired mercenaries to join the same unit as the Holy Knights. Hurry up and pay the ransom, Eugene continued. Why, yes. The aides hurriedly answered before counting silver coins and putting them in a leather pocket. They politely offered the bag of coins while noticing the cold glint in Eugene's eyes. Eugene tasked Luke to retrieve the ransom before heading towards the shade in the sideline. The observing knights started whispering after witnessing Eugene's unexpected action. Why did he ask for the ransom this time? I'm not sure. And look, even though he didn't kill his opponent, Baron Eindolf is basically crippled. With an injury like that, even if he consumes a mana stone every day, he will be bedridden for at least 10 days. Is he trying to prevent his opponents from participating in the mock battle? No way. Lancelot frowned while eavesdropping on the knights' conversations. Perhaps. Lancelot hurried to the officiate and asked about Eugene's next opponent. Baron von of Belmont, the officiate answered. Is he staying in the main castle? Lancelot asked. As far as I know, he is staying in the annex, not the main castle, the officiate replied. Even though most of the knights who were staying at the annex were without titles, they were already sworn into a lord. As such, it was almost certain that they would fight with the holy knights as well. Now. A strange smile came to Lancelot's lips as he realized something. 30 minutes later, the match between Eugene and Baron von concluded just as Lancelot predicted. Cura. Baron von collapsed on the muddy floor with a pained scream before struggling. Wah. Ugh. He continued to shout. Master. Baron von's aides flocked to his sides. His arms were bent in strange, unnatural ways, and tears continued to flow down his face. Eugene had overpowered his opponent with his bare hands this time around. The ransom, Eugene calmly said. What? He has a title, land, and I heard he even hired mercenaries to join the same unit as the Holy Knights, right? Hurry up and pay the ransom. Eugene continued. Baron von's aides were struck speechless. Eugene was repeating the same words from the previous match. Unless they were a fool, anyone could recognize Eugene's intentions. Is he saying that he is going to cripple anyone who joins a unit other than his? They understood Eugene's intention perfectly. T, that evil heretic. Is he choosing to inflict serious injuries only on the sirs who are planning to fight alongside us? Iad gritted his teeth. He himself had already achieved 5 consecutive victories. He had been doubtful when Baron Eindolf suffered broken ribs, but he became certain when 2 more knights were left in a crippled state after Baron von. Only the knights from prominent noble families who decided to fight with the Holy Knights were left with serious injuries and were forced to pay their ransoms. HMPH. Does he really think that the others will betray us? It's vile, disgusting, and stupid. Would you not agree, Sir Dirt? Iad continued. Yes. I do not think that the others will betray us. However, Dirt said. Iad responded. Dirt was looking toward the group of knights who were from the village within the castle. He spoke with a serious expression. They are gathering while feeling vicarious satisfaction with the heretic. I must take care of him in the finals, Iad said. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned to his aide before instructing, bring the holy sword. Yes, sir. Iad checked his equipment once again after putting on a belt holding the longsword of the church. All of his weapons, including the longsword, contained silver. The weapons themselves were of excellent quality, but their true power would come into effect against monsters with mana stones or the undead. In addition, his plate armor was lavishly decorated with silver, and it was infused with the divine power of a high priest. Iad unsheathed his longsword. Zeeting. The sword revealed its slim figure while emanating a clear, resonant sound. The blade symbolized the faith of the Holy Knights and the honor of the church. Even if you don't kill him, you must leave a mark on his body, Sir Iad Dirt said. Leave it to me. I will reveal the true identity of that heretic to the whole world, Iad answered with confidence. Exposing the heretic's true identity would be equivalent to achieving their purpose in participating. Iad headed toward the stadium, where the final match was scheduled to take place. This is what everyone has been waiting for. The finals. The final round will finally begin. The officiate shouted enthusiastically. Where are at? The audience roared louder than ever to greet the grand finale of the exciting competition. After half a day of non-stop action, the closing act of the swordsmanship competition was about to begin. In addition, the expectations and excitement of the crowd grew to unprecedented levels because one of the finalists was the champion of the jousting competition. Do you think Sir Eugene will win once again? Who knows? Holy knights possess excellent swordsmanship and they can even use divine power, right? Divine power. I thought that only worked against monsters. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. You can't dismiss the power of prayer and faith. There are so many knights who won their battles with deep faith. That's right. There's even a story that a knight who was dying was miraculously revived and killed all the monsters surrounding him as soon as he recited a prayer, right? Most of their chatters were ridiculous, childish stories, but they were mixed with some truths as well. Anyways, if Sir Eugene wins the swordsmanship competition, it'll be a twin crown. Twin crown, it was a term to refer to the knight who had won both the jousting and the swordsmanship competition. There had only been a few knights in history who ever achieved a twin crown in the numerous competitions, including Count Winslan. In the first place, one needed to be extremely lucky and skilled to win the jousting championship without suffering any injuries before participating in the swordsmanship competition. A twin crown. If Sir Eugene wins, it will be the first in a long time. How long has it been exactly? 16 years. There has been no one since Sir Craphomos. Didn't he go on to become a lord of the empire? Rumor has it that he was made a count of the empire. I heard that he became a king. Apparently, he got a really lucky marriage. The crowd started to converse about the last appearance of a twin crown. It became apparent that anyone capable of achieving a twin crown would go on to be very successful. The audience's expectations for the upcoming match grew even more. Will you be okay, sir? If you are cut or stabbed by the Holy Knight's weapon, your identity as a member of the Knight's tribe will be revealed. Myrian voiced her worries to Eugene, who was waiting for his opponent in the middle of the stadium. I'll be fine. You should get inside and hide. We don't know who else might be able to see you, Eugene responded. Got it. Myrian shouted before hurriedly jumping into her leather pocket. It was a necessary precaution since it was possible that there were others similar to Lancelot, the champion of the jousting competition, the black-haired prince, the Black Knight, Sir Jan Eugene, and his opponent, the Apostle of God and the Guardian of Faith, the Constellation of Blood, Sir Vital Zayed. The officiate introduced the two competitors in a rowdy fashion. Eugene stared at his opponent as the Holy Knight stood up from his seat. Eugene narrowed his eyes. He saw the Holy Knight placing something in his mouth as he lowered his helmet. What is that? Could it be? Eugene's eyes glinted coldly as a thought suddenly came to mind. In the meantime, Ayad made his way to the middle of the stadium. I should assume that his skills are on par with Dirt for him to have made it to the finals without suffering any injuries, and that all Holy Knights use the same sword technique. Eugene recalled his battles with Dirt during his previous life. At that time, he hadn't awakened as an origin. But he hadn't been helpless either, since he consumed quite a bit of human blood at that time. If he had to give an approximation of his power from the previous life, it would have been similar to the time just before he entered the Tywine family's dungeon. I didn't know anything about swordsmanship. I only relied on my instincts and vampiric powers to fight. He had been no match for young Dirt. He had literally been toyed with. If Dirt wished, he could have finished off Eugene at any time. But Dirt had deliberately taken his time and pretended to struggle to elicit a dramatic response from Eugene. Heretic, the Holy Knight quietly uttered after stopping a few meters in front of Eugene. Shing. He unsheathed his long sword. The Holy Knight's blade was the same as the weapon that Dirt carried in Eugene's previous life. The silver armor, which was painted red in various spots, was the same as well. I have already figured out your wicked methods. Today, I will reveal your identity to the entire world, I had said bitterly. As I thought. Eugene smiled coldly. Indeed, holy knights lived up to their name. It was clear that the two holy knights had detected the fear Eugene released during the jousting match against Deimos, even though it had lasted for only a fraction of a second. This must be why they had chosen a sword used to battle against monsters and the undead. But that wasn't all. The object that Ayad had consumed a moment ago, there was only one thing for a knight to consume when he was faced against his mortal enemy. Consuming an antimana stone. He's insane. It was clear that Ayad had refrained from using the drug until now to avoid any suspicion. It should take about 10 minutes for an antimana stone to be completely absorbed, right? Eugene recalled a piece of information he heard from Ro-Rai while slowly lifting Wolf Slaughter. Here I come, the holy knight uttered in a grave voice before taking a stance. The strange energy surrounding the knight's body condensed into the longsword. A wizard like Ro-Rai would have been able to sense the energy, even if she couldn't see it. But right now, Eugene was the only one who could see the holy knight's energy. Who are up? The holy knight shouted and charged. He spun his longsword above his head as he ran. It was a sword technique unique to the holy knights to distract and confuse their opponents. Shuik. The holy knight's longsword drew a sharp line through the air along with a loud shockwave. It was a fierce, exquisite attack that Eugene couldn't have avoided in his previous life. This time, Eugene simply shifted his steps to dodge the attack and drew his own blade horizontally. The attack was aimed at the holy knight's armpit, which was one of the gaps that existed in the plate armors of holy knights. Clang. The opponent reacted unbelievably fast and slapped Eugene's blade away. Sheik. The two knights quickly widened the distance after exchanging blows in the blink of an eye. The audience erupted into a clamor. Even though it had only been a single exchange, the battle between the two masters was breathtaking and electrifying. As if intoxicated by the cheers, the holy knight started to once again rotate his weapon above his head while spinning around. Shitting. Sheeing. Eugene's gaze kept pace with the direction of the holy knight's movement. However, his gaze wasn't fixated on the knight himself, but rather the hazy, translucent power that was trailing behind his longsword. When I was stabbed by Gert's sword in my previous life, I felt as if I had been burned by something. Back then, I assumed it to be his divine power. But that didn't seem to be the case. Eugene was certain that the object his opponent consumed earlier, presumed to be an antimana stone, had imbued him with some sort of power. It had been the same with dirt in Eugene's past life and with the Templars of the monastery in the labyrinth. The incredibly fast, powerful movements of Ayad in blocking Eugene's blow a moment ago were the most definite proof of this. Then, Eugene made up his mind. Shoo. Eugene's red eyes explosively radiated with vampire fear. It was invisible to the human eye, and in an instant, it condensed and swirled around the holy knight's figure. Ayad flinched and shrank back for an instant. Even the forbidden power of an antimana stone wasn't capable of completely resisting the fear from a highest-ranking vampire. Shuak. Eugene's body shot forward like a spring. The holy knight belatedly came to his senses and swung his sword. Although Eugene could have dodged the attack, he continued forward. From his experiences battling dirt, he knew that avoiding the straightforward attack would result in the holy knight chaining his attacks into a relentless assault. Instead, Eugene drew closer to the ground and raised his left hand to change the longsword's trajectory with his gauntlet. It worked. Consuming an antimana stone granted the user twofold or threefold their normal strength. As such, Ayad fully expected his sword to chop off the arms of the heretic. Clang. But as soon as he felt his blade deflect off the ominous black gauntlet, Ayad instinctively knew that something was wrong. But as always, it was already too late. Crack. Eugene ignored the pain of the blade shattering his left arm and stabbed Wolf Slaughter forward at an angle. It was aimed at the tiniest break in the Holy Knight's armor, a gap big enough to barely fit a single, thin blade between his armor and helmet. Fuck. Eugene's blade dug under Ayad's chin and fully penetrated his head, coming to a stop when it reached the hard, metallic helmet from the inside. The Holy Knight stood motionless like a statue for a moment with his hands hanging limp. Soon, blood began to flow like a stream from inside his helmet. The victor of the match was indisputable, but all the spectators simply remained unmoving with their mouths agape. They had expected a fierce, raging battle between the two knights. No one had expected it to end so quickly. Moreover, the Holy Knight had advanced to the finals without suffering a single injury but unexpectedly died at the hands of his opponent. The winner is Sir Eugene. The officiate hurriedly shouted after waking from his daze, and a delayed, but powerful roar swept the entire stadium. Where are Tilda? But not everyone was impressed and thrilled with Eugene's victory. I cannot accept this. This is black magic. That wicked heretic employed evil magic. Jung Dirt shouted while running forward with his long sword. Sir! What are you doing? Several knights and soldiers shouted urgently and rushed to block his way. Even the nobles in the distinguished seats were startled at his response. You don't think for a second that I wouldn't know that you used evil magic to kill my colleague. Reveal your true identity right now. You heretic. Dirt shouted. I don't know what nonsense you are spouting. Eugene felt a little flustered, but he responded calmly before continuing. And if we are talking about using evil magic, I think you should be pointing your finger to your colleague. What? Dirt stuttered. Eugene became convinced of his theory after seeing Dirt's response. Trying to mislead people with irresponsible nonsense, just what I would expect from an evil heretic. I will reveal your identity with my own hands and, Dirt started to shout. Then, I should be allowed to test it out, Eugene interrupted. Eugene raised his voice after turning his head to Lancelot, who had approached the battleground. What happens if a holy knight uses forbidden magic, Sir Drac? Eugene addressed his words to Lancelot, but he was actually speaking for the nobles and Count Winslan to hear. They will be excommunicated, regardless of their denomination. But what do you mean by that? A holy knight using forbidden magic? Lancelot responded. Sir. That heretic is, Dirt started to shout. Shut your mouth. This is not your church, sir. This is His Excellency Winslan's land. And all judgments and decisions will be made by him in his own land. Lancelot interrupted with a loud shout. Dirt closed his mouth with a stunned expression. Eugene was greatly surprised as well. He had not expected such a fiery response from Lancelot since he had always been soft and calm. It's just as Sir Drac said. Sir Jung Dirt. I cannot allow anyone to cause a disturbance on my land. Count Winslan stepped up. He descended from his seat under the escort of his knights and nobles. He spoke after arriving in front of Eugene, and Sir Eugene. You know that you must take responsibility for your words, right? Naturally, Eugene responded. You heard him, Sir Dirt. You will also take responsibility for your words, correct? Count Winslan said after turning towards Dirt. I swear it on my honor. That man borrowed evil power to murder 2 of my colleagues. Dirt roared with a sharp expression. Then prove it. Who will go first? Count Winslan asked. Dirt tried to take the opportunity, but Eugene took the initiative. What? What is he doing now? Everyone stared at Eugene with shock. He was taking the armor off of Ayad's cold corpse. You. How dare you insult the honor of the Holy Knights? Stop what you're doing immediately. Dirt shouted with immense anger. But Eugene ignored him and finished taking off Ayad's armor. Without delay, he started to cut open Ayad's stomach. You dare! Young Dirt started to charge towards Eugene with fury, but Eugene picked up an object from Iad's innards and lifted it into the air. This is proof! He shouted. The eyes of the nobles, knights, and spectators became fixated on Eugene's fingertips. A jewel the size of a fingernail reflected a strange light in Eugene's hand, and it didn't take very long for the people to recognize the identity of the jewel. A mana stone. No. The color is different. That's an anti-mana stone. An anti-mana stone. An item strictly forbidden by the church had been retrieved from the stomach of a dead holy knight. The discovery of an undigested anti-mana stone from a holy knight's stomach caused a huge aftermath. Mana stones were byproducts of malice offered to humans by demons to entice them. But refined mana stones, which were purified from mana stones, were considered to be the grace of God bestowed to the faithful humans. In the first place, that was the reason why the church took responsibility for all matters related to the purification of the mana stones. But it was revealed that a holy knight, the sword of the church, had consumed a strictly forbidden drug in the form of an anti-mana stone. In addition, it had been during the finals of the swordsmanship competition held by one of the great nobles of the kingdom. You cowards! And you call yourselves knights? Get lost! This isn't a place for dishonorable scum like you to be. You guys are the heretics. You have no faith and no honor. Loud shouts of disapproval and hate poured out on Dirt and the aides. The situation was quite chaotic. Count Winslan turned to his soldiers and gave his orders, realizing that the eruption of a riot was entirely possible. Guide the Holy Knight and the others to the castle. Dozens of soldiers surrounded Dirt and the aides at Count Winslan's orders. They hurried forward while escorting the group. None of them were able to raise their heads as they left the stadium, listening to all kinds of insults and demeaning words. The gazes of Eugene and Dirt met just before the Holy Knight left the stadium. Anyone else would have found Eugene's appearance to be alluring and charming, but Dirt's expression became completely distorted when he saw the smile hanging around Eugene's lips. The enemy. He is an enemy of the church. Dirt's anger burned even fiercer. But there was nothing he could do right now. He was stuck in a predicament, and he would be lucky to escape the anger of the crowd unscathed. In the end, Dirt had no choice but to quickly leave the area under the escort of the soldiers like a sinner. A long, loud note of the horn trumpet resounded, and the agitation of the crowd slowly subsided. Count Winslan raised his pure gold baton and shouted solemnly, "What a shame for such a disgraceful thing to have occurred during the competition. However, there is a knight who has proved his bravery and honor through this tribulation. He stands with me. As such, I give the order as the master of Winslan. Write an ode to celebrate the champion, who was more honorable than anyone else. Give your praise and raise your voice. For the hero who proved himself. For the twin crown." Count Winslan shouted. Enormous cheers rang high in the sky. Thus, Eugene won the twin crown for the first time in 16 years, becoming champion in both the jousting competition and the swordsmanship competition. ****. Count Winslan generously opened his pockets. Food was transported from the village inns and pubs to the stadium for all to enjoy. The crowd ate and drank, celebrating and praising the champion for winning the competitions and the benevolent count. However, the protagonists of the event, Eugene and Count Winslan, only attended the festival for about 30 minutes before retiring to the castle. There were simply too many people, including the nobles, knights, and commoners who wanted to see Eugene up close, and it could have led to an accident. Even the distinguished guests and the direct descendants of the county were eager to share even one more word with Eugene. However, Count Winslan sent them away and met with Eugene alone. "Will you smoke?" Count Winslan asked. "Sure," Eugene responded, before lighting a cigarette rolled by Count Winslan. Although he had no interest in smoking, he assumed it would be rude to refuse a great noble. The Count gave a satisfied, warm smile. It was an expression he rarely displayed when others were present. "It contains mana powder," Count Winslan said. "I see." Eugene nodded. He recalled Rai's words. Before going through the purification process, mana stones were no different from poison to all living creatures except monsters. However, as the saying went, even poison could be medicine if used accordingly. The debris from the purification process of mana stones wasn't harmful but provided a rather special effect. It provided the user with hallucinations. It was also one of the reasons why mana stones were so expensive. The raw material of drugs capable of creating hallucinations was bound to be traded at high prices regardless of the times and location. The symptoms of addiction caused by mana powder could be neutralized by consuming a refined mana stone. As such, wealthy nobles, who were capable of wasting away refined mana stones, enjoyed inhaling mana powder or mixing it with tea and tobacco. "I will give you a refined mana stone once you are finished," Count Winslan stated. "This much will be fine," Eugene responded. It might be harmful to humans, but such a meager amount of mana stone debris would have no effect on him. "I like that you are so straightforward. Anyways, today's unfortunate incident. Was it intended, just like yesterday?" Count Winslan asked in a straightforward manner. Eugene had already expected such a question. He nodded without hesitation. "Naturally. Since it will be of greater help in tomorrow's mock battle." "Ha ha ha. This just makes me like you even more, sir. Although we've barely met, you are already scratching my itch so well." Count Winslan was sincerely pleased. When the Holy Knights declared their intent to participate in the competition, he became worried. Like other nobles, Count Winslan wasn't on very good terms with the royal family, and like other lords, his relationship with the church was average at best. On the other hand, the church maintained a tight relationship with the royal family. In fact, the godfather of the current king was a cardinal of the church. With such a strange relationship in place, the church acted as a bridge between the royal family and the various lords. With such a situation, the county couldn't openly refuse the demands of the Holy Knights to suddenly participate in the knight competition. But the Holy Knights would obviously best any ordinary knights and either win the competitions or achieve great results. Such a result was unacceptable to the Count due to his pride, since Holy Knights acted as the hands and feet of the Cardinal, who was the godfather of the current king. In the end, if he were to allow the Holy Knights to participate in the competition, it was a necessity for the members of the Golden Moon Knights to participate in the competition as a method of suppression. However, such a reaction would cause another problem. Both the Holy Knights and the Golden Moon Knights were famous knight organizations in the kingdom. Regardless of who won between the two groups, the losing side would suffer great damage to their honor and pride. Since Count Winslan wanted to protect his pride while also avoiding worsening his relationship with the church, he had been faced with a dilemma. This was why he had been desperately hoping for a knight unrelated to either side to have the highest achievements in the competition, and as if God had heard his wish, the Black Knight in front of him had magically appeared to solve all of his problems. In addition, Count Winslan never had any interactions or a relationship with the knight Eugene, the current owner of Wolf Slaughter. As such, it was only natural that Count Winslan felt extremely favorable toward Eugene. It was to the degree that his son-in-law, whom he had never liked very much, suddenly felt like a saint. Count Winslan had a sudden urge to see his son-in-law after a long time. "The knights who are staying in the castle have been greatly shaken by your actions, sir. All of the knights who were smashed apart by you during today's matches were those staying in the castle. Unless they are fools, they should know what you are after by now," Count Winslan said. "That's good," Eugene responded. Their reactions weren't that great. There were a few sirs who had openly declared their intent to crush you personally, Sir Eugene. Count Winslan continued. It was to be expected since knights were usually arrogant and hot-tempered. Moreover, the knights who resided in the castle were high-ranking nobles or those with titles. They would naturally attempt to restore their honors in the mock battle. I would rather have that, Eugene replied. Hoo. And why is that? Count Winslan asked with an intrigued expression. Eugene responded calmly. There are a few things I learned during the various subjugations I participated in. One of them is that agitated monsters are easier to kill compared to sneaky monsters. You must know this fact already, Your Excellency. I have heard that you like to hunt. Ha ha ha. That is true. Your words are completely accurate, sir. Count Winslan voiced his agreement while laughing and even clapping. But it is also true that a cornered prey can act in unexpected ways. What do you think about that? That would be even better for me. You will find out why in tomorrow's battle, Eugene declared. Count Winslan's eyes became filled with surprise. The young champion wasn't even contemplating the idea of defeat in tomorrow's mock battle. In many ways, you have a talent for making me curious, sir. Good. Count W. Winslan said with a grin before continuing. Since that's the case, I will also let you know the reward I will be giving you tomorrow, sir. You can look forward to it since an appropriate reward is only natural for the champion who won the twin crown for the first time in 16 years. Count Winslan said before lightly clapping twice. The door opened, and servants carefully stepped into the room. Eugene's eyes glistened when he saw the large wooden box decorated with gold. And the Count spoke with a voice full of pride and expectation. Open it. It is an item that is suitable for the Twin Crown champion. Eugene bowed lightly to the Count before opening the box. Click. This is, Eugene spoke with surprise. Seeing Eugene react in such a way, especially when he had always maintained his composure thus far, caused the Count's smile to deepen with satisfaction. Her name is Madarazuka. It's the language of the dwarfs who live in the far north. In our language, it is called the Ogre Slayer. Count Winslan explained. Madarazuka, Eugene muttered while stretching his hand towards the object. It felt as if he had been enchanted by the weapon. With your strength, I'm certain that you could. Ha! The Count stopped himself and gasped with a shocked expression. Eugene had raised the weapon with one hand. It was a spear that exuded a dark luster. It should easily weigh 50 kilograms. How is it that you can lift it so easily with a single hand? Count Winslan asked. As I mentioned before, I have the blood of the elves flowing in my veins, Eugene explained. Ha! But even Sir Drac barely managed to hold it with both his hands. The Count expressed his astonishment. But he did not doubt Eugene's explanation. The fact that Eugene was able to take the Twin Crown for the first time in 16 years proved that his skill was far beyond any ordinary knight. But that wasn't the end of it. Woo! The spear trembled and emitted a strange cry. Ha! Ha ha! The Count could not help but burst into vain laughter. Numerous knights weren't able to even hold the spear properly until now. As expected, this night, all doubts and suspicions were completely wiped from Count Winslan's thoughts. He stroked his beard with a satisfied look. Every precious treasure is said to have a rightful master. It seems Madarazuka has met her true master today. You flatter me, Eugene responded. But contrary to his words, Eugene was just as pleased as the Count. Upon grabbing the spear, he instantly recognized that it wasn't an ordinary object, and the Count's explanation only solidified Eugene's conviction. Now, spill a little bit of your blood on Madarazuka. My blood? Eugene asked. That's right. That will decide whether you will become Madarazuka's true master or not. Count Winslan continued. Eugene contemplated for a very short time. Afterward, he quickly took off his gloves, removed black scales, and drew his dagger across his palm before grabbing onto the spear. Eugene became greatly surprised. The spear was absorbing his blood like a piece of cotton pressed against water. Is it enchanted with magic? Hoo-hoo. Madarazuka has recognized Sir Eugene as its true owner. How astonishing, Count Winslan remarked. Seeing that the Count was genuinely surprised, Eugene assumed that Count Winslan would have taken the spear back if it had not absorbed Eugene's blood. On second thought, it was only natural. Since the Count was known to be crazy about gallantry and skill, he wouldn't allow a precious, magical object to belong to anyone other than its true master. Sir, try throwing Madarazuka, Count Winslan said. Right here? Eugene asked. It's fine, so try it, the Count responded. Eugene felt a little strange after hearing the excitement in the Count's voice, but he did as he was told. Shuik. When he threw the weapon with moderate force, it became embedded into the wall with a shockwave. Try calling it, Count Winslan said. What? Eugene asked. Try to call Madarazuka with your will as if you were calling your subordinates. Imbue your words with your Hyuk. Count Winslan gasped. Crack. Shuik. The spear was pulled out from the wall before returning to Eugene's hand as if it was connected to him with an invisible thread. Ha 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 ha. I knew I wasn't wrong. Sir Eugene, you are the true owner of Madarazuka. Count Winslan exclaimed. This is surprising, Eugene stated. Although he wasn't as excited as the Count, he was still shaken. A spear that could be retrieved with just his will. This wasn't simply a matter of never losing his spear. Just like other knights, Eugene always carried several javelins with him at all times. Although using the javelin meant sacrificing range and accuracy, it was incomparably stronger than bows and arrows, especially when dealing with medium-sized and large monsters. The only problem with javelins was that it could be difficult to retrieve them after they were thrown. But Madarazuka had completely solved such a problem. It was several times heavier than a typical javelin, which meant that it was a lot stronger than the latter. To summarize, it was an awesome weapon. And if he won tomorrow's mock battle, another prize would be waiting for him. Can I look forward to tomorrow, Sir Eugene? Count Winslan asked. Naturally. I will bring you victory. I swear it on my honor, Eugene declared. Kilik. Sir Eugene is emitting a similar aura as me. Myrian shrieked. At this moment, Eugene became the origin of desire. After continuing to converse with Count Winslan for a little while longer, Eugene left the castle before sunset. Although the Count suggested that Eugene should stay at the castle until tomorrow, he politely declined. It was annoying just to even think about having to stay at the castle with the arrogant noble knights who had clearly expressed their hatred towards him. It was much better to retire to the campground for the night and to strengthen his camaraderie with the free knights. Eugene returned to the campground, and that evening, he once again generously served the free knights with food and drinks. In addition, he provided those who had lost their matches 10 silver coins to help them with their situation. The knights were greatly moved. In the first place, people were more emotionally vulnerable when they were in a tight spot, and following the same logic, they felt even more grateful towards Eugene. As such, Eugene's recruitment for the upcoming mock battle continued until the morning of the battle. Including those who were staying at the campground and the village, more than 40 knights vowed on their honor to battle alongside Eugene in the mock battle. Including the aides of the knights, there were nearly 100 people in Eugene's army. It was a huge number. But the armies led by the aristocratic knights numbered twice or thrice Eugene's group. They had recruited a huge number of mercenaries using their capital. It felt a little underhand, but a mock battle was a smaller model of an actual war. In wars, money played a huge role, and as such, it was naturally accepted as a tactic. Eugene had already expected as much, so he didn't consider it an issue. He didn't care too much about it. But shortly after everyone started to arrive at the county's hunting ground for the mock battle, an unexpected situation arose. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? Is that true? Eugene asked. Yes. I was surprised as well. Who would have expected that a holy knight would flee during the night? Lancelot answered with a shrug. Eugene felt dejected. Jung Durt, the arrogant holy knight, escaped with his aides at dawn. What were the guards doing? They must have seen the holy knight leaving the castle, right? Eugene asked. Apparently, he told them that he was going to pray at the church in the village. What could they have done when a holy knight was going to visit a church? Moreover, today is the day of the mock battle, right? They assumed that he was going to pray for victory during today's battle, Lancelot answered. Eugene frowned. He had been looking forward to finally killing Durt during today's battle. Everything he had worked for to prepare for the mock battle was in vain if Jung Durt didn't die. Damn it! Should I go after him? Eugene ignored his sudden impulse and calmed himself down. No, it's too late. It's been more than 5 hours. If he galloped the entire time, he would have already left the county. Even with a vampire's ability to smell, it would be impossible to chase after Durt after such a long time. This is rather good. Now that he's run away in shame, he'll surely try to get rid of me. I can finish him off then. There weren't many justifications to kill a holy knight. But if the opponent was trying to kill him, it was within his right to retaliate. It was only natural for knights to fight back. Hurry up and come after me. I will finish you off for good this time. Eugene once again reaffirmed his determination, then responded as if he was surprised. I can't believe that such a thing has happened. How preposterous. Ho ho. Take a look over there. Lancelot gestured with his eyes. Eugene turned his head. He doesn't know a thing about honor. He doesn't deserve to be called a holy knight. We can't stay still. Don't you agree that we should file an official complaint to the Central Church? The noble knights expressed their strong opinions. They were greatly shaken by the incident. It was to be expected since 2 of the holy knights were killed and the 3rd had run away. Was the holy knight going to lead the army? Eugene asked. They had divided their numbers into 3 units because of their large number. The holy knight was responsible for leading one of the units. It must be a headache for them that he disappeared all of a sudden. Ho ho, Lancelot responded. Hoo. Did you hear this from the castle? Eugene asked. There are quite a few blabbermouths. In addition, there are even more who are quite greedy. So currently, the situation is, Lancelot explained to Eugene what he saw and heard while staying at the castle. In the meantime, the noble knights turned their focus away from Durt and started to argue about who would fill Durt's void as the new captain. Shouldn't Sir Kyle be in charge? Nonsense. Sir Ishmael, who has tons of first-hand experience, should be the one to take charge. Last year, he led his troops to victory in a territorial war. How could you call that a war? It was a tiny battle with at most 100 troops involved. Sir, don't you think you're going too far? In addition, this is a mock battle with cavalry involved. Things will be completely different than ordering around some mercenaries to take charge. It appeared that Jung Durt's escape had a significant impact. It was extremely regrettable that Eugene couldn't kill him this time, but the Holy Knight had left behind a gift in the form of conflict among the noble knights. Should I consider myself lucky? Eugene spoke to Lancelot while feeling satisfied with the situation. Judging from their atmosphere, it won't be strange if their army gets divided into 5 or 6, rather than 3. I agree with your thoughts. But don't forget that they hold the advantage in terms of equipment and skills, Lancelot answered. But what if they come at us in groups of 20 or 30? Could they still gain the upper hand? With both you and me in the same group? Eugene said. Ha ha ha, Lancelot chuckled softly. There was nothing more to say about Eugene's abilities. But those who were worthy of being called heroes or conquerors among knights also needed to be competent in strategies. In that aspect, Eugene had passed Lancelot's standards. I'm thinking of throwing them a bait. What do you think, sir? Eugene asked. An excellent choice. Why don't we do this? Lancelot answered with a grin. He was convinced that Eugene's thoughts were aligned with his own. Eugene nodded after hearing Lancelot's plan. Very good. Anyways, the mercenaries won't be using real swords, will they? Eugene asked. That's correct. If they do, the knights will immediately unsheathe their long swords. The only reason the mercenaries can participate without much concern is that everyone will be using wooden swords and spears, even if they possess real weapons, Lancelot explained. Even though the mock battle was a simulation of actual war, real weapons weren't used, since most of the participants would end up dead or seriously injured if that were the case. Even so, the knights would keep real weapons in their saddles just in case. There would always be mercenaries who were willing to resort to cowardly measures to score it big against knights. If we can handle the knights, the mercenaries won't pose a big threat. It's not a real war anyway, so they will surrender quickly if they lose the momentum. Sir Eugene. Eugene's allied knights flocked while calling his name. What should we do? Even if it's rough, we should have a plan prepared, one of the knights said. Their expressions were rather somber. It appeared as if they had been discouraged by the high-quality equipment of the noble knights. After sharing a gaze with Lancelot, Eugene responded in a confident manner. Just as I said yesterday, they have little experience fighting alongside each other anyways. When the battle begins, I am confident that they will come charging in. I'm not sure if they will even have a proper formation. Eugene's words were based on Galfredic's extensive, practical experience. Nobles and lords preferred mercenaries in wars because they had experience fighting with their colleagues. On the other hand, knights were solitary creatures who enjoyed fighting alone. Moreover, their opponents were noble knights who were always drunk on their own magnificence. It would be strange if they could cooperate well with each other. And they will likely split up into at least 3 units, or at most 5 or 6, Eugene continued. Even if they do look down on us, would they really do that? The three knights expressed their doubts. Lancelot stepped up with a grin. Sirs, let me explain. The gazes of the three knights became fixated on Lancelot. The Golden Moon Knights consisted of members that were personally chosen by Count Wincelin. All of the knights were rumored to be brave and excellent in strategy. What will be the biggest merit for those knights over there? I think it would be knocking down or capturing the one who won the twin crown. No. Lancelot said. That's true. The three knights nodded after hearing his words. Even they would charge while hoping for a miracle if they were against the twin crown. Capturing or eliminating Eugene would award the biggest honor and achievement to the one responsible for it. A grand finale for the victor. But one of their captains, the Holy Knight, has suddenly disappeared. Now they have an empty, commanding role to fill. But would they truly follow their new captain? Especially since all of them are similar in status and strength. In the end, there is a high possibility that they will act independently while targeting Sir Eugene, Lancelot explained. I see your point, but there's no guarantee that they will split into 5 or 6 units, is there? One of the knights asked. We just need to throw them a bait, Lancelot answered. Bait? The knights asked. Lancelot turned his gaze towards their captain and the eyes of the three knights followed suit. Sirs, we will be dividing our army into 2. Of course, it will only appear like that on the surface. We will actually be together, Lancelot said. Here is the plan, Eugene said. He explained the plan he discussed earlier with Lancelot. The expressions of the three knights gradually loosened while listening to Eugene's plan. When he was done explaining, the three knights were left staring at him with awe and determination. I pay tribute to your courage, Sir Eugene. We must win, sirs. We cannot let Sir Eugene's sacrifice be in vain. I will not forgive anyone who becomes blinded by their greed and leaves the line of battle. Viewer. The Free Knights raised their weapons and cheered. *****. The location of the mock battle was a vast hunting ground that seemed to hint at the reputation of the Winsland County. Its diameter was more than 5 kilometers, and one would need to walk for more than half a day to cross from one end to another. In addition, there were forests and small hills scattered everywhere, which made it an excellent environment to hold a mock battle. The Red Army, which was led by the Free Knights, and the Blue Army of nobles headed to their respective ends. Everyone had colored bands of their respective sides hanging on their arms and helmets. The two armies were placed in locations where they could not see each other due to the forests and hills. The ringing of a bell in the castle would signal the beginning of the mock battle. "That forest will do," Sir Eugene said after moving along a hill for a while. The Free Knights immediately switched directions and swarmed around the forest without a word. "Master, everything seems fine," Luke reported back along with the other aides. Eugene proceeded to give further orders. "Then let's begin." Most of the Free Knights and aides headed to the shade of the forest. Only around 20 people were left outside the forest, including Eugene and Lancelot. If viewed from the distance, the enemy would surely mistake them for a separate unit or a group of scouts. After about 10 minutes, Sir. Myrian buzzed while quickly flying toward Eugene. She continued while taking a seat on Eugene's shoulder. "3 guys riding horses are coming over the hill. I don't think they're knights. Probably mercenaries." She continued. "They're finally here." Eugene looked in the direction Myrian pointed toward. In a short while, he saw some movement at the top of the hill. The enemy's scouts have already come this far," some knights with good vision exclaimed. Eugene hurriedly dissuaded them. "Shh. Sirs, this is just the beginning. We can't get agitated already." Luke, Eugene called out. "Yes, Master," Luke answered before picking up a flagged spear. The black dragon which symbolized Eugene's crest fluttered vigorously in the wind. Lancelot turned his head before speaking. "Sirs, let's move slowly as if we've just arrived here." "Understood." The knights slowly rode their horses along the border of the forest, and the enemy's scouts hurriedly disappeared after spotting them. But another group of scouts appeared from a different direction in a little while, and they also ran away like the wind after seeing Eugene's flag. A few minutes later, another group of scouts appeared, and after they disappeared, another group appeared. How many times will they send their scouts? It's just as Sir Eugene and Sir Drac said. Are they desperate for achievements? Then they must truly be out of their minds. The Free Knights muttered. Even with the disappearance of the Holy Knight, they wondered if the noble knights would truly be so foolish. However, sirs, I think it's actually happening. Do. Even before Lancelot could finish speaking, a group of galloping horses appeared over the hill, accompanied by the sounds of hooves. I can't believe they actually came. Without the mercenaries. Are they arrogant? Or are they out of their minds? I think it must be both. The Free Knights were dumbfounded. No matter how much the nobles looked down on the Free Knights, what could they possibly do with just 20 of them? I will capture the owner of the Twin Crown. Nonsense. I, Rodolzu, will handle the champion. Master. Let me help you. After seeing the noble knights and their aides charging at him on their horses with their wooden spears held at their sides amidst the brilliant gleams of their armors, Eugene muttered in a quiet voice. Human greed is endless, and they always repeat their mistakes. Nay. The stallion immediately responded to its master's order. Cillian was named after the king of the wind spirits, and it lived up to its name. Let's go, sirs. We shall knock those arrogant men down. Eugene shouted in a loud voice. Viewer. The knights responded to his shouts and rushed out of hiding in groups. What? You said there were less than 20. The noble knights faltered in their charge, and their expressions paled when they saw the numerous free knights banding under the flag of the Black Dragon. What should we do? We are going to lose at this rate. We cannot allow ourselves to be captured by those vermin. It would be a disgrace to my family. The noble knights stopped in their tracks and started to fall into confusion. But the free knights continued to charge in the meantime, and one of the noble knights threw away his wooden spear as if he could not overcome the pressure. Sir Jeremy, are you trying to surrender? The other knights shouted. Of course not. Baron Jeremy responded before taking his longsword from his saddle and unsheathing it. Now that things have turned out like this, we must fight for real. There's no way we could lose if it's a battle of true blades, right? Baron Jeremy continued. The eyes of the other noble knights widened when they saw the glint of Baron Jeremy's silver longsword under the sun. Soon, they followed suit and started to discard their wooden spears and swords before unsheathing their real weapons. He's right. There's no way we could lose to those filthy vagrants. Jan Eugene. Even if he is the owner of the Twin Crown, he shouldn't have any experience battling against real knights like us. The other sirs will be arriving soon anyway. We just need to hold on until then. Even if we end up killing some of them, we simply need to pay the ransom. That's right. A few casualties in a night competition is unavoidable. We just need to catch Jan Eugene. Sirs, let's go. The noble knights and their aides were filled with confidence and their morale exploded as they once again rushed to the free knights with real weapons. Those crazy hooligans. Sir Eugene. What should we do? The free knights were visibly shaken. Eugene let out a response to calm them down. They are the ones who started it. I will take care of it, so follow me. Do. Cillian sped up even further and galloped across the ground. It had already crossed dozens of meters at full speed, but as if to prove its pedigree, it continued to run energetically. Several seconds later, Eugene collided head-on with the noble knights. ****. Do we still have a long way to go? It's just over that hill. Judging from what I heard from the scouts, it seemed that they were attempting to establish a formation. Good the Lord of Latvia, Baron Ishmael, responded with a satisfied look. It's a good thing I had mercenaries planted in advance. Strictly speaking, it was foul play, but it could be written off as an excellent strategy once he earned great merit in the mock battle and won. In fact, at least 3 or 4 others had employed similar strategies as himself. But he was the first one who discovered the target that would grant him the greatest achievement in the mock battle. This was evidence that God himself was helping him. Sir Ishmael, shouldn't we take a short rest? I'm afraid the horses are a little exhausted from the rush, one of the knights commented. Baron Ishmael thought for a short while before shaking his head. The enemy may have sent out their scouts. We should not give them time to prepare. Let's finish this as quickly as possible. Well, there are only about 20 of them, and most of them are equipped with shoddy armor. That sounds like a good idea, the other knight responded. Baron Ishmael and his knights were all armed with plate armor or plate mail. Similarly, the aides of the knights were also wearing high-quality plate coats or high-quality chain mail. Meanwhile, the richest of the free knights would only have chain mail since they were poor. There were even some among the free knights who could only afford to equip themselves with a hauberk. The stark difference in equipment meant that even wooden weapons could cause substantial damage and pain to the free knights depending on how they were used, while wooden weapons would have little to no effect against plate mail. Of course, this was natural since even plate mail was strong enough to provide a good defense against heavy weapons like maces and real swords. Wooden weapons were simply a joke. As such, Baron Ishmael and his knights were fully convinced that they would win the upcoming battle. Even if they number in the dozens, it will still be like taking candy from a baby. Even if Jan Eugene was strong, he should not be able to compete with 5 or 6 knights armed with plate armor, especially if he was limited to using a wooden sword and a wooden spear. At least, that was what they thought until they came close to the hill. They could hear a loud commotion coming from the other side. "What's this sound?" "What?" Baron Ishmael exclaimed in shock when he arrived at the top of the hill. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wow. There are even more of them. They really keep coming. I know. They must have really considered us to be dog's heat. The free knights turned their heads and spoke while glaring at the new arrivals. They were pummeling the aides of the noble knights who had arrived earlier. "Sirs, don't get carried away. We will be employing the same method once again," Eugene said in a cold voice. The knights came to their senses. They had been rather apprehensive when Eugene charged in alone when the enemies first arrived. As such, they were prepared to face the rest of the noble knights once Eugene faced off 1 or 2 on his own. But they were mistaken. Eugene's black spear shot through the air and pierced one of the noble knight's shoulders before returning to Eugene's hand like a living creature. Eugene handled 2 more knights in a similar fashion, then crushed the weapons of the remaining knights with his battle axes and knocked them off their steeds. The noble knights had paid a steep price for going against the rules and using real weapons in the mock battle. The free knights were filled with awe and admiration after seeing Eugene's performance. After Eugene finished off the knights in less than 3 minutes, the free knights were tasked with a simple clean-up. They would pummel the panicked aides of the noble knights. Now, a new batch of noble knights had arrived to become prey to both Eugene and Lancelot. "Ah! It looks like they are trying to escape," one of the free knights shouted. Eugene and Lancelot quickly urged their horses forward. "Do-do-do-do. Myrian," Eugene shouted. "Leave it to me." "Kiek." Myrian flew up the hill like the wind, then arrived in front of the noble knights who were about to turn tail and flee. "Tui. Tui. Kuwa-orik. Tui." She let loose a barrage of spit through the narrow, long gaps in the helmets of the knights. "Wah! There's water in my eye." The knights took off their helmets while shouting after being baptized with the invisible spirit's phlegm. "Master! What's wrong? Sir Rudel!" The other knights and aides shouted in a flurry. Eugene and Lancelot started to draw their wooden weapons from their saddles as they neared the top of the hill. Thuck! Baron Ishmael fell from his steed after receiving a heavy blow. He couldn't even scream. The outcome was clear since even wooden weapons could be lethal against an opponent who was without their helmet. Thuck! Bam! Thwack! Kiwu! Wah! Lancelot and Eugene struck the heads of the noble knights one after the other. Eugene used a wooden sword while Lancelot utilized a wooden spear. Huke! The aides attempted to retaliate, but their eyes filled with shock upon spotting something. The free knights were belatedly charging toward them with loud shots. The thrashing began once again. Thuck! Thuck! Wah! Mercy! Mercy! Wah! Kiwu! Kyogawa! The free knights weren't as strong as Eugene, but their strikes were fierce. They themselves had been trained harshly since childhood, so they knew exactly where to strike to inflict the most pain. "You little rascals! Nice armor, home. But your skills are dog's heat." The free knights rampaged while letting loose their fury and mocking the aides. Since the free knights were poor, they had more experience with wooden weapons than real blades. The beatings from the free knights who had already completely mastered the art of suffering and inflicting pain were truly ruthless. It was to the point where Lancelot had to step in to stop them, just in case they beat the aides to death. After a few minutes of the brutal beating, Eugene spoke to the free knights. "Sirs, I believe there are more of them on their way here. This is the perfect time for all of you to consume it." "Ah, of course." The knights responded in a unified voice before taking something out of their pockets and swallowing it. The mysterious objects were mana stones, which Eugene bought and distributed before the battle. Although they were quite expensive, mana stones were extremely useful in battles. Rich knights capable of affording mana stones always had some prepared in real battles. Mana stones were unrivaled in restoring one's energy. Most of the free knights here were now consuming a mana stone for the first time in their lives. Oh! I can feel energy flowing through my veins. I can't believe it. Could this be a superior rank mana stone? Unfortunately, they wasn't superior rank mana stones. In fact, they were low rank mana stones with the lowest level of medicinal efficacy, but the effects were sufficient to amaze the free knights. Soon, their surprise quickly turned into something else. I can't believe he would just give such precious treasures away. I cannot possibly fathom Sir Eugene's generosity, and Sir Eugene is the only knight who knows true honor. I, Kyla of Alamaz, swear from this moment that I will act on anything Sir Eugene asks me to do. As do I. Sir Eugene. The free knights weren't simply feeling an emotion of camaraderie anymore. Rather, they felt a sense of reverence and awe toward Eugene. Eugene took on a humble expression and responded to their praise. Sirs, let us focus on the battle for now. Not for just myself, Jan Eugene, but for all of us. Let us fight for our noble honor. With our The morale of the free knights burned brightly once again. The spirit said while shaking her head. Just what I would expect from our sir. The king of fighting, and the king of deceit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After 2 more battles, Eugene and the free knights captured 21 additional enemies, composed of noble knights and their aides. Fortunately, no fatalities occurred as a result of the battles, but all of the noble knights who had abandoned their wooden weapons and drew their blades became seriously injured. If Eugene hadn't shown mercy and given them mana stones, about a dozen of them would have died by now. In any case, a total of more than 60 knights and aides, all disarmed and restrained, were handed over to Count Winslan after the mock battle. Amazing. This is truly amazing. I thought he was only skilled with the blade, but it seems that he is a master of tactics as well. Count Winslan and the other observing nobles were seated in a tent located at the top of a mountain, where they could see the entirety of the vast hunting ground at a glance. They could not hide their astonishment after witnessing the results of the battle. At the same time, they denounced the noble knights for their foolish acts after being blinded by greed and merit. Both Sir Ishmael and Sir Rubran had been too conceited. I was looking forward to how they'll perform because they are famous, but this has been a disappointment. It's all because they pursue fame and not honor. Would you not agree? Exactly. It was common for knights with high status or titles to be obsessed with fame, since they did not need to be sworn in. Both Baron Ishmael and Sir Rubran fell into that category. The faces of both knights turned red when they overheard the conversation of the distinguished guests. However, they couldn't deny the words and had no excuses. Their aides attempted to defend their masters. Sir Eugene acted cowardly. That's right. If he was truly an honorable, chivalrous knight, he would have. Shut up! Baron Ishmael shouted loudly while gritting his teeth. He continued, to what degree do you intend to humiliate me? Who do you think was responsible for not killing the both of us? I apologize, Master, the aide quickly stuttered before bowing. His face was covered in bloody bruises after being beaten by the free knights. I was complacent. Sir Eugene only responded accordingly after having expected my actions. I was defeated by an outstanding knight, Baron Ishmael declared. I think so as well. And I realized my flaws thanks to the way Sir Eugene commanded his army. The other noble knights chimed in and started to praise Eugene as well. The aides could not understand the sudden shift in their master's attitude. Weren't they mockingly laughing at Eugene and his army only a few hours ago and were calling them a group of beggars? But their reactions were natural. Since they had already lost, Praising and giving credit to their opponent was the only way to avoid losing face completely. Wasn't it much preferable to be defeated in an unfortunate turn of events by an honorable knight and his competent army, rather than being beaten like a dog by wandering beggars? The unexpected attitudes of the captured knights started to lead to an unexpected outcome. "Prepare the ransom," said one of the noble knights. "How much should we pay?" the aide asked. "The armor and horses, and the worth of both you and me." 1,000 silver coins should do," the noble knight responded. "What?" The aide could not hide his shock after hearing the answer. But the noble knight continued solemnly, looking as if he were engrossed in something. "Gus, honor cannot be valued or matched with money. However, even if it's to reflect even a small piece of honor, paying that much is only natural. Moreover, if it's a hero like Sir Eugene, I do not consider it a waste at all." After hearing the words of the knight, the other noble knights turned their heads toward their respective aides. "Get our ransom prepared as well." "But master, we don't have enough coins." "Then sell the horse." "Are you trying to embarrass me?" "Not at all. Send someone back to the family. Tell them to bring back the silver we lack as soon as possible." A fierce competition to boast one's wealth and honor ensued among the losers. Although it was an unexpected, rare event, a knight capable of defeating a holy knight in a single exchange was even rarer, and any noble had no choice but to covet Eugene. "Quite a few sirs are missing. But we still have pretty much all of the mercenaries, right? We should be more than enough to deal with those groups of beggars. They won't even serve as a warm-up. Ha ha. I hope those hillbillies don't piss their pants and run away after they see us. I'm afraid that everyone but Sir Jan Eugene will run away with their tails behind their legs. Ha 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 ha." The knights of the blue team were still overflowing with leisure, even though 4 groups of knights and aides, about 60 people in total, had already retired from the battle. Jousting competitions and swordsmanship competitions were heavily dependent on individual skills, but mock battles were different. In a battle between large groups, the most important factors were the number of troops, quality of equipment, and morale. Compared to the army of the Free Knights, they still held a significant advantage in all 3 fields. Even with about half of their knights gone, this wasn't a fight that could be lost. "Sirs, the scouts have returned," one person shouted as the aides returned from their reconnaissance mission. The aides quickly dismounted their horses and rushed to the knights before giving their report. "We have discovered a group of troops believed to be the enemy's vanguard. It was being led by Sir Jan Eugene, and there were about 20 of them in total," said one of the aides. "Really? Are you certain?" a noble knight asked. "Yes, sir. It was definitely the flag of the Black Dragon." "I'm certain it was Sir Jan Eugene," the aide responded. "And what about the rest of the Red Army?" the noble knight asked. "I could not see them. I assume that the others who went on ahead are dealing with the enemy's main army," the aide said. "Oh." The expressions of the knights brightened at once. In a stroke of luck, they were presented with the opportunity to make the greatest contribution in the mock battle. The noble knights chattered excitedly. "Let's go and get it done. Isn't that obvious? Let's hurry. The others might discover it as well." "You're right. They could well be on their way back from taking care of the enemy's main army. Where is that place? Hurry and lead us there." "Yes, sir." The noble knights hurried their steeds after the aides. "Sirs. Sirs. What about us? Sirs. Please wait for us." The mercenaries shouted urgently while chasing after the knights. "HMPH. That's not my problem. Do we really have to take care of you like children? You punks. Act your worth." The knights responded coldly as they moved further and further away. "Damn it. Why did they hire us if they were only going to make us clean up? Don't you know that they only hired us to suit their tastes? If there's no battle, I'm fine with that. That's right. If we fight properly, we'll have to risk breaking a few bones even if this is a mock battle. The knights will take care of everything anyway, so let's take our time. All right, let's do that. There were a few mercenaries who ran diligently after the knights, but a great majority of them only pretended to chase while taking their time. But even the few responsible mercenaries stopped running after the knights as the distance between them grew. Eventually, the two noble knights and the mercenaries became completely separated. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Master. The enemy's main army is heading our way. Luke reported back after hurrying back on his horse. Good work. Eugene nodded. After taking care of more than 60 knights and aides in a total of 4 battles, Eugene finally opted to send a group of scouts. It was because he had finally deemed it possible to face the enemy's main army in a direct battle. Was there anything unusual? Eugene asked. In fact, there was something strange. I couldn't see the mercenaries, Luke said. Hoo. Eugene narrowed his eyes. At this time, Lanslow's scouts also returned from their mission. Sir Eugene. They are telling me that the Blue Army has been completely separated from the mercenaries, Lanslow said. Is it a trap? Eugene asked. I don't think so. Judging by the pace of the knights, it appears that the mercenaries weren't able to keep up with the speed of their steeds, Lanslow responded. It's an opportunity, Eugene said. Yes. It's an opportunity, Lanslow replied. The two men once again shared a glance after coming to an understanding. Eugene turned and shouted to the Free Knights, who were brimming with energy once more after consuming mana stones. Sirs. This will be our last battle. But it seems that the rest of the enemy's army is still looking down on us. Apparently, they are coming our way without any of the mercenaries. Those arrogant men truly dare. Have they not come to their senses yet? HMPH. The Free Knights jeered fiercely. After having won 4 consecutive battles, their morale pierced the skies. The best method to stimulate someone was truly to rub at their pride. There are about 40 of them, excluding the mercenaries. Sir Lanslow and I will take the lead as planned. This is our opportunity to turn the momentum and truly show those men what we are made of. Show me your courage and spirit, sirs. Eugene shouted. Leave it to us. I swear on my honor to bring you victory, Sir Eugene. For our comrades. The powerful shouts of the Free Knights resounded. But it wasn't one derived from a pure expression of honor and camaraderie. Rather, the eyes and expressions of the Free Knights were filled with one of the most fundamental emotions known to man, desire. This would be their last battle, which meant that there would be a distribution of rewards based on their individual performance and merit. Eugene had made a promise to the Free Knights. He would only take 10% of the ransom provided by the prisoners, and 90% of the ransom would be shared fairly among the rest of the army. Eugene was the leader of the Red Army, and even if he were to take half of all the ransom, no one would dare to raise an objection. After all, he played such an overwhelming role in the battle. Still, the poor Free Knights were naturally filled with greed after hearing about the unexpected compensation. Soon, the two armies came to face off at a certain location in the vast hunting ground, and the Free Knights began to freely express their desires. The silver coins have come. Let's beat them up. Let's go. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? Why are they all here? You said that this was only the vanguard. What about the others? Where are the others, sirs? The noble knights could not hide their shock when they came to face the Free Knights. The fact that they were about to face the entirety of the Red Army came as a shock to them, but they were even more dumbfounded when they couldn't see any of the other noble knights. Where are the mercenaries? Those lazy donkeys. The noble knights belatedly looked for the mercenaries, but it was useless. They had pushed their horses with excitement after hearing the news, and it was essentially impossible for the mercenaries to keep up with their pace. "Sirs, how are your horses?" "They are good to last for a charge or two." "Kugh. What a mess." "Sirs, let's charge." "Home." The leading knight faltered when he started to shout his orders. The other noble knights shouted simultaneously. "Jan Eugene. It's the Twin Crown." Eugene was charging like the wind with the flag of the Black Dragon fluttering from his saddle. All of the noble knights shared similar thoughts when they spotted him. "If I can just get him, then the greatest achievement will be mine." Although the noble knights were rather arrogant, they weren't fools. As soon as they noticed the absence of their colleagues, they immediately realized that the battle could sway either way. But a mock battle was a simulation of actual warfare. Even if they were put at a severe disadvantage, they could turn the tides of the battle by capturing the enemy's general. "Get him. You're mine. Jan Eugene." Each of the noble knights began to race toward Eugene while shouting vigorously. All they could think about was netting themselves the greatest achievement by catching Eugene. Like the free knights, the noble knights had also expressed their desires in this final battle. "Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. A A strange sight unfolded. The noble knights were chasing after Eugene and the free knights were chasing after the noble knights. As time went by, the distance between the noble knights and the free knights quickly narrowed. But this was expected since the free knights had leisurely ridden their horses while the noble knights pushed their horses to the limit. "You stupid lads! Take this!" The noble knights were greatly taken aback as their steeds foamed at the mouth with exhaustion and the wooden spears of the free knights rained down on them. In the end, the noble knights and their aides at the rear became surrounded by the free knights. Thuck! Thuck! The free knights outnumbered the noble knights several-fold, and they started pummeling the noble knights with their wooden swords. Several of the noble knights could not bear the shame of receiving a beating from the wandering beggars and started to unsheathe their weapons. "Now they've done it. Let's get them." The free knights were enraged when they saw the sight. 3 or 4 of them rushed at each one of the noble knights. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the free knights overtook the noble knights at the rear, Eugene and Lancelot turned their horses. Do-do-do-do-do. There were only about 10 opponents left, and their horses were clearly on the verge of exhaustion. The 2 of them charged straight at the middle of the enemies. Knights often talked about the beauty and honor that existed in their battles. But it was all nonsense. Not a speck of honor or beauty could be found in the ensuing battle. The sounds of horses whining, blades clashing, and humans screaming filled every inch of the field. Now, Eugene took the chaos as an opportunity and directed his fear toward the horses of the noble knights. He was certain that no one would notice anything strange amidst the chaos. Neither 3. The horses started to run wild with fear, and some of the noble knights fell off their horses. Myrian salivary baptism awaited those who managed to hold on with their excellent riding skills. Tui. 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 Ugh. My eyes. Kugh. Eugene and Lancelot dug into the formation of the noble knights in the middle of the chaos. The 2 focused on the knights who were on horseback. Their steeds weren't equipped with armor due to the nature of the battle, and they ran amok when they were beaten with wooden swords. Wag. Damn it. The noble knights and the aides were left with no choice but to dismount their horses. Sadly, this was the worst decision possible. Ching. Their swords and spears glinted coldly in the sun. As if he had been waiting, Eugene pulled out Mad Orizaka and threw it as hard as he could. Fwoosh. What? The noble knights raised their weapons in a futile attempt to defend themselves, but Mad Orizaka smashed apart all of their weapons. Their weapons were considerably high in quality and were luxury items as well, but they could not possibly endure the combination of a vampire's incredible strength and Mad Arasaka's tremendous weight. Shuik. Mad Arasaka returned to Eugene's hand after completing its mission. A magic spear. This is unbelievable. The shocked knights took on blank expressions. As a result, they briefly forgot that Eugene wasn't the only opponent they were facing. Thuck. Blam. Lanslow's spear drew a brilliant arc in the air and struck the knights' helmets. Hoo-hoo. Geek. Sir Quarter Elf is amazing. Even Eugene and Myrian were amazed by Lanslow's spearmanship and his horseback riding skills. Sir Eugene. The Free Knights came running after they were done taking care of the noble knights that they had to face. Hugh. The faces of the noble knights and aides became noticeably pale when they noticed the dozens of Free Knights rushing toward them. After noticing that their colleagues were crawling like dogs in the distance, they came to an immediate decision. I surrender. Please treat me honorably. Thus, the mock battle came to an end. Red Army, 0 prisoners, 11 wounded. Blue Army, 80 injured and captured, all but the mercenaries. It was an overwhelming victory. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Although the mock battle had come to an end, a feast wasn't held like yesterday. There were simply too many injured individuals. But as if to prove his mercy and generosity, Count Winslan provided all knights with mana stones and praised both the victors and the losers. However, Eugene was the recipient of the loudest cheers and praise. The Free Knights were grateful to Eugene for allowing them to fulfill their desires, and the defeated noble knights attempted to lessen their embarrassment by praising Eugene. TSK, TSK. They changed their stance even faster than the spirit of light, said Myrian. Eugene silently agreed with her words while comforting the losers. There was no need to make enemies by mocking the losers when they had already bowed their heads. Some of the noble knights came to truly admire Eugene for his generosity and boldness. However, their admiration was nothing compared to the joy of the Free Knights. Eugene kept his promise and the Free Knights were rewarded about 200 silver coins per person. Kiik. Why is there so much ransom? Do we really have to hand these over to the knights? It's such a waste. Myrian shouted. Although he tried his best to smile, Eugene also agreed with Myrian. What the hell are these crazy men doing? Do they have trees that grow money? Eugene had never expected that he would receive silver coins in boxes by the dozens as ransom. Sir, did you notice the way the nobles here look at you? Myrian whispered. If you say anything about stripping naked, I will shove you in the leather pocket and not let you out for a month. Eugene gave a curt response. Geek. The spirit of desire promptly disappeared with a whine upon hearing Eugene's response. She had been munching on cheese and lamb which she held with both hands. Eugene observed the surroundings with a calm gaze. Everyone smiled brightly when they met his gaze, including Count Winslan's immediate lineage to nobles who came from all over the world with the Count's invitation. Although he wasn't too sure about stripping naked, sucking, and biting, he knew that everyone wanted him. But Eugene had no intention of entrusting himself or being sworn into any of them. Sir Eugene, is the food not to your liking? Count Winslan asked. I already had quite a bit earlier, Your Excellency. The cook's skills are definitely commendable. It was incredible, Eugene responded. It wasn't actually true, and he had barely touched the food, but Eugene recalled how the gluttonous spirit had seemed even more obsessed than usual. I'm glad to hear that. Then shall we go and have a smoke? Count Winslan continued. Of course, Eugene responded. Everyone's gazes were drawn to the two men as they stood up. However, they knew better than to interrupt the two. When Count Winslan was taking someone to smoke separately, it meant that he did not want to be disturbed. As such, everyone had to swallow their regrets. Thank you, Eugene said before receiving the mana powder containing cigarette from the Count and placing it in his mouth. A servant started to approach him to help him light the cigar. Let me. But the Count took it on himself to personally light Eugene's cigar. Thank you for your consideration, Eugene said. I should be the one thanking you. The competition concluded successfully thanks to you, and most importantly, Count Wincelin spoke before taking a long drag of the smoke. Then, he continued with a sparkle in his eyes, I am incredibly grateful and joyous that the spear has finally met its true master after collecting dust for such a long time. If it's Sir Eugene, I have no doubts that you will continue Sir N. Taylor's honor through wolf slaughter and uphold the pride of the northern dwarfs as well. Count Wincelin was like a child who wanted to show off his expensive toys. Eugene quickly responded, the fact that you have kept such precious objects in your arms for such a long time proves that your excellency and the county are upholders of true honor. Would you not agree? Ha ha ha. You flatter me. Although Count Wincelin shook his head, Eugene could see that Count Wincelin was very pleased. Through their few encounters, Eugene realized that Count Wincelin was a person who sincerely revered an individual's strength and skills. Perhaps it was because he did not walk the path of the night. Truly, I mean it. Fortunately, both Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arazaka recognized me as their master, but if your excellency had not recognized their value in the first place, would I have ever gotten the chance? Eugene continued. It didn't cost him a single coin to praise the Count, so he continued to speak words he knew the Count would like. Naturally, Count Wincelin's smile only deepened as he continued. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I have something that I am personally curious about. May I ask you about it, Your Excellency? Asked Eugene. Anything. Count Wincelin responded. I have a feeling that Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arazaka are strangely alike. They both exude a similar feeling. With all due respect, how did you come by the two weapons? Eugene said. Ho ho ho. I was wondering when you would ask, Sir. Count Wincelin responded. As expected, Count Wincelin was dying to flaunt the two treasures. In fact, the two weapons are a set. Count Wincelin continued. Hoo. I knew it. Tell me more. Eugene pretended to be surprised. The Count said with even more excitement. When my father was succeeding the county, one of our family's relatives, Duke of Butler of Branchiar at the time, gifted him Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arazaka. Ah. Isn't the Duke of Butler one of the most honorable and distinguished noble in Branchiar? Eugene said. He didn't actually know who Duke Butler was and he wasn't particularly interested in that individual either, but he simply pretended to know. Obviously, a duke would be considered one of the most prestigious nobles in that region. That's right. Anyways, I am unsure as to how the treasures of the northern dwarfs ended up in the possession of the Butler Duchy. But Branchiar is a country that is often embroiled in wars since ancient times with the orc pirates living in the northern land. I can only guess that the Duke received the weapons as a gift from the dwarfs or from coming to an agreement or allying with them. Count Wincelin explained. I see. This is quite a fascinating story, Eugene responded. But would you like to know something even more interesting? Count Wincelin continued. What is it? Eugene asked as if he were genuinely curious. Count Wincelin responded with a proud chuckle. The two weapons that you acquired aren't a complete set. You need the shield and the armor for it to be fully unified. Hoo. Eugene had asked the question without much interest, but Count Wincelin's answer incited a genuine sense of curiosity and surprise. Unfortunately, however, I do not know the whereabouts of the other two. I can only hope that the first twin crown in 16 years might just be able to acquire the remaining pieces and complete the set, Count Wincelin said. Eugene felt a little puzzled after hearing the Count's words. Why wasn't the previous twin crown given Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arazaka as a reward instead? However, Eugene quickly came to realize the answer. I'm assuming that the champion from 16 years ago could not pick up Mad Arazaka. And that was already after you had gifted Wolf Slaughter to Lord Fairkill. Eugene voiced his hunch. You are very wise, sir. That is correct. However, not only did you manage to obtain wolf slaughter from my son-in-law, but you also proudly took ownership of Mad Arasaka. This is why I cannot help but have a certain expectation toward you, Count Winslan commented. I see. My shoulders feel quite heavy to hear you say that, Your Excellency. But I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Eugene's acting exquisitely harmonized both humility and confidence. Count Winslan grinned in response before uttering in a quiet voice. On that note, Sir Eugene, let me ask you. Do you have any intentions of being sworn in by me? With all due respect, I apologize, Your Excellency, Eugene said. Although it was something he would have accepted without hesitation in the past, his situation was different now. From his experiences thus far, Eugene came to the conclusion that choosing to serve a lord would do him more harm than good. Ha ha ha. What is there to be sorry about? I'll admit that I have no talents in being a knight personally, but I pride myself on having a good eye for people. You are not one to be satisfied by being a territorial knight, Sir Eugene. I wouldn't want to obscure a knight like yourself under my shadow, Count Winslan remarked. Thank you for your understanding, Eugene said. However, now that you have both Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arasaka in your possession, you have a destiny to follow. And that path is connected with Winslan, Count Winslan continued. What is he trying to say? Count Winslan was acting more cautious than usual. Eugene waited attentively for Count Winslan's following words. There was a reason why the Battler Duchy passed the two treasures on to us in the past. It's because they challenged the throne of Branchiar and failed. Even if the House of Battler collapsed, their great noble blood would not disappear as long as Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arasaka are safe, Count Winslan explained. Eugene didn't know too much about the noble world, but he could intuitively understand it. And as if to deliver the finishing blow, Count Winslan said with a solemn expression while stroking his beard, Indeed. I am proposing that you should become the Duke of Battler. I have no way of knowing the current state of the Battler family. There's also the war issue, but we lost contact with them even before that. What is certain, however, is the fact that Branchiar is currently in great turmoil, Count Winslan explained. The crusade, Eugene muttered while recalling the conversation between Lancelot and Luke. Count Winslan nodded. The war had divided the royal family of Branchiar. A controversy regarding heresy began when the denomination of the continent destroyed the church's power in Branchiar. With the current circumstances, if you can prove yourself as the master of Mad Arasaka and Wolf Slaughter, there's no law against you if you succeeded the Duke of Battler. Why? Count Winslan said. He continued while pointing his fingers to his chest, exuding the powerful atmosphere of a great noble. The Battler Duchy is related to me by blood, which means that I have a large stake when it comes to the issue of legitimacy. Eugene completely understood. But he still had some lingering questions. Could I know why you are willing to provide me with such a great opportunity? Eugene asked. There was no such thing as free lunch. Even if Count Winslan cared greatly for excellent knights, this issue was beyond the reach of simple favorability. He was certain that Count Winslan had some other purpose. Count Winslan smirked as he stared into Eugene's calm, collected gaze. Saying that it's because you are a true knight, that would be a lie. I will be honest with you, Sir Eugene. I want you to become the Duke of Battler so you can keep the royal family of this nation in check, Count Winslan said. Sure, Eugene responded. I will do that if I become the Duke of Battler. I swear it on my honor, Eugene continued. Well, don't you want to know why I want to keep the royal family in check? Count Winslan asked. You have been quite considerate to me until now, so why would the reason be important? Anyway, if I get a hold of the rest of the equipment in addition to Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arasaka, I could become the Duke of Battler. Is that right? Eugene said. That's right. Count Winslan was quite bewildered by Eugene's response. But Eugene was serious. He didn't care very much about why Count Winslan wanted to keep the royal family in check. No, rather, he didn't feel the need to ask because he already had a rough idea. Just like with Esandra, the great nobles hate the royal family. He simply needed to listen to their demands and make a profit. Wasn't this easy for him? I will head to Branchia soon, Eugene said. Sir Eugene. Why you truly are? Count Winslan could not continue. He was truly shocked beyond words. For Eugene, he had agreed to a condition that would benefit him without asking for much since he disliked complicating things, but the Count had misunderstood Eugene's reaction as an act of loyalty and honor. I cannot believe that there's such an honorable knight in the world. Grab. Count Winslan was overcome with emotions. He tightly grasped Eugene's hand with trembling shoulders. I am heartbroken that there's nothing else I can do for you, Sir Eugene. Tell me if there is anything else you need or want from me, I will oblige gladly. Count Winslan shouted. What is this stroke of luck? Eugene felt like jumping up and down with joy. He collected his thoughts at the speed of light before speaking with great calmness. It would be going against my honor to ask your excellency for anything more. Rather, I should be the one who should give something to you. Oh. Please allow me to subdue the evil land of the county. I would like to kill a high-ranking monster to show the world the strength of the one who was titled the twin crown of the Winslan family, Eugene continued. Yes, Sir Eugene. Count Winslan was finally moved to tears. But not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the smiling, kind-hearted knight was in fact a vampire thinking of nothing else but red mana stones. Asterisk. What? Me? Lancelot responded with astonishment. Why are you so surprised? And sir, you swore that you would do me a favor, regardless of what it was, Eugene replied. Ah, that's true, but, Lancelot stuttered with a sour expression. The Count gave his permission as well. He told you to do as you please. Anyways, are you saying you won't do it? Eugene asked. I cannot break an oath of honor. I understand. I will follow Sir Eugene's suggestion, Lancelot said. It's not a suggestion, it's a demand. You must obey my instructions for 3 years from now. Eugene responded. Eugene didn't only demand the right to subjugate a dungeon from Count Winslan. Instead, he asked to borrow Lancelot for just 3 years. Eugene had a good feeling toward Lancelot, and it was the first time he felt such emotions since he met Galfredic. Count Winslan also felt that the two knights had been quite in sync during the competition. As such, he promptly agreed to Eugene's request. Of course, he also had the intention to place one of his own men by Eugene's side to watch over Eugene as he followed the path to become a duke. Eugene was no stranger to such intentions. I'll drag him in if I find him to be more useful than he is now. Eugene would have 3 long years to devise a specific method. Ha! I understand. Then what is your first order? Lancelot asked. Firstly, take care of the new recruits in 5 days, Eugene said. And what are you going to be doing in the meantime, Sir Eugene? Lancelot asked. Evil land subjugation. The prize from the competition and the ransom. Was that not enough silver coins for you? Lancelot asked. There are things that are much more important than money, Eugene answered. He was after the red mana stones, but he didn't find it necessary to inform Lancelot of the fact, which was why he gave a general answer. Eugene's calm attitude was sufficient to reaffirm Lancelot's confidence in him. I don't know about anything else, but one thing is for sure. Jan Eugene, this knight is after money and fame. Lancelot smiled brightly, not knowing that his conviction couldn't be further from the truth. What Ilda, I'm so hungry. Already. It hasn't even been that long since our last meal. It's even weirder that you can manage to feel hungry in a place like this. I'm scared to death right now. Workers were huddled together in front of an iron gate, which was tightly locked. They continued to chatter away. By the way, do you think he will be fine? It's already been a day and a half. What? Are you doubting the master of the twin crown? A hairy worker shouted, and a hunter-turned-dismantle responded with a click of his tongue. What does it matter if he's the twin crown? Does it make sense to enter a dungeon alone? You're right. That doesn't really make sense. I'm not sure what the Count was thinking. Why did he allow the knight to enter the dungeon by himself? HMPH. Most of the other workers voiced their agreement with the dismantler. The hairy worker responded as if he were frustrated. You can only say such things because you've never seen Sir Eugene fight before. It didn't matter if he was up against a holy knight, he still smashed them all. Even a holy knight is a human after all, right? It's a different matter to deal with monsters in a dungeon. It's rare to hear some sense coming out of your ignorant brain. Oi, that's a dungeon brimming with monsters. And it's not only kobolds or goblins either. Even a single intermediate rank monster could. Boom. 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 Wag. Oh, dear. The workers became startled as a series of heavy sounds resonated from inside the iron gate. Boom. 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 The workers stared at the iron gate with shocked expressions. They recalled the words of the knight who entered through the iron gate yesterday morning, then quickly ran to the iron gate. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! Including the soldiers who had been guarding the entrance to the evil land, about 10 people rushed to push the iron gate with all their might. Soon, it opened with a loud creak. Yes, sir. Are you all right? Everyone had expressions of disbelief as the knight made his appearance. His black plate armor was thoroughly coated and drenched in blood. Hayek. One person gasped after noticing the corpse of a large monster lying at the entrance, and everyone's gazes followed suit. Hugh. What is that? The workers and soldiers shouted with their mouths agape, and Eugene muttered in a nonchalant voice. It's a manticore. It's going to be hard to dismantle, so move the entire thing onto the cart. If you go further inside, you will find the corpse of a drake, so place that on the cart as well. Take care of dismantling the low-rank and intermediate-rank monsters. Eugene spoke before leisurely walking away, leaving behind the soldiers and workers in utter disbelief. Windsland County owned 2 evil lands. Both were long-standing dungeons that had been opened for more than 30 years already, and unlike other evil lands, the types of monsters residing in the dungeons and their pathways had almost been identified in their entirety. It was thanks to Count Windsland's tendency to favor his knights. While other lords mainly hired mercenaries and sent only 1 or 2 knights on subjugations, Count Windsland sent a fairly large number of knights on each expedition. Moreover, since he only took half of the mana stones and materials gained from the evil lands, his knights were usually well motivated and satisfied with their gains. The knights had no hesitation in exploring deeper and dealing with stronger monsters. But even though the identities of the high-ranking monsters had been discovered, none of them had ever been defeated. Cyclops, Manticore, and Drake, they were incredibly powerful monsters, and they were incredibly rare as well. Even in the history of the entire kingdom, they had rarely been defeated. But they had finally been defeated, and they fell to a single person to boot. In addition to the birth of a new crown after 16 long years, the rumors regarding the defeated monsters spread like wildfire. Priscilla trembled when she saw the numerous carts lining the yard of the association. Careful. Be careful when you move it. Heave-ho. Heave-ho. One of the carts contained the intact corpse of a giant monster, and the workers worked in unison to carefully move it. Manticore. There's a dragon over here. Are you an idiot? It's a drake. A drake. A dragon is much bigger than that. Oh my god. However, it wasn't just Priscilla who was overwhelmed by the sight. The entire association was thrown into an uproar. Quite a few of them had seen corpses of intermediate rank monsters such as trolls, war boars, and lycanthropes. However, none of them had ever set sight on the corpses of high-rank monsters, like the manticore or the drake. They were shocked at the overwhelming majesty of the corpses, and they were surprised once more upon discovering that the corpses had remained fully intact even after traveling an incredibly long distance. Vice Executive Eugene spoke up. "Why yes, Sir Eugene," Priscilla answered. "I spent 100 silver coins for the preservation magic, so please take that into account," Eugene commented. "Yes. I will get that calculated for you right away," Priscilla answered while nodding frantically. However, she kept on stealing gazes. "And who might this be?" she asked. "Sir Drac. He will be with me for a while," Eugene answered. "With you? Then that means..." Priscilla started to speak. As if feeling Priscilla's gaze, Lancelot stepped forward with a gentle smile. "It is my honor to meet you, my lady. I am Lancelot of Drac. Will you honor me with a chance to feel your warmth?" Lancelot said. "Oh, my!" Priscilla exclaimed as her face flamed up in an instant. It was the first time any knight had referred to her as a lady. Well. I am new to noble, yes Sir Drac, she stuttered. "Newt," Eugene said with a frown. Priscilla's voice had suddenly become quite nasally, and her manner of speech had undergone a slight change. A flower of jewels blooming on a field of gold, a wildflower growing wild and free in the green fields, and even the moonflowers bathing in the silver glory on cliff tops. "All are precious and beautiful flowers to me, they're flowers called ladies," Lancelot recited. Oh my, Priscilla lowered her with her hand outstretched. Her blush deepened when Lancelot took her hand and lightly kissed the back of it. Eugene felt goosebumps rising all over his skin. It was an incredibly outlandish, chilling sensation, something he had not felt even when he faced the manticore and the drake. He quickly interjected in a cold voice, "Don't make a fool of yourself, Lancelot, and watch over the process. Vice Executive, I have something to ask you. Let's go inside." "Why yes, sir," Priscilla answered hurriedly. "Let's have formal introductions later, Lady Palin," Lancelot said. Priscilla hurriedly pulled her hand away, and Lancelot gave a charming smile. Priscilla could not hide her embarrassment while contorting her body in strange ways. Sir, I'm afraid the merchant fox wench has fallen in love with the quarter-elf," Myrian commented in a quiet voice while stealing a glance at Lancelot. It appeared that she felt rather wary toward the quarter-elf since she had been unheard and unrestrained by anyone except Eugene until now. A fox. Undine, such words are not suitable to describe a lady who is as beautiful as a lily. Geek. "Sure enough," Lancelot whispered while glaring at Myrian, and she screamed before hiding inside her leather pocket. "Did you just say something, Sir Drac?" Priscilla asked. Ha ha ha. "It's nothing, Lady Palin. Anyway, I will see you later," Lancelot answered. "Yes," Priscilla replied. "They're a mental pair." Eugene shook his head as he entered the main building. Asterisk. T. The Royalists. Priscilla felt alarmed by the unexpected topic. "That's right. Do you know anything about the Royalists of Meran?" Eugene asked. "With all due respect, why are you asking me about the Royalists all of a sudden, Sir Eugene?" Priscilla asked while pressing her hand against her drumming chest. Nothing good could come out of becoming involved with the Royalists. If Eugene was planning to form a relationship with the Royalists, then the association would have to cease all operations with him, no matter how profitable their relationship with him was. "I want to take care of them," Eugene said. She was surprised by the unexpected answer, but she felt relieved at the same time. This was much better than Eugene allying himself with the Royalists. Anyway, I was hoping you could tell me whatever you know about the royalists of Meran, or if you could introduce me to someone who knows them very well, Eugene said. Well, then, Priscilla contemplated for a moment before raising her head. You should talk to the head of the mercenary guild about this issue. The head of the mercenary guild? Eugene asked. Yes. If you were to pick two people in Meran who hate the royalists the most, it would be the mayor and the mercenary guild leader. But Sir Eugene will attract attention if you meet with the mayor, so it will be better if you meet with the mercenary guild leader instead, Priscilla explained. Indeed, it wouldn't be strange for a knight to meet with the leader of a mercenary guild. I don't know how useful it will be, but I have one piece of information I would like to share with you. The Holy Knights came to my territory because of the royalists. The royalist of Meran. Eugene recalled the story he heard from Count Winslan before he left the county as he continued. Then please set me an appointment with the head of the mercenary guild. The sooner the better. Of course. Is there anything else? Priscilla asked. Lanslow, or rather, Sir Drac needs a new set of plate armor. If you could get in touch with the Batizark Armor Workshop and, Eugene started to ask. I will immediately place an order under my name. I will buy it for you. Priscilla interjected. Eugene hesitated. He had been about to say that Lanslow would head to the workshop to pay for the equipment. In the beginning, he had simply considered Priscilla to be a kind-hearted merchant, however, it appeared that she had an external motive today. As such, Eugene responded in a different manner. There is no need. Someone already provided the money for the armor, so Sir Drac will pay. Count Winslan had given Lanslow hundreds of silver coins to get himself a new set of armor. After all, wearing the armor of the Golden Moon Knights would make him too conspicuous. What? Of course. Merchants would naturally jump with joy after saving money, but strangely, Priscilla responded with a devastated expression. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 hours later, Eugene left the Palin Association alongside Luke and Lanslow. Lanslow and Luke left for the merchant district to take measurements for their armors, while Eugene immediately headed to the mercenary guild. Trevik postponed all other meetings after hearing that Eugene wanted to meet with him, and he personally came out of the building to greet Eugene upon the latter's arrival. I've already heard, Sir Eugene. You swept the floor during Count Winslan's night competition. And you killed a manticore and a drake. Trevik exclaimed. You're very quick when it comes to information. Well, I was lucky, Eugene responded. What? Ha ha ha, Trevik chuckled with astonishment. Any other knight would have boasted until they died after achieving such tremendous accomplishments, but Eugene still remained humble. Anyway, you had something to speak to me about. Trevik said. Well, I heard from Vice Executive Priscilla that you are familiar with the royalists. Is that correct? Eugene asked. Well, that is true. Do you have some business with the royalists? Trevik asked in a lower voice. The atmosphere immediately turned rather heavy. Please don't misunderstand. I heard that you are the one who is least fond of the royalists in Meran, and that is why I came to speak with you, Eugene explained. Is that so? Sir Eugene, what is it that you wanted to speak about? Trevik continued. I can't tell you the details, but the royalists of Meran tried to screw me over, Eugene said. Those crazy bastards. What a bunch of ignorant fools. Trevik wanted to dance with joy after hearing Eugene's words. He wanted to maintain a harmonious relationship with Eugene, and he wasn't sure what they had done exactly, but the royalists had somehow gotten on the wrong side of Eugene. Those unscrupulous fellows. I knew they would cause trouble someday. Trevik exclaimed. His voice was laced with anger, sincerity, and sprinkled with a dose of exaggeration. He quickly continued. Sir Eugene. Most royalists are usually similar. However, the royalists of Meran are known to be as shameless as vipers. They are even worse than goblin dung. In addition, Trevik started to excitedly gossip about the royalists. Eugene interjected in a cool voice, I already know about all of that. Please provide me with the names of the royalists. Of course. However, Sir Eugene, Trevik said, I think I need to provide you with a rough explanation. When you come to pass down judgment on those vipers or put them on trial, we can provide you with assistance at the city level, Trevik continued. Eugene showed interest. Trevik continued in an uncharacteristically subtle voice, you should at least tell the mayor to put yourself at an advantage. If you let us know, we can take care of the cleanup. What do you think? Let us do that. Let me explain. Eugene briefly explained why the Holy Knights had suddenly participated in the competition held in Winslow County. Trevik's expression continued to change throughout the story, and then he responded with a serious expression at the end, Sir Eugene. The royalists of Meran barely have any connection with the central church and the royal city. Moreover, as far as I know, the cardinal's approval is necessary for the Holy Knights to make a move. But do you think it was really possible that the Holy Knights were authorized to move in that short period of time after a letter was sent directly to the central church? It doesn't make any sense. Is that so? Are you suggesting that there was external intervention? Eugene asked. It's very likely. So, Trevik suddenly remembered something and hurriedly continued in an excited voice, among the royalists of Meran, there is a nobleman named Sir Shiranosa. But this man is a distant relative of Count Evergrove. And the Evergrove County. A certain individual's face naturally came to Eugene's mind. Jevin Evergrove. Is it you again? His eyes glowed with an ominous light. Nobles valued honor and dignity above all else. Of course, there were a few easygoing, rational figures like Essandra, but most nobles tend to be very traditional and prideful. It was generally accepted that the higher one's status, the greater their sense of pride and honor. Nobles took pride in their honorable and noble pure blood, and Jevin, the successor to the Evergrove County, was the most prideful individual among the nobles Eugene had met thus far. It wasn't out of sincere respect that Jevin Evergrove treated his knights well. Rather, it was to make use of the fact that knights would do all kinds of things to prove their worth to their lord, especially to one that appeared considerate and kind toward them. I did think that he wasn't the one to take a loss. In conclusion, it's highly likely for Meran's royalists to have delivered their message to the central church through the Evergrove County. Even if the city of Meran wanted to request the presence of holy knights, the mayor himself would have had to come forward. As such, I highly doubt that the royalists planned the entire thing without anyone's help, especially since they have little to no influence anymore. It would have been simply impossible, Trevik explained. So, let's pretend that the Evergrove County was involved in the matter. Which individual do you think it could have been? Eugene asked. Trevik replied with certainty, it would have been young Master Jevin, the successor of the county. Count Evergrove prioritizes stability over all else, but Lord Jevin is an ambitious man. But the question is, how deep was his involvement? If he was responsible for simply relaying their message, it would be hard to hold him accountable, Trevik said. It was just as the guild leader said. Meran's royalists were washed up and kaput. But Jevin Evergrove was the legitimate successor to the most powerful, noble lord in the nearby area. Obviously, he could not be pinned down with an ambiguous accusation, especially if there wasn't any hard evidence. I'll have to make sure of that first. Trevik was silently waiting for Eugene to speak with a sparkle in his eyes. Eugene organized his thoughts before speaking. First, please give me all the information you have regarding the royalists and the list of their members. Of course. I will draft that for you right away. Of course, it will be free, Trevik responded with a bright smile before immediately starting to write with his pen. And I was planning to hold a party sometime soon. I was hoping that both you and the mayor could attend, Eugene said. Oh. How could I refuse? I will make sure to participate. I will let the mayor know in advance as well, Trevik responded. Thank you, Eugene said. Please take care, Sir Eugene. Trevik exclaimed with a dazzling smile as Eugene placed the piece of parchment in his pockets before standing up. Trevik burst into boisterous laughter once Eugene disappeared. You ha 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 ha. I can finally get rid of those unpleasant royalists once and for all. I knew it. Sir Eugene is truly Meren's lucky charm. Ah. This isn't the time for this, Trevik muttered to himself before quickly putting on his jacket and making his way towards the city hall. He would have to deliver the good news and start preparing for the clean-up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The news of Eugene's return quickly spread throughout the city of Meren. It also became known that he would be holding a party. Eugene was already renowned in the city of Meren. However, his fame soared even further after rumors of his great achievements in Count Winslan's competition circulated throughout the city. Every celebrity was looking forward to receiving an invitation from the master of the Twin Crown who defeated a manticore and a drake. Naturally, there were a number of royalists among such people. I received an invitation from Sir Eugene. Oh. So did I. Ha ha. It seems that whoever the royal city sent was successful in conciliating with him. The royalists could not hide their joy. A knight as famous as Eugene would surely know how the royalists were treated in the city of Meren. Even so, he had invited them to his party. As such, there was only one possible explanation. Everyone. Don't you think that we should be more careful? We still haven't heard anything from the royal city, right? One of the royalists remarked, which made the others hesitate. It was true. The knight competition had already concluded a while ago. It was a little strange that they hadn't heard anything yet. I didn't hear anything from Lord Jevin either. We don't know if the plan was a success or a failure. Would you not agree that it's too early to celebrate? The figure added. You have a point. But think about it. Do you really think that a man holding an important position in the royal city would bother to inform us of the results? If it were you, would you bother to inform us? One of the other royalists commented. No news is said to be good news. Moreover, Sir Eugene invited us. Doesn't that mean that he sees us in a favorable light? From now on, everything will depend on our individual abilities. That's right. There is no need to think too much about it. Now. Why don't we worry about what we should get Sir Eugene as a gift? Let's do that. Ha ha ha. The royalists started to excitedly discuss what they would bring as a gift. They were completely oblivious to the fact that the church had decided to keep things a secret in order to hide the deaths of 2 holy knights and the humiliating escape of the sole survivor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At a similar time, news regarding Eugene also reached Jevin Evergrove through a spy he had planted in Meren. Damn it. Jevin Evergrove rarely lost control of his temper, but he couldn't help but roar in outrage. The servants quickly shrunk back and hurried outside, and Jevin collapsed into a chair while breathing heavily. Well, it doesn't make sense. This wasn't supposed to happen. Jevin was on the verge of madness. He had added a postscript to the letter of the royalists to the royal city. Conciliation is the priority, but there is reason to believe that Jan Eugene is unfaithful and is distrusting of the church. In addition, he had described Eugene's achievements without a hitch and recommended that holy knights should be dispatched since it would be difficult for ordinary priests to deal with him. As a result, he heard rumors that holy knights would participate in Count Winslan's knight competition, and he felt as if he were soaring through the sky. Holy knights were the pinnacle of all knights. Although there were numerous outstanding knights, the holy knights were still considered one of the best in the kingdom. As such, Jevin never doubted that Eugene would be seriously injured and humiliated in the competition. Killing a high-ranking monster, defeating the thieves and mercenaries of Carl's Baggins and rising to become a lord. Such achievements wouldn't matter a dime compared to fighting against holy knights in the jousting competition, swordsmanship competition, and mock battle, which simulated a real war. Jevin had been certain of this because he had personally witnessed the skills of the holy knights in the past. But as if to mock his efforts, Jan Eugene had returned to Meren without any problems. What the hell is going on? Did the holy knights lose? Jevin muttered. He was unaware of any details. His contact in the central church and the royal castle had gone silent, and even if he were to send a letter to them, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to receive a response. In addition, there was no guarantee that he would receive a reply. Should I ask Shiranosa? Jevin whispered. But he shook his head after biting his lips. No. That's too risky. They might notice that I intervened. Jevin continued to agonize. Jan Eugene shouldn't know that I was involved yet. If he did know, he would have come to me instead of heading back to Meren. Then that means, Jevin muttered. Should he feign ignorance? No. His instincts were warning him. It was a bad idea. Jan Eugene wasn't a fool. Compared to other simple, ignorant knights, he was quick-witted and extraordinary in his thinking. Moreover, it wasn't just once or twice, this was the 3rd time that he had been threatened. Would he really not notice anything? That's ridiculous. And what if? What if he really defeated the Holy Knights? Jevin felt a chill in his spine as he voiced his thoughts. He could still rest easy even when he heard of Jan Eugene's achievements in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. However, he could not stand still anymore. What if Eugene's blade turned toward him? What if he caught Meren's royalists like little rats, then hired mercenaries and invaded the Evergrove territory? What if Eugene came to him asking for the truth behind the matter? It's over. His family would survive, but he would naturally be ruined. His father, Count Evergrove, was a man who saw stability to the extent that it felt almost foolish. Obviously, Count Evergrove would rather replace his successor than fight against a monstrous knight while enduring suffocating pressure from the city of Meren and the new Marquis of Archivold at the same time. Jevin's face whitened as he finally came to realize the significance of the situation. Jevin contemplated for half a day before finally coming to a decision. His stress had caused his hair to start falling out. Gold. Prepare gold. Clean around 10 slaves and have them wait. Jevin shouted. What? Where will you be going? What about your escorts? Escorts? That's right. Call Sir Marvel, Sir McCooley, and Sir Filton. I will immediately depart for Meren. Right now. Jevin continued, listing the names of knights who had been beaten like dogs by Eugene. He jumped up from his seat and started to move. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The feast was held at the mansion that was lent to Eugene and his group. It was more appropriate to be called a large house than a mansion, but after Priscilla hastily spent silver coins to decorate the residence, it became quite presentable. That wasn't all. Priscilla mobilized all available resources, capital, and personal connections to prepare all the essential personnel and supplies that would be required to host a grand feast, including cooks, dancers, jesters, and musicians. It was a way to show her appreciation for one of the association's most prioritized customers. In other words, Eugene held a feast without spending a single coin of his own. Sunset. Led by the mayor, the head of the city's guilds, the owners of large merchant associations, and many nobles started arriving at the mansion one after another. The royalists also arrived at the mansion, dressed in their nicest attire and with gifts for Eugene. Many of the attendees stared at the royalists with distaste, but none of them took action. If they were to cause a disturbance on Eugene's doorstep, they would be looking down on the knight's honor. As such, they simply ignored the royalists as if they were simply dogs and cows. Sir Eugene. Congratulations. I heard you achieved great accomplishments in Count Winslan's night competition. A manticore and a drake. Even if I have to spend all of my money, I will make sure to write a beautiful poem about Sir Eugene's achievements and pass it down from generation to generation. Sir Eugene. This is a small token of our appreciation that we prepared. I hope it is to your liking. The royalists stuck to Eugene's side and fawned over him as if he were a statue in a shrine. What are they planning? Eugene felt flabbergasted. It was impossible to believe that they were the ones responsible for trying to exterminate him using the holy knights. It would be normal for them to show even a trace of fear, but he couldn't feel such emotions at all. If all of them were acting, they would be fit to perform in front of royalty. This is strange. Eugene decided to put his plan on hold for a while as doubts started to arise, though the box of gold they gifted him played a large part as well. Geek. GG Gold. Key. It was no wonder that the spirit of desire collapsed with shock after seeing the gold. Eugene had already made a fortune through Count Winslan's night competition and the evil land subjugations, but there was no reason for him to refuse a gift of 200 gold coins. Thank you. I will make sure your gift is put to good use. Here, please have a glass, Eugene said. Oh, my. Your generosity with wine is as grand as your bravery, Sir Eugene. Ha ha ha. One of the royalists exclaimed. They were now certain. Eugene was already conciliated by someone from the royal city. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to treat them so kindly. It's done. Now we must get this knight to speak for us. Our position will grow, and the city will fall into chaos. Ha 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 ha. The royalists couldn't control their joy and burst into genuine laughter. The other attendees, including the mayor and the various guild leaders, were looking at the royalists with aversion. All of them had already heard the story from Trevik. It was then. The successor of the Evergrove County, young Master Jevin. Eugene's expression turned stiff after hearing the announcement. He was already confused by the reaction of the royalists, so why on earth was Jevin Evergrove here without an invitation? Did they plan this as a group? They would not have had the time. In addition, they would not throw themselves into the maw of an ogre unless they were fools. I don't know what you are up to, but you picked the wrong person to mess with. Eugene stared at the entrance. When it was time, he would take care of the royalists and Jevin Evergrove. Oh. Sir Eugene. Jevin exclaimed as he hurried towards Eugene and stretched out his hand. There were many watching eyes, and Jevin was the successor of the nearby region's most influential family. As such, Eugene shook his hand. It has been a while, Lord Jevin, Eugene said. Ha ha. Indeed. It has been too long, Jevin responded. We are here as well, Sir Eugene. Eugene's eyes widened when he saw the knights who accompanied Jevin. Geek. Aren't those the knights who were beaten to a pulp by our Sir Eugene? Myrian exclaimed. Although the matter had concluded successfully, it was strange to see the three knights smiling brightly after Eugene had beaten them up only a few months ago. They wanted to see you again so badly, Sir Eugene. By the way, I heard about your spectacular performance in Count Winslan's night competition. I couldn't stand still after hearing the stories. My blood was boiling, so I came. Ah. This is my gift to you. Jevin said before gesturing at a group of well-dressed slaves. They came forward holding a large chest. Open it, Jevin ordered. Click. The slaves opened the large chest. Doo-hoo. The attendees couldn't hold themselves back. Keek. Keek. Keikitiwa. Myrian was overcome with such intense emotions that she even fainted. Dozens of large gold bars were glimmering with an enchanting light inside a chest large enough to fit a child. This is a token of my respect for Sir Eugene. You have glorified our region with your spectacular, wonderful performance in the competition. I hope you will accept it, Jevin said. Eugene was distracted by the gold bars for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and stared at Jevin. Jevin Evergrove was smiling brightly after drawing the attention of the crowd by suddenly revealing the chest of gold. His appearance was dignified and confident. Anyone could see that he was a proud successor of a great noble. Eugene squinted. Although Jevin was smiling, his eyes were quivering ever so slightly. In addition, his scent was a mixture of perfume and a bodily odor that humans naturally emitted when they were nervous and scared. From his experience, Eugene knew the defining characteristic of those who reacted like this. They were afraid of him. As such, Eugene became convinced. It's him. It was Jevin. Eugene was certain that Jevin Evergrove was the one responsible for directing the Holy Knights to Count Winslan's night competition. Funnily enough, it appeared that Jevin was unaware that Eugene already knew the truth. But why did he come? Eugene turned his gaze towards the royalists. Their gazes were glued to the gold bars, and their mouths were agape with shock. Just as Count Winslan said, those who were responsible for sending a letter to the royal city were the royalists of Meran. They were the main culprits behind the letter which caused an influential figure of the royal city to mobilize the Holy Knights. Jevin Evergrove had simply been the middleman, the deliverer of the message. Regardless of the actual truth and the various circumstances, this was the situation thus far. Anyway, Sir Eugene. I was told that you won the twin crown at the night competition. Is that true? Jevin asked. Who? I'm not sure how you found out, but it is indeed true, Eugene responded. Who? The attendees expressed their admiration. They already knew that Eugene had performed well in the competition, but the details had not been properly revealed yet. Eugene had purposefully asked the mercenary guild leader to keep the results of the night competition a secret for the time being. As expected. I heard that there were truly amazing knights who participated in the competition. Yet, Sir Eugene managed to win both the jousting and the swordsmanship competition. In addition, I heard that Sir Eugene led an army to victory in the mock battle as its captain. Truly amazing. Jevin exclaimed while raising his arms somewhat exaggeratedly. His words were enough to astound everyone at the banquet. The twin crown. And a captain in the mock battle. Doesn't that mean that he swept the floor in the entire competition? The attendees of the banquet started to whisper excitedly. Jevin looked around the crowd before speaking even louder. Moreover, it's said that even a number of holy knights from the royal city participated in the competition, right? Sir Eugene didn't just form a unit with the holy knights, but he even took the lead and led the troops to victory as a captain. Everyone, would you not agree that Sir Eugene is a true hero of Meran and our region? What is this nonsense? Eugene was left speechless. It was already ridiculous that Jevin was the first to bring up the matter regarding the Holy Knights, so why was he telling a completely opposite version of the story? Regardless of Eugene's puzzlement, the atmosphere of the banquet heated up even more. Yoo-hoo! The reputation of the Holy Knights was almost universal. They were a chosen, select group of elites possessing excellent skills, noble blood, and distinguished faith. Only those who satisfied all three conditions could become holy knights. It was shocking for the crowd to hear that Eugene had led such a group of distinguished knights to victory in a mock battle. It was even more surprising than the fact that he defeated a high-ranking monster. Moreover, this fact was sufficient for the royalists to be assured of their belief. There's no doubt. The royal city sent holy knights to completely win over Sir Eugene. Do they expect us to believe that those proud folks allowed him to be their captain without reason? It would have been impossible unless he swore to become a royalist. They had no reason to doubt Jevin's words since he had acted as the intermediary for their message. The royalists couldn't hide their smiles as they approached Eugene. That's amazing, Sir Eugene. I can't believe you formed a unit with the Holy Knights. The Holy Knights are a symbol of noble faith and ardent loyalty, right? They are a sword of the church and His Majesty the King. The royalists started to freely express themselves while currying favor with Eugene. Did you know, Sir Eugene? We were actually the ones responsible for requesting the presence of the Holy Knights. But we would have never thought that Holy Knights would actually be mobilized. Anyway, I am glad to hear that they were a valuable contributor to your amazing achievements. Would you not agree that this is proof that both God and His Majesty the King greatly favor you? Ha ha ha. The expressions of a great number of attendees changed in an instant after hearing the words of the royalists. If what they were saying was true, didn't it mean that the hero of Meran, an unrivaled, unprecedented knight, had already aligned himself with the royalists? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The royalists burst into laughter with proud expressions while looking around at the attendees. However, the sound of their laughter gradually decreased. The one who should have praised and thanked them wasn't showing any reaction. Sir Eugene. One of the royalists called out. Eugene stared at them while maintaining his silence for a while, then slowly parted his lips. It is indeed true that the Holy Knights were participating in the knight competition. Are you saying that you were the ones who requested the Holy Knights? Of course. Ha ha. I see. However, Eugene interrupted. He continued while looking around at the banquet. I'm not sure why, but the Holy Knights were extremely hostile toward me. They were trying to keep me in check, and in addition, they attempted to kill me in the jousting and the swordsmanship competition. What? The royalists exclaimed. However, Eugene didn't spare them a glance as he calmly continued. I am a knight. No matter how honorable and noble the Holy Knights may be, I could not tolerate their unreasonable behavior. They were trying to harm me for no reason, so I fought back as hard as I could. And as a result, Eugene paused, and his red eyes skirted over the attendees before stopping at the royalists, who were trembling like sailboats facing a storm. 2 of the Holy Knights died in an unfortunate accident during their match against me, and the other fled with his companions at dawn on the day of the mock battle, Eugene said. The royalists stiffened as if time had stopped. What dishonorable, underhand fellows! How dare they try to harm the hero of our city? It was the mayor's cry that broke through the momentary silence. And that was under the instigation of those viper-like men. Sir Eugene. As the mayor representing the city of Meran, I apologize on their behalf. The mayor exclaimed before giving a slight bow to Eugene. Then, he turned towards the trembling royalists and roared fiercely. All of you must know how serious a crime it is to conspire a murder against a noble, right? Arrest those men immediately. Arrest them. Trevik repeated the mayor's words as Meran's mercenary guild leader and the city's recruiting officer. Yes. The guards, who were participating as the mayor's escorts, immediately answered. This is, the royalists could not hide their shock. One of their members gritted his teeth and shouted. This is a trap. They got us. What are you all doing? Protect us. There's no helping it. Fight. Protect me. The rest of the royalists quickly came to their senses and shouted at their servants and guards. Shuik. But before their guards could react, Eugene took Madarazaka from inside his cape and threw it vigorously. Wah! Kugh! The famed spear passed by the attendees like a black meteor before piercing 2 guards who were starting to draw their swords. After cleanly passing through the 2 men, the spear embedded itself in the wall. Wag! He's dead. Whoosh! Eugene crossed the chaotic banquet hall in an instant like lightning while swinging wolf slaughter. The guards collapsed while spewing blood and their attempts to protect the royalists were nullified. I'll run away. Hurry. In the meantime, some of the faster royalists hurried to the exit of the hall under the escort of their slaves. Shuik. Kiwu. Two beautiful silver lines were drawn through the air, and two sturdy slaves fell with holes in their heads and chests. "Hugh!" the royalists gasped. "And where are you going?" "I am under orders from Sir Eugene, so I ask for your understanding." Lanslow shook the blood off his blade with a beautiful, dazzling smile. If not for the current situation, it was certain that his smile would have enchanted countless ladies. You dare to plot against master." Luke didn't stay still either. The young slave respected his master the most in the world, and as such, he rushed toward the royalists' guards without hiding his fury. "Kill them! Run! Keek! The blood's going to dirty the gold bar. Don't let them get away. Wag! You human scum! Keek! My gold!" The hall was thrown into a great turmoil, and even strange shouts could be heard from time to time amidst the chaos. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It did not take too long for all of the royalists to be put under arrest, and the long-standing headache of Marin was finally cleared up. Eugene and Lanslow were far too strong that the slaves and guards of the royalists quickly surrendered after witnessing their colleagues fall like autumn leaves. Even though the banquet turned into such a mess, the remaining attendees raised their glasses to praise Eugene and congratulate him for driving out the royalists. "He's the king's godfather, so I cannot believe that the cardinal was involved in such a disgraceful affair. That's what I am saying. I can only say how relieved I am that our city had already cut ties with the Central Church and the royal family. Those despicable royalists don't know what honor is. The Central Church is no better. Mr. Mayor, you must strongly protest regarding this situation in the quarterly correction report." The attendees of the banquet strongly voiced their opinions. "There is no need to worry, everybody. I will take responsibility and cut off all ties we have with the royal family." The mayor responded. He was inwardly overjoyed at the outcome. The royalists had been removed at once, and the entire city was unified in its will. He tried his best to hide his smile as he comforted and assured the attendees. Eugene watched the situation play out from a distance. He turned his head and spoke to the figure who was stealing glances at him. "Don't we have something to discuss as well, young Master Jevin? Before that, should I compliment you on your brilliant plan?" "Well," Jevin quivered before letting out a long sigh. Then he approached Eugene before continuing. "So you already knew everything, sir. I would have been a fool otherwise. Anyway, I think I did an adequate job participating in this little game of yours. Are you satisfied?" Eugene said. "Thank you, Sir Eugene. And I apologize," Jevin responded. "Why would you apologize? If anyone heard you, they might misunderstand and assume that you have committed a grave crime. For example," Eugene said before looking around their surroundings. Then, he inched closer to Jevin before whispering in his ear. "Asking for the dispatch of holy knights from the Central Church through tampering with the royalists' letter, or something similar, wouldn't you agree? Can I be assured such things won't happen again?" Eugene asked. "Oh, of course. I swear on the honor of my name, my title, and my family," Jevin responded. "That's only natural. Anyway, it seems a little lacking to leave it as a promise between just the two of us," Eugene continued. "What?" Jevin was about to reply when Eugene interrupted him by shouting at the attendees of the banquet. "Sirs." "Oh. Sir Eugene. Do you have something to say?" The mayor immediately responded with a delighted expression. His impression of Eugene was close to that of a deity after all he had done for the city. Eugene continued after placing his hand on Jevin's shoulder. "Young Master Jevin here has contributed greatly to destroying the royalists' dirty plot, would you not agree?" "Well, yes," the mayor agreed. Even though it felt rather strange, he wouldn't refute the words of Marin's hero. However, it is also true that young Master Jevin failed to properly confirm the contents of the letter that called for my murder. As such, young Master Jevin feels very apologetic about the matter. Isn't that right, Lord Jevin? Eugene shouted. Oh, of course. Even though it was a mistake, I have no excuses to make. Jevin was flustered as well, but he eagerly agreed with Eugene's statement. The sword lay in Eugene's hand after all. And as such, young Master Jevin swears to actively cooperate in anything I do from now on, and I am sincerely grateful. Eugene continued. Hoo-hoo. Jevin flinched, but the mayor and others widened their eyes with interest and surprise. As an apology, he is willing to open the evil land of his territory for subjugation whenever I want, and he wants to leave the disposal and trading of all manor stones and materials gained from the evil lands to the city of Meran. In addition, he stated that he will never confront anyone who holds the crest of Eugene, including myself. Finally, he swears on the honor of the Evergrove County and his own honor that he will abide by all these. Ha ha ha! Eugene gave a dry laugh while strongly pulling Jevin's shoulder. Jevin managed to open his lips while sweating heavily. He could feel the murderous intent in Eugene's red eyes and the incredible strength from his hand. That's right. I, Jevin Evergrove, swear before all of you that I will do everything Sir Eugene had just said. I swear it on my honor and my family. Viewer our at. Meran's dignitaries were amazed by the declaration, and the city's mayor and guild leaders could not hide their shock. Eugene also felt satisfied. He would have control over the Evergrove County in the future. Tui. My gold. My gold bars. My. Hing. A will our at. Tui. Who will our at. But tonight was a heartbreaking evening for the spirit, and the spirit only, as she continued to spit and wipe the blood-stained gold clean. The next morning, a trial of the royalists was held in the city square. According to custom, someone needed to serve as a lawyer for the royalists, but unsurprisingly, no one came to their defense. In addition, a great majority of Meran's nobles and dignitaries were witnesses of yesterday's incident. As such, the fates of the royalists were as good as decided. I sentenced Sir Vile Shiranosa and the 7 others to be imprisoned indefinitely with no parole, and for all of their properties and possessions to be confiscated. The panel of judges, which consisted of Meran's mayor, Jevin Evergrove, and Meran's parish, came to an agreement with an iron fist. This is all a setup. This was a trap. We will yield into a trap. The royalists shouted desperately after falling from their positions overnight, but only the jeers of the citizens greeted them. Thus, the trial concluded in less than 10 minutes, and Eugene had a brief conversation with Jevin before he returned to the Evergrove territory. I trust that you will keep your promise, Eugene said. I swore on my honor and the honor of my family in front of all those people. You should know well how strong that shackle is, Sir Eugene. Jevin responded bitterly. Even if he succeeded the county in the near future, yesterday's oath would still be valid. If he were to violate his promise, Jevin Evergrove would be ridiculed and criticized by all the attendees of yesterday's banquet, including the mayor of Meran. Moreover, that wouldn't be the end of it. Eugene's splendid connections, including Count Winslan and Marquise Archivold, would never sit still, and such an outcome would represent the end for the Evergrove County in the aristocratic world. I poked my stick into the wrong hole. As he climbed onto his saddle, Jevin Evergrove was determined never to cross Eugene ever again until he heard the news of the knight's death. Those slaves are my gift to you, so do as you would like with them. Feel free to use them or sell them. Goodbye. Jevin bid farewell. Take care, Eugene responded. Jevin departed with his knights. Master, what shall I do with them? Luke asked while pointing at the slaves. There were 7 men and 3 women, and all of them appeared to be in their mid-teens to early 20s. Both their appearance and physique were excellent. It seemed Jevin had selected and brought along only those with the highest value among his slaves. Eugene glanced at the slaves. The slaves attempted to smile in front of their new master. But they could still clearly remember the bloody events of yesterday. All of them had clearly seen how strong and merciless their beautiful master was. I have to smile. If I don't want to die, I must smile. I can only pray he doesn't torture me. What if he drags me to the evil lands and throws me to the monsters as bait? The women will work as maids in my castle. You will receive 1 silver coin every month as your pay, Eugene declared. The eyes of the female slaves became filled with shock. Eugene turned toward the male slaves before continuing. Does anyone know how to fight or hunt? No, rather, it doesn't matter what it is. If you have any specialties, speak. The slaves couldn't answer the sudden question. Rather, they warily stole glances at Eugene and at each other. Luke stepped forward with a frown. The master asked you a question. Hurry and answer. The slaves mistook Luke for Eugene's aide and hastily answered. My pop was a hunter. I know how to read and write letters and numbers. I am able to trim leather. I can make candles as well. The slaves started to answer one after another, and Eugene nodded with satisfaction. Not only were the slaves well built and handsome, but all of them also possessed at least one special skill. Good. All of you will be paid 1 silver every month as your wage. Luke, educate them well before we arrive at the territory, Eugene said. Yes, master. Luke answered vigorously before walking over to the slaves. Excuse me, should we address you as Sir Luke from now on? One of the older slaves asked carefully. Luke responded with a grin. And why would you need to? I am a slave as well. What? All of the slaves were astonished by Luke's answer. What kind of a slave was equipped in such fine armor and wielded a sword and a shield? Just call me Luke. I have forgotten my last name. I have been with our master for about half a year, and I am fighting alongside him because I was trained as a knight in the past, Luke explained. I see, however, the slaves still felt rather uneasy toward Luke. Since he was trained as a knight and even had a last name, though he claimed to have forgotten it, he was different from them. Moreover, they knew that a knight would never arm a slave with weapons unless the knight had great trust in them. Excuse me, Luke. Is it true that master will pay us a wage? One of the slaves asked politely. It is true. I will receive more than the lot of you because I participate in evil land subjugations and various expeditions, Luke responded. Then did you save up to buy your armor and weapon? One of the other slaves asked. No. Master himself purchased these and gave them to me. Master Eugene is the most merciful man in the world, Luke said. Oh. The expressions of the slaves instantly cleared up, but Luke glanced coldly at them before speaking. However, you will lose your head if you get ahead of yourself and forget your place. You saw it clearly yesterday, right? Master shows no mercy to those who attempt to harm him. And, Luke tapped on his short sword before continuing, I won't forgive anyone who acts impudently toward Master Eugene. The slaves gulped loudly while vigorously nodding. Slave number 1 is pretty decent, Myrian commented. Eugene agreed with the spirit. He was satisfied that Luke was properly educating the new slaves from the get-go. Lanslow, Eugene called out. Yes, yes. Then, farewell, ladies. Kirioa. Lanslow had been secretly flirting with the women who came out to watch the trial. He winked at the group before following after Eugene. Kei, Kii. Kiiwewa. Myrian was about to blurt out some nonsense but stopped herself after gazing at Lanslow and voluntarily jumped into her leather pocket. If nothing else, Eugene was satisfied that Lanslow was useful as a spirit suppressor. Oh, Sir Eugene, the mayor and the other guild leaders welcomed Eugene. They were in a festive mood, and it seemed as if they wanted to immediately head to the pub to toast. Marin will be more peaceful from now on, Eugene said. Ha ha. It's all thanks to you, Sir Eugene. Sir Eugene is a true hero of our city. I am thinking of setting up your statue as a sign of respect after asking for the opinion of the citizens. What do you think about that? The mayor asked. Eugene could tell that he was being sincere and that he would immediately erect a statue with Eugene's permission. But Eugene shook his head in a humble gesture. That would be too much for me. I only did what I had to do, and it's clear that God is personally looking after the city of Meran, Eugene said. Ooh. How could he be so humble? The mayor and the guild leaders shared an emotional gaze. Eugene glanced over their faces before speaking nonchalantly. By the way, gentlemen, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Anything. If it's a request from Sir Eugene, I will even take off the balls of a giant living in White Noble. There will be no need for that. However, I am planning an expedition in the near future. Could I ask for support from the city of Meran? Eugene said. An expedition? The mayor responded. Eugene quickly noticed that the mayor's expression was a little stiff, and he continued without giving them time to think. Yes. I'm afraid I will need to head to Branchia. *****. Eugene's plan to travel to Branchia drew full support from the mayor and the various guild leaders of the city. If anyone else had spoken similar words, they would have been dismissed as a crazy individual, but the mayor and the guild leaders judged that it would be possible with Eugene. One needed to travel for more than 5 days by boat to go to Branchia, and it wasn't a journey through the sea routes of the continental nations, which mainly consisted of traveling near the coastline. Rather, one had to travel across the open sea in a dangerous journey to reach Branchia. Moreover, there were numerous, small islands scattered across the sea on the route leading to Branchia, and they were brimming with pirates. In addition, there was a powerful orc tribe called the Kite tribe on the northern part of the sea. As such, an expedition to Branchia was incredibly dangerous, but at the same time, it was very alluring and promising. Although it was an island, Branchia was very large. There were dozens of evil lands in Branchia, as well as numerous mines and vast, fertile land. The most promising aspect of Branchia was the fact that most royal families of the land had declined steadily in the past. As such, there had been no proper king for the past decade. If that was the case, then why had the kingdoms of the continent not intervened? After all, it was a lovely piece of morsel waiting to be claimed. It was because everyone was in quite a dire situation. In order to send thousands of troops to Branchia, they needed to possess astronomical funds, a noble, dignified status to rally various nobles, and above all else, justification. Only kings were capable of meeting all the qualifications. However, the kings of the continent were occupied with monitoring and keeping their own great nobles in check, and as such, it was impossible for them to even make an attempt in occupying Branchia. Even if the conditions were met, they knew that they would be placing themselves in a risky position by leaving their nation undefended, and there weren't any kings who were foolish enough to take such a risk. As a result, the church took the lead in all 3 expeditions of Branchia throughout history. The Church of Branchia accommodated the native faith and walked a different path from the denominations of the continent, which provided a perfect cause for invasion. Jan Eugene had Winselan and Archivold as his supporters, and even though he wasn't a holy knight, he was a man of faith capable of purifying the undead. He walked the path of sublime faith. Most importantly, Eugene was a tremendously strong knight, and it wasn't just his brute strength either. He displayed his prowess in politics by solving the dispute of the Archivold family in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula, and he also proved his ability as a commander in the mock battle of Count Winselan's knight competition. Who else could possibly attempt an expedition to Branchia but Sir Eugene? That's right. If we, the city of Meran, could establish a proper trade with Branchia, we could become the best city on the continent. We could even surpass kingdoms. But an expedition calls for a massive investment. Where will we get the funds? Are you a fool? What are you planning to do with the property we confiscated from the royalists? Aha! Thus, the city of Meran unanimously supported Eugene's expedition to Branchia. *****. A few days later, rather than a merchant ship of the Palin Association, Eugene arrived in Morfern on a military ship provided by the city of Meran. The stories regarding Eugene's accomplishments in the night competition had yet to spread in Morfern, but numerous leaders of the city, including Gardai, welcomed Eugene with open arms. "Welcome back, Sir Eugene." Geek. "The rich halibut has another chin." As Myrian said, Gardai had gained more weight and now had a triple chin. He smiled and personally guided Eugene to the sitting room after greeting him. "Have you been injured anywhere, Sir Eugene? Are you doing all right?" Gardai asked. "No, I'm fine," Eugene responded. "Ah. Pardon me for being rude. There's no way that a knight as outstanding as Sir Eugene would have been injured in a knight competition," Gardai said. It appeared his flattery had grown as large as his fat belly. Gardai continued in a husky voice, "With all due respect, how did you perform in the competition, Sir Eugene?" "Twin crown. And I won the mock battle as the captain," Eugene responded. "Oh." Gardai expressed his astonishment. Unfortunately, the city of Meran was involved in the matter and they were Morfern's rival. Nevertheless, Gardai was overjoyed after hearing that Eugene had dominated a competition held by a great noble like Count Winslan. "Sir Eugene, give me the word, and I will use my own money to erect your statue in front of Morfern's port," Gardai started. Eugene had been wondering when the merchant would mention it. It was just what he would expect from merchants. "Thank you, but I will politely decline. Anyway, what is the progress on the construction of my castle and the status of my territory?" Eugene asked. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. According to a report we received a few days ago, the castle is set to be completed in 3 or 4 months. And regarding the silver mine, befitting his status as the merchant guild leader, Gardai gave a concise, but detailed report regarding Eugene's territory. Something's a little strange. Why does he seem so wary?" Gardai had always acted a little cautiously in front of Eugene, but this was different. He felt different from the past. Eugene wasn't sure why, but it was as if the merchant was afraid of him. As such, all the guilds in Morfern and myself have been working tirelessly for Sir Eugene and the territory. It's a little weird for me to say it with my own lips, but we really have been working hard, squeezing out the last drops of our tears and blood in our bodies. So, Sir Eugene, Gardai paused before continuing in a quieter, more subtle voice. "Could I ask you to relate our efforts and sacrifices properly and clearly to your cousin, or rather, the administrator of the territory, Sir Delmondo? I beg of you." Gardai bowed deeply. Eugene misunderstood. Gardai wasn't afraid of him. Rather, he was afraid of Delmondo. "So, in conclusion, you went to the battlefield on behalf of Lord Crawlmarine, and you were taken prisoner?" Lancelot asked. "To be exact, it was on behalf of my father, Sir Bosch. Sir Bosch was incapable of complying with the Lord's orders because of injuries he had suffered during a territorial battle," Luke answered. After leaving Morfern, Lancelot conversed quite a bit with Luke. Although Lancelot was heavily favorable toward women, he was still a sociable man to begin with. In addition, Luke was a man who respected excellent knights. As such, the two were able to grow quite close. "What about Sir Bosch's directors? There must have been others who are older than you, right?" Lancelot asked. "Sir Bosch is an excellent knight, but my brothers were mediocre at best. Originally, our eldest brother, Velt, should have gone, but..." "No, it's nothing." Luke hesitated before shutting his mouth. Lancelot observed him for a moment before responding with a smirk. "Now I understand. Your father should have participated in the war instead of Lord Crawlmarine, but he couldn't because of his injuries. But someone had to go, so you ended up taking his place instead of your eldest brother, right?" Luke remained silent, but the answer was evident from his expression. "TSK. It was obviously a lost battle, so he sent his illegitimate child instead, is that it?" Your father, Sir Bosch, is a coward, Lancelot continued. That is not true. If it weren't for his injuries, Sir Bosch would have gone personally. He is an honorable, Luke retorted. A truly honorable knight would have taken a manor stone and participated, regardless of his injury. If Sir Eugene orders you to fight, what will you do? Will you send someone else in your stead? Lancelot asked. Well, that's, Luke flinched before biting his lips. Lancelot's smile only grew deeper. See, even a slave like you would raise your sword and shield to serve their master with sincerity. A knight should always be willing to risk their life for their lord. Can you really call someone a knight if they only participate in battles after gauging the situation and considering this and that? Is that what you would call honor and loyalty? Lancelot asked. Listen. Land, horse, and armor. Everything that the Lord bestows to the knight is the price for his loyalty. What do you call someone who doesn't keep their promise after reaping all the benefits? A disgrace. That's right. It's called being disgraceful and dishonorable. Do you want to live and die in disgrace? Lancelot said. No, sir. I will never live such a life, Luke answered while gritting his teeth. His eyes were quivering as he stared at the young knight. Sir. The elf knight, sir, is harassing slave number 1, Myrian whispered while sitting on Eugene's shoulder. However, Eugene had been eavesdropping on the conversation with his enhanced sense of hearing anyway. He called out after turning his head, Hey! Stop bothering my slave and come over here. Yes, Lancelot answered with a grin before urging his horse closer to Eugene. Why are you harassing him? Eugene asked. Sir Eugene. Luke is quite promising, Lancelot responded. Lancelot suddenly complimented Luke, although he had been excitedly pummeling him with words until now. As the illegitimate child, he said he never received any official training. He learned it by looking over their shoulders. He possesses a great physique, and he is very talented in swordsmanship as well. Moreover, he knows more honor than his father, Lancelot explained. So what? Eugene asked. I mean, if it's someone like him, I would have them in as an official aide already. Please think about it. It's hard to come across someone like him. If you don't want to, then perhaps I could, Lancelot replied. I was planning to do so anyway, Eugene interrupted. Truly. You didn't come to the decision on the spot, right? Lancelot doubted. Naturally. Anyway, Lancelot, why are you so interested in him? Eugene asked. Well, it's been a long time since I've met someone from my hometown, Lancelot responded. Same hometown. That means, Eugene muttered. Lancelot responded while revealing his white teeth, yes. I am from Branchiard as well. Eugene was quite surprised. At the same time, a thought flashed by. Count Winslan. Don't tell me. When Eugene asked Count Winslan for a carefully selected list of the Golden Moon Knights, he handed it over immediately without hesitation. It appeared Count Winslan had already planned ahead when he brought up the story of Duke Battler after gifting Mad Arazaka to Eugene. A knight from Branchiard would obviously be helpful for Eugene's expedition. Did Count Winslan say anything to you by chance? Eugene asked. Well, the Count only asked me to stay with Sir Eugene until he called me back, Lancelot responded. Lancelot wasn't lying, or at least, Eugene couldn't detect anything unusual. He could not sense any of the signals unique to people when they were lying when Lancelot responded. Moreover, Eugene saw Lancelot as a knight who prioritized honor above everything else. If Lancelot were like other knights who chased after fame and reputation, he would have been less willing to follow Eugene since there was more to be gained by staying with the Golden Moon Knights. By the way, is there still a long way to go? The territory must be quite small, Lancelot commented. Kya. And what could you possibly be articulating about, O Sir Knight of the Elves? We have been in Sir Eugene's territory since a while ago. Kya. Eugene turned his head with a frown. It was a sweet, unfamiliar voice. "Who are you?" he asked. "Kya? Oh my. Sir Eugene, you are so humorous. Who else could it be?" "It's me, Myrian." "Kya ho ho. Myrian has always been Myrian. Fush tilde fush tilde fush tilde kya tilde." The spirit even expressed her movement through the sky as she sprinkled fresh water droplets. Eugene was speechless. "Ha ha. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but she is a very peculiar Undine. It's hard to come across an Undine with such a peculiar personality," Lancelot said. "Do you want it?" Eugene asked. "What? Kya? Would you rather have a peculiar spirit or an aid?" "If you want, I can," Eugene started. "Ki-yeek. Sir. It's this little one's fault. My humble self must have gone insane for a short while. I'll just go back to how I was originally." "Ki-yeek." Myrian shrieked. "PFFFT." Lancelot couldn't hold his laughter when the spirit kowtowed after landing on Cillian's mane. "Ku-hung-hung. Please don't abandon me. I will work tirelessly to shit and spit water for you from now on." Myrian continued. "Ah ha 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 ha." The spirit was crying, and Lancelot was laughing, but the shame was for Eugene to bear. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Lord has returned. Eugene's eyes filled with surprise as the tall, wooden gate opened. The residents of the huddled houses were rushing out and bowing with excited expressions. "We greet the Lord. We celebrate your safe return, my lord. Lord Eugene." It appeared that a lot had transpired during Eugene's absence. The filthy residents from the past could no longer be found, and those who greeted him were no different from the residents of cities or large territories. In addition, Eugene recalled that more than half the houses of the village had been patched together from wooden boards and mud, but now, most of the houses had become strong, wooden structures. That wasn't all. The roads were previously covered with filth and garbage, but now, they were clean and well maintained with drains on both sides. Pigs were also contained in separate pens, instead of roaming around the village. Hoo-hoo. The village is quite well developed. It seems that Sir Eugene has talent in internal affairs as well, Lancelot commented. However, Eugene could not give an answer. What the hell is going on? Eugene urged his horse forward toward the castle in the distance, feeling somewhat stunned after witnessing all the unexpected changes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The rightful master of the Eugene territory, and the only glorious lord to whom my undying loyalty is, Delmondo started to recite a grand greeting that he had memorized beforehand. "Stop. Yes, Delmondo, quickly shut up. All of you may leave now." "Yes, sir." The servants and maids bowed before quietly stepping outside. Surprisingly, they were dressed in clean clothes and were well groomed. It felt as if Eugene was in a castle belonging to an esteemed lord with a title. Eugene remembered the original state of the village, so how could it have transformed so dramatically in such a short period of time? "I await orders from your esteemed self." Once the others left the room, Delmondo immediately took off his mask and spoke after getting down on one knee. "Explain to me what's going on here," Eugene said. "What? By what's going on, you mean?" Delmondo asked. "All the changes in the village, the residents, and all the people I saw just now." "Everything," Eugene responded. "Yes." Delmondo was quick-witted, and he immediately noticed what Eugene was curious about. "Actually, Delmondo utilized the skills he gained from serving as an imperial official to give an accurate, concise report in the shortest time possible. The silver mine ended up producing more ore than expected, which resulted in an increase of approximately 50% in profits. Originally, Delmondo intended to leave it aside as operating expenses for the territory, but he judged that it would be much better to use them and invest in various facilities for the hygiene of the villages and satisfaction of the residents, which would ultimately result in extending the lifespan of the residents. As such, he built new houses, opened new waterways, and scouted technicians from Morphern to produce soap and supplied it to the residents at a low price. And that was only the tip of the iceberg. So it may be difficult to expect immediate profits, but in a few years, it will certainly lead to an outcome that will differentiate our territory from others. Moreover, I believe that your name will shine more brightly as a lord. Everyone will come to know of your honor and mercy, Delmondo concluded. I see. Is there a precedent? Eugene asked. Yes. A Margrave of the Roman Empire experimented with such methods in his own territory for about 10 years. As a result, the overall productivity of the territory increased by about 50%. Moreover, compared to the other regions of the empire, the average lifespan of the residents in his territory was about 7 to 8 years longer. Eugene silently stared at Delmondo. What the hell? He's much more capable than I imagined. Eugene had appointed Delmondo as the administrator of his territory because of a simple reason. Due to various circumstances, Eugene had to spend more time away from his territory. As such, he judged that it would be beneficial to have a vampire administrator who would never betray him. Moreover, Eugene could acquire more knowledge and information regarding vampires and their societies with Delmondo by his side. It would be like killing two birds with one stone. But he had never expected something like this. Eugene continued to look down at Delmondo without a word. Delmondo was struck with fear and he hurriedly bowed before continuing. You don't have to worry about money at all, either. Merchants and engineers from Morphern are working as hard as they can to serve me, or rather, to your esteemed self. Even though they are quite obedient to my words, isn't it all because of your esteemed self's blazing reputation, dignity, and honor? This humble servant simply borrowed your great reputation and... Well done. This is great work. I also heard that the merchant guild leader of Morphern is helpless in front of you. Delmondo, you are very useful, aren't you? Keep up the good work, Eugene interrupted. Delmondo's shoulders flinched noticeably, then he began to slowly raise his head. His eyes were quivering with disbelief, and he stared up at Eugene as he spoke. I can't believe that I was praised by a great origin. Eugene was rendered speechless as tears began to flow from Delmondo's red eyes. Wah. This humble servant can die with no regrets. What? Delmondo started to bawl. Why are you crying like that? Stop it, Eugene remarked. Why yes. Delmondo hurriedly wiped his tears and bowed. However, his shoulders kept on shaking. It seemed that he was quite touched. Although Eugene couldn't understand, it was quite natural among vampires. The difference between a lower-ranking vampire like Delmondo and an origin was enormous. In human terms, it was as if a king had personally praised a commoner. Father, and the masters of Northrus, I will dedicate my blood to this glorious being. Eugene was unaware, but Delmondo had completely committed himself to Eugene thanks to a simple compliment. Galfredic had grown bigger and bulkier since their last meeting. Apparently, he had hired mercenaries to subjugate evil lands in the Archivold Marquisate and the Bjorgallen barony. His transformation had come about after he drank the blood of the intermediate rank monsters he killed in the evil lands. He should be about as strong as I was just after the subjugation of the Tywine family's dungeon. Galfredic was Eugene's vassal, and as such, Eugene could immediately grasp Galfredic's level as a vampire. In addition, Galfredic was originally an incredibly skilled knight. Since he was always training and gaining experience, he would naturally become stronger over time. Branchia? Galfredic asked. Yes. Things turned out that way. We will be departing soon, so keep that in mind, Eugene responded. If that's what Master says, then, of course, I will follow you. But what's going on all of a sudden? Galfredic asked. Well, Eugene began to explain what had happened with Count Winslan. Eugene thought of Galfredic as one of the only people he could share everything with. Who? The Duke of Battler. Galfredic exclaimed. Do you know about it as well? Eugene asked. Galfredic responded with a wide grin. No. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. Then why are you pretending that you know about it? Eugene asked. Ha ha. It's a duke, right? A duke is part of royalty, which means that they have the right to challenge the throne. In other words, if you do well, you could even become the king of Branchia, Master Galfredic responded. I'm not interested in that, Eugene refused. What? Geek. Both Eugene's vassal and the spirit were surprised by his response. Eugene calmly stated, why are you so surprised? Becoming the Duke of Battler may be a possibility, but do you really think I can ascend the throne as Branchia's king? I'm a vampire. Well, is there really no way? Galfredic mumbled. Right. Sir Eugene is destined to become the great demon king. Geek. Myrian started to scream, then was stifled as Eugene shoved her into the leather pocket. I would not want to. Let's say the impossible happened and I became the king of Branchia. You want me to stay locked up in a castle and play king? I should just live out my days comforting and playing house with the nobles and lords of Branchia. Eugene said. Free to try. No sign up. Instant results. Before, original image. Before. After, AI enhanced image. After, AI enhanced. You have a point. My head hurts just thinking about it, Galfredic responded. There were stark differences between being a lord and a knight. No matter how outstanding a knight was on the battlefield, it didn't mean that they would make an excellent king. The two paths were entirely different and the education they received was different as well. As such, oftentimes, even successful knights were incapable of managing even a small territory properly, which was why most of them recruited agents to take care of domestic affairs. Anyway, let's focus on taking over the Battler Duchy for now. That way, I can complete the entire set, Eugene said. He. Is that the true reason? You're coveting the equipment? Galfredic asked. Maybe a little bit. Eugene replied with a grin. Obtaining all the other pieces aside from Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arazaka was definitely one of his primary objectives. In fact, he was more interested in the shield and the armor than the title of Duke. Since the two remaining pieces were made for defense, he was looking forward to how great they could be. Whatever the case, I'm good. Ha ha. The name of Rowan Galfredic will make its way across the sea. Will it be just the two of us? Galfredic asked. Luke and the wizard will be with us. And I intend to take Partik's group as well, Eugene responded. Good. Slave number 1 is from Branchia, so he should be quite useful, and I'm sure that Partik and the lads will prove their worth as well. They've been getting quite good as of late, Galfredic commented. Did you teach them while I was away? Eugene asked. There's no point in training with anyone who's weaker than Partik. That piece of luggage you gave me is just too weak, Galfredic responded. Come to think of it, we should take your 8 as well. How is she? Is she adapting well? Eugene asked. She's become a little obedient, Galfredic answered. Who? Eugene expressed his curiosity. Although she put up the pretense of being a knight, it still became obvious that she was raised in a sheltered environment as a direct descendant of a Marquisate. So how did Galfredic make her obedient? This is all I need. He. Galfredic grinned while tapping on his scabbard. Eugene instantly understood. I see. Indeed, there's no better teacher than a good beating. That's the way it works, right? Ha ha. Anyway, who's the lad that came with you? He looked pretty strong, Galfredic commented. Galfredik was a strong knight to begin with, and after becoming Eugene's vassal, he had grown to the point of accurately estimating an opponent's skills by simply observing the air around them and the way they walked. Lancelot Drak was exuding one of the most extraordinary auras among the knights Galfredik had encountered until now. He is one of Count Winslan's knights. He seemed pretty useful, so I asked to have him accompany me for a little while. He's a quarter elf, and he's pretty strong, Eugene answered. Hoo. Can I have a go at him? Galfredik asked. Do as you please, but don't injure him, Eugene responded. Very well. He. I will have to play with him as a greeting. Galfredik was overjoyed. That's right. Big Bear. No, Gal. You show him. You need to determine the hierarchy and show him how things are from the get-go. Myrian crawled out of the leather pocket and twirled around Galfredik's head while shouting. Gal. Determine the hierarchy. I think the spirit just said something. Is that right? Galfredik said with a frown. Keek. Eugene was astonished and asked. You can hear it now? Yeah. I can barely see something that looks like a fruit fly. I can hear a whiny voice as well, Galfredik responded. Eugene was surprised, but it made sense. Indeed, just as he had grown stronger throughout the expedition, Galfredik had grown stronger as well. Since the two vampires shared a bond formed by a covenant of the soul, it would be possible for Galfredik to express some of Eugene's powers as well. I'm not a fruit fly. My voice is enchanting. Don't you know that they call me the minstrel of the spirit world? Keek. Myrian retorted angrily. How noisy, Galfredik muttered. Clap. Keek. Myrian screamed after being caught between Galfredik's thick palms. She was squashed flat, but she escaped the palms by softening herself like water. Then, she began to wail loudly. Ki weak. Even the big bear is looking down on me now. Oh, who could possibly understand my sorrows? Artilda. Spirits, please come and listen to my story. Eugene immediately noticed that the spirit was about to enter a monologue. As such, he shoved her into the leather pocket and tightly sealed the entrance before she could even begin. Asterisk. I will go. Please take me. While Galfredik had grown stronger during Eugene's absence, Romrai appeared even more devastated than before. The bags under her eyes had grown a shade darker, and it was now nigh impossible to tell whether she was a human or a raccoon. When Eugene had just left, Romrai had been filled with excitement at the thought of studying the twin-headed ogre undead. After all, even though there were clear differences between chimeras and the undead, she knew that there was still a lot to gain from studying the latter. But her expectations were completely shattered in just a day. The dwarfen miners and engineers from Moffern were extremely competent, and she had to spend all her time refining the mountain of silver that was being mined every day. It was an unending nightmare of labor for Romrai. In addition, she also had to dedicate herself to research from evenings to late nights after refining the silver, which caused her to slowly wilt away into a living skeleton. Hey Hugh. Sir Eugene, please take me with you. It's so hard being here. Please save me. Romrai begged. Well, I've heard that the silver production has improved substantially thanks to you, so I will do that, Eugene responded. Thank you. You will be blessed. Romrai wiped away her tears and bowed. She continued, when will we be leaving? The sooner the better. Delmondo is doing a good job running the territory even without me, so there aren't any problems that we need to get out of the way, Eugene replied. I see. Then I will make preparations right away. Ah, you need to get ready as well, right, Sir Eugene? Romrai asked. Get ready. What preparations would I need to make? Eugene was puzzled. The city of Meran was providing them with a ship to cross the sea, and he wasn't planning to bring a large army with him, so he thought that there wouldn't be much to prepare. What? I thought that we were going to Branchia, right? Then you must prepare a coffin, Rai answered. A coffin? Like a coffin for corpses? Eugene asked. Yes, yes. It's an absolute necessity, Rai answered. Eugene was made speechless for a moment. He wondered what the wizard was going on about. However, Rai intuitively sensed that an opportunity had presented itself for her to show off her wizardly knowledge for the first time in a while. As such, she straightened her posture before speaking. Aim. It appears you didn't know, Sir Eugene. Members of the Dark Clan must enter a coffin when they are crossing the sea. Why? Eugene asked. You travel along the coastline on a boat in the inland sea, right? In such situations, the Earth's power still has some influence, so members of the Dark Clan won't be subjected to any adverse effects. But it's different when traveling the open sea since the Earth has no influence. That's why you must go into a stone coffin filled with soil. You need to pay special attention when it comes to sealing the coffins as well. Of course, it will be fine for you to come out for a little while at night, Rai explained. Damn it, Eugene muttered a curse. There's no helping it. Ahem. Anyway, only someone like me, who succeeds the legitimacy of the Blood Shadow School, would be privy to such knowledge and know methods of dealing with it in advance. I dare say I might be the only one, Rai declared. You're being a little cheeky, Eugene commented. In no way. Ho ho. You must be mistaken. In an instant, Rai shriveled up. She continued, feeling as if she were treading on eggshells. You should be good when you arrive in Branchia. Since the Continental Church has little influence in Branchia, it might be fine to reveal your identity as a member of the Dark Clan. What? Is that true? Eugene asked with shock. Yes, yes. It's true. Well, Rai was scared that Eugene might leave her behind. As such, she explained everything she knew about Branchia. Thanks to that, there are more members of the Dark Clan in Branchia than in this kingdom. I heard from my master that in the distant past, there were even places in Branchia where vampires ruled as lords. Ah, well, it was only possible because they were high-ranking nobles within the Dark Clan. I see. Eugene nodded. He was greatly surprised. If what she said was true, couldn't he live in Branchia without any worries? As expected, this kingdom was the problem. Even the Empire doesn't antagonize vampires as much. It felt as if he had stumbled upon a new path. In addition, he found a new objective. I will take Branchia. Even though he had no definite plans or methods just yet, Eugene could only focus on obtaining the Battler Duchy for now. However, Eugene was convinced that he would find a way if he dove straight in and struggled, just as he had done until now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, Eugene departed from his territory. He felt slightly worried that he was leaving his territory far too often, but he was quickly relieved of his anxiety. For some reason, Delmondo was burning with enthusiasm. The head of the Morfern Merchant Guild, Gardai, had begged Eugene for mercy, but that wasn't Eugene's problem. Eugene once again praised Delmondo for his work and devotion to the territory. Naturally, he reduced Delmondo to tears once more. It was due to a piece of good news. It was reported that Essandra would soon return from her expedition. As such, the free knights that Eugene collected would also return to his territory, which would resolve the security issue of the land. But of course, there wasn't really a security issue in the first place since Eugene's neighboring nobles, including Baron Bjorgallen, would never dare to invade his territory. After ensuring that all internal affairs of his territory were in order, Eugene headed to Meren via Morfern. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Do you like it, Sir Eugene? Meren's mayor asked proudly. Eugene nodded in response. It is very nice. Ha 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 ha. Luckily, one of the royalists had a very nice merchant ship in their possession. Meren's engineers did their best to modify it. Even the strong waves of the Branchian Sea won't cause any problems for her. The mayor boisterously laughed as he explained. Eugene had no choice but to believe in the mayor's words after seeing the ship personally. The ship was named Elion after the water spirit king, and it was more than 10 meters longer than any other ship Eugene had ever ridden. Moreover, it possessed many masts and oars as well. It must have cost quite a lot, Eugene said. Ha ha ha. The royalists had a considerable sum of money in their possession. I originally assumed that they were close to ruin, but they had secretly garnered an enormous sum in order to take over the city one day. Those poisonous vipers, the mayor explained. How much is it? Eugene asked. Don't be too surprised. In total, there were over 300,000 silver coins, the mayor answered. Ki-yek. The spirit's jaw melted into water as it dropped with shock. It was truly an unfathomable amount of money. 300,000. Eugene's eyebrows wriggled. He was also incredibly shocked. Although he was incomparably wealthier compared to his past life, this was on another level. However, the mayor understood Eugene's response a little differently. As expected, he considers himself to have ownership over it as well. In any case, the royalists had attempted to kill Eugene, and Eugene was a knight as well as a nobleman. It was customary for whoever attempted the killing to pay a ransom. However, all relevant parties were currently in prison, so Eugene could ask for whatever he wanted as ransom. Ahem. Sir Eugene, the mayor coughed and called out. Please speak, Eugene answered. But his expression and voice were still slightly stiff from the initial shock, as if he was angry. What endless greed! Well, only someone like him could possibly dream of an expedition to Branchia. I knew he wasn't ordinary. The mayor became confident in his thoughts. He looked at Eugene and spoke as kindly as possible. There are various circumstances to consider with the laws of our city and the situation of the guilds. About 10% of the confiscated property will be handed over to you as consolation money. I know how generous you are, so I hope you can understand that. Whoosh. The mayor stammered unknowingly as Eugene's gaze burned bright like a flame. Even if Eugene was the hero of Meran, surely he wouldn't exercise violence against the mayor. 40,000, Eugene stated. What? The mayor stammered. Let's go with 40,000, shall we? Eugene added. Let's do that. 40,000, good. The mayor agreed. Hooray! Hooray! Ki-yeek!
TMIT the audiobook
herself from the bindings of sanity. This was the most fitting gift for them before they left for Branchia. 40,000 was a large sum of money. It would take years of hard-earned silver mining to gather such an amount.